Managers, you probably already know by now that the PMP exam is heavily agile these days. For that reason, not only do you need to know the terms in the Agile practice guide, you also need to know the wider body of Agile terms that float around out there. Concepts and terms that are not necessarily in the Agile practice guide, but are definitely possibilities on the exam. So why don't we jump into over 100 terms from the world of Agile to equip you to better function on your PMP exam. Are you ready? Let's go. This is going to be a very quick run through. Number one, out of order, I have the term Agile. Why? Because of course we're talking about Agile. Agile is something you are, not something you do. If you take nothing else away from this particular slide, I would like you to take away that Agile is a mindset. It's not a checklist. It's not a methodology. It's not a set of rituals that we practice like blind bats in an alley, just doing what we have been instructed to do. No, no, no. This is where we actually know why we are doing what we are doing, how we are doing it. In Agile, we fail forward. We make mistakes. We learn, we gather data, empirical data is used in iterative planning. And that's what Agile is in an organic way. Let's go to our Agile practice guide. The PMI termed this as a term used to describe a mindset of values and principles as set forth in the Agile Manifesto. Let's go to our next term, acceptance test-driven development. And simply put, according to the PMI, it's a method of collaboratively creating acceptance test criteria that are used to create acceptance tests before delivery begins. Now we can expand that out and include other definitions of ATDD. Acceptance test-driven development involves team members with different perspectives, customer development, testing, collaborating to write acceptance tests in advance of implementing the corresponding functionality. When we talk about ATDD, the entire team gets together, they discuss the acceptance criteria for a work product, and then the team creates the tests, which allows the team to write just enough code and automated tests to meet the criteria. For non-software projects, consider how to test the work as the team completes chunks of value. The next term here in the Agile Practice Guide is Agile Coach. This is someone who has knowledge and experience in Agile who can train, mentor, guide organizations through their transformation. The next term is Agile Lifecycle. It's an approach that is both iterative and incremental to refine work items and deliver frequently. The next term is the Agile Manifesto. This is the original and official definition of Agile values and the 12 principles. Agile mindset, it's a way of thinking and behaving. The Agile mindset embodies a focus on customers, teams, and those operating within that network. Agile practitioner, someone who practices Agile in mind and who collaborates with like-minded colleagues. Agile principles, the 12 principles of the Agile Manifesto. Now, it will be wrong for us not to cover this, so let's do it rapidly. Number one, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. Number two, I'm going to truncate them. Welcome changing requirements even late in development. 3, deliver working software frequently. 4, business people and developers must work together daily. 5, build projects around motivated individuals. Give them the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. 6, the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. 7, working software is the primary measure of progress. 8, Agile processes promote sustainable development. Note the word constant pace indefinitely. 9, continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. 10, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. 11, the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. And 12, at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Next is AUP, the Agile Unified Process. This is an offshoot of the unified process for software projects. It features more accelerated styles and less heavyweight processes than its unified process predecessor. The intent is to perform more iterative cycles across 7 key disciplines, and also to incorporate the associated feedback before formal delivery. The next term is Agilist. An Agilist is someone who is a practitioner of Agile. The next term is anti-pattern. An anti-pattern is a flawed work pattern that is unadvisable. It's a deviation from the norm to a modified but unfavorable, unproductive pattern. Anti-patterns are common solutions to common problems where the solution is ineffective and may result in undesired consequences. The next term here is automated code quality analysis. This is scripted testing of the code for bugs and other defective code items. The next term is backlog. This typically refers to a product backlog, but in cases where you're working on a service or something else, you may call it a backlog to make it as agnostic as possible. Not necessarily Scrum, and could be fit into a Kanban discussion. So a backlog, typically a product backlog, is a list of the new features, changes to existing features, bug fixes, infrastructure changes, or other activities that a team may deliver in order to achieve a specific outcome. The product backlog is the single authoritative source for things that a team works on. And that means nothing gets done that isn't on the product backlog. The PMI lists this as an ordered list of user-centric requirements that a team maintains for a product. Let's move on to our next one, backlog refinement. Backlog refinement is an ongoing team activity of collaboratively updating the product backlog via reprioritization, adding, deleting, rewriting stories, splitting, and estimating. This practice ensures the backlog is always actionable. Let's read what the PMI say about it. The progressive elaboration of project requirements and or the ongoing activity in which the team collaboratively reviews, updates, and rewrites requirements to satisfy the need of the customer request. Let's talk about BDD, behavior-driven development. Simply put by the PMI, it's a system and validation practice that uses test-first principles and English-like scripts. Now, before we talk about English-like scripts, let's break down BDD a little bit more. It's a synthesis and refinement of practices stemming from TDD and ATDD. BDD augments TDD and ATDD with the following tactics. Apply the 5 whys principle to each proposed user story so that its purpose is clearly related to business outcomes. Thinking from the outside in other words, implement only those behaviors which contribute most directly to these business outcomes so as to minimize waste. Describe behaviors in a single notation, which is directly accessible to domain experts, testers, and developers so as to improve communication, and apply these techniques all the way down to the lowest level of abstraction of the software. And a huge shout out to our friends at the Agile Alliance. They never fail to give us great descriptions. And of course, that's why the PMI partnered with them to write the Agile practice guide. Blended Agile. Blended Agile is when you blend two or more Agile frameworks, for example, XP and Kanban. Blocker. A blocker can also be thought of as an impediment. An impediment is something that impedes the team's progress. Reading from the Agile Practice Guide definition, it's an obstacle that prevents the team from reaching its objectives, also known as a blocker. Broken comb. Broken comb refers to a person with various depths of specialization in multiple skills required by the team, also known as paint drip. And the paint drip effect, when you are brushing your paintbrush across the wall, many instances, one singular row of paint goes all the way down. And that represents a skill that is going all the way down in a lot of depth. But then you have other rows of paint that may not go all the way down and might be truncated. And you have some that go towards the middle and some that stay right at the top. That's just like a broken comb, also known as paint drip, showing that you could have broad skills, but not every single one of those is deep, also known as the paint drip. Burn down chart. The PMI defined this as a graphical representation of the work remaining versus the time left in a time box. When you look at the burn down chart, you're seeing the work remaining. Burn up chart is the next one, and the difference is it's a graphical representation of the work completed towards the release of a product, but you are seeing the work as you are getting it done. It is comforting to many teams to see work being accomplished rather than work remaining, which could be demoralizing. But we should look at both, shouldn't we? Next, we have Business Requirements Documents, BRD, and this is listing of all requirements for a specific project. The next one the PMI have here is Cadence, a rhythm of execution. Next, we have Collective Code Ownership, a project acceleration and collaboration technique whereby any member is authorized to modify project work, the product, or deliverable, thus emphasizing team-wide ownership and accountability. Continuous delivery, the practice of delivering feature increments immediately to customers, often through the use of small batches of work and automation technology. Continuous integration, a practice in which each team member's work products are frequently integrated and validated with one another. Cross-functional team, a team that includes practitioners with all the skills necessary to deliver valuable product increments. Crystal family of methodologies. A shout out to our friend Al, creator of Crystal. It's a collection of lightweight agile software development methods focused on adaptability to a particular circumstance. And while it's not used widely today, it has a lot of useful elements that companies still pick and place into other frameworks. Daily Scrum. When you hear daily Scrum, you're thinking of a daily stand-up. The team meets daily for short meetings, which are typically held standing up, face-to-face, to encourage brief sessions. This is not a status meeting, and we definitely don't want to get into that anti-pattern of it becoming a status meeting. So we only invite those team members. The Scrum team, that's who you want in attendance. Don't invite management except you absolutely have to, except they're curious. This meeting is for people to ask quick questions that will allow them get the information they need or remove blockers. Long answers and discussions should have follow-ups after the meeting in smaller groups. The PMI defines this daily Scrum as a brief daily collaboration in which the team reviews progress from the previous day, declares intentions for the current day, and highlights any obstacles. The key question is, what have you accomplished since the last meeting to move us forward towards a sprint goal? What are you going to do between now and the next meeting to move us closer to the sprint goal? Which impediments are blocking your way? Definition of done: a team's checklist of all the criteria required to be met so that a deliverable can be considered ready for customer use. Definition of ready: a team's checklist for a user-centric requirement that has all the information the team needs to be able to begin working on it. DevOps: a collection of practices for creating a smooth flow of delivery by improving collaboration between development and operations staff, hence the term DevOps. Discipline Agile: a process decision framework that enables simplified process decisions around incremental and iterative solution delivery. Double loop learning: a process that challenges underlying values and assumptions in order to better elaborate root causes and devise improved countermeasures rather than focusing only on symptoms. DSDM: it's an agile project delivery framework. You don't hear too much of it, but it's a relevant one to look out for. English-like scripts: it means a programming language with a simple English-like syntax. Python, for example, is one of such languages, and the script sounds almost like simple English when read. Epic: an epic is a large user story. Bear in mind the last two definitions are not in the Agile Practice Guide. Equivalent to Scrum Master: what do we mean by this? Equivalent to Scrum Master could mean someone who is a servant leader, but is not necessarily labeled as a Scrum Master. When we say someone is equivalent to the Scrum Master, bear in mind that in the world of Agile, there are many frameworks and methods, but Scrum is the only one that we use the label Scrum Master. So the equivalent of Scrum Master in that framework or method is what this refers to. Evolutionary Value Delivery, EVO. This is an agile approach allowing teams to deliver more business value in less time, as has been shown in numerous environments like projects for space, 40 man-years saved, which is huge, building automation, and banking in waterfall projects, scientific research, as well as agile and Scrum teams. The PMI simply defines this as openly credited as the first agile method that contains a specific component no other methods have. The focus on delivering multiple measurable value requirements to stakeholders. The next one is Extreme Programming, known as XP. It's an agile software development framework that aims to produce higher quality software and higher quality of life for the development team. XP is the most specific of the agile frameworks regarding appropriate engineering practices for software development. Simply described in the Agile Practice Guide, an agile software development method that leads to higher quality software, a greater responsiveness to changing customer requirements, and more frequent releases in shorter cycles. Feature-driven development, FDD. It's a lightweight agile software development method driven from the perspective of features valued by clients. Fit for purpose, a product that is suitable for its intended purpose. Fit for use, a product that is usable in its current form to achieve its intended purpose. Flow master, the coach for a team and service request manager working in a continuous flow or Kanban context, equivalent to Scrum Master. We covered that. Framework, a basic system or structure of ideas or facts that support an approach. Functional requirement, a specific behavior that a product or service should perform. Functional specification, a specific function that a system or application is required to perform. Hoshin Kanri, this is policy management. It's a 7-step process used in strategic planning in which strategic goals are communicated throughout the company and then put into action. The Hoshin Kanri strategic planning system originated from post-war Japan, but has since spread to the US and around the world. Translated from Japanese, Hoshin Kanri aptly means compass management. The individual words Hoshin and Kanri mean direction and administration, respectively. The PMI simply defined this as a strategy or policy deployment method. Hybrid approach, a combination of two or more agile and non-agile elements having a non-agile end result. Impact mapping, a strategic planning technique that acts as a roadmap to the organization while building new products. Impediment, we've covered this. It's an obstacle that prevents the team from achieving its objectives. Increment, a functional, tested, and accepted deliverable that is a subset of the overall project outcome. Incremental lifecycle, an approach that provides finished deliverables that the customer may be able to use immediately. Information radiator, another creation by our friend Alistair Kober, and this reads, information radiator is a visible physical display that provides information to the rest of the organization, enabling up-to-the-minute knowledge sharing without having to disturb the team. Another definition reads, it's a term for any number of visual displays which a team places in a highly visible location so that all members can see the latest information at a glance. Eye-shaped. Well, we talked about the broken comb and paint drip. Well, eye-shaped is just one drip going down to the depth, but no broad set of scales. This refers to a person with a single deep area of specialization and no interest or skill in the rest of the skills required by the team. Iteration, a time-boxed cycle of development on a product or deliverable in which all of the work that is needed to deliver value is performed. Of course, in the world of Scrum, you know that iteration is referred to as a sprint. Iterative lifecycle, an approach that allows feedback for unfinished work to improve and modify that work. And if you're getting ready for the exam, you do know that the table breaking down iterative, incremental, and other life cycles is on page 18. Definitely one to master in your Agile practice guide. Kaizen events, events aimed at improvement of the system. Kanban board, a visualization tool that enables improvements to the workflow by making bottlenecks and work quantities visible. And of course, you do remember to do, doing, and done. You've seen that board before. The Kanban method is an agile method inspired by the original Kanban inventory control system and used specifically for knowledge work. LESS, large-scale Scrum. It's a product development framework that extends Scrum with scaling guidelines while preserving the original purposes of Scrum. Lean software development. It has a rather risky acronym, but this means an adaptation of lean manufacturing principles. It's based on optimizing development time and resources, eliminating waste, and ultimately delivering only what the product needs. The lean approach is often referred to as MVP. You've heard it before, minimal viable product. The minimum viable product strategy in which a team releases a bare minimum version of its product to the market, learns from users what they like, what they don't, what they want to be added, and then iterates based on this feedback. Next, we have a simple term, life cycle, the process through which a product is imagined, created, and put into use. Manifesto. We have talked about the manifesto. We've talked about the 12 principles. Let's now address the 4 values very briefly. The 4 values are mentioned on page 8, and they read, we are covering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Work in software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. That is, while there's value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. Next definition is one of mobbing, also referred to in the software world as mob programming. It's a software development method where the whole team works on the same thing at the same time in the same space and at the same computer. In the world of the PMI and the Agile Practice Guide, it's defined as a technique in which multiple team members focus simultaneously and coordinate their contributions on a particular work item. MVP, minimum viable product, we've talked about this already. This is the version of a new product which allows a team to collect the maximum amount of validated learning about customers with the least effort. Organizational bias, the preferences of an organization on a set of scales characterized by following core values: exploration versus execution, speed versus stability, quantity versus quality, and flexibility versus predictability. Let's go to our next one, organizational change management, a comprehensive, cyclic, and structured approach for transitioning individuals, groups, and organizations from the current state to a future state with intended business benefits. Paint drip, we've talked about this already. Paint drip, broken comb, T-shaped, I-shaped, you should have all of these down. And these are skills represented by brush drawing of a horizontal stroke. Sometimes drips of paint accumulate, and you know one row of that paint is going to go all the way down while others are at different levels. And those levels represent different levels of skill, but you want to have broad and deep skills in some, and broad and enough to function. And that's what we mean by a team that can jump in to save team members when they are in trouble. You need those T-shaped skills, or the paint drip or broken comb, whatever you refer to it as. I quite like the paint drip because it gives you an illustration that it's not just broad and one scale is all the way down. No, you have people who have 2 of the combs going all the way down. You have teams that have, out of maybe 20, you have 10 really deep scales, or you have a team member with just 3. Pair programming. Pair programming is an agile software development technique in which 2 programmers work together at one workstation. One, the driver, writes code, while the other, the observer or navigator, reviews each line of code. The 2 programmers switch roles frequently. The PMI referred to this in pair programming as pair work that is focused on programming. And that takes us to the next definition of pair work. As I described, a technique for pairing 2 team members to work simultaneously on the same item. Pairing, pretty much the same thing. Personas. PMI referred to this as an archetype user representing a set of similar end users described with their goals, motivations, and representative personal characteristics. Let's further expand this. The concept of personas was first introduced by Alan Cooper, and it defines an archetypal user of a system, an example of the kind of person who would interact with it. The idea is that if you want to design effective software, then it needs to be designed for a specific person. Pivot, a planned course correction designed to test a new hypothesis about the product or strategy. To go a little bit further, look at this as a structured course correction to test a new fundamental idea about a product. Plan, Do, Check, Act, PDCA. It's an iterative management method used in organizations to facilitate the control and continual improvement of processes and products. PSI, potentially shippable product increment. In Agile software development, a fully tested and usable version of a product that is produced at the end of each sprint. The Agile Practice Guide remains mum on the potentially shippable increment, but we do know that this exists in the discussion of the exam. Predictive approach, an approach to work management that utilizes a work plan and management of that work plan throughout the life cycle of a project, also referred to as waterfall. Predictive life cycle, also referred to as waterfall, it's a more traditional approach with the bulk of planning happening up front. Product backlog already defined, an ordered list of user-centric requirements. Product owner, now this is one we should spend time on because a product owner is a very important team member. That is not to say all team members are not important, but the product owner stands out because we refer to them as the chief value officer. The product owner is accountable for maximizing the value of the product resulting from the work of the Scrum team. How this is done may vary widely across organizations, so says the Scrum Guide. The product owner is also accountable for effective product backlog management, which includes developing and explicitly communicating the product goal, creating and clearly communicating product backlog items, and ordering backlog items, and ensuring the product backlog is transparent, visible, and understood. The product owner may do all the things I mentioned or may delegate some of those responsibilities. Regardless, the product owner remains accountable. Remember the word accountable from the RACI chart discussion? Responsible, accountable. The responsible is the doer. The accountable, passing the buck, stops here. For product owners to succeed, the entire organization must respect their decisions. These decisions are visible in the content and ordering of the product backlog and through the inspectable increment at the sprint review. The product owner is one person, not a bunch of people. The product owner may represent the needs of many stakeholders in the product backlog. Those wanting to change the product backlog can do so by trying to convince the product owner. Progressive elaboration is our next one, and this is well known by a lot of you project managers. The iterative process of increasing the level of detail in a project management plan as greater amounts of information become available. PMO stands for Project Management Office. And when we talk about the Project Management Office from an Agile perspective, I would like to sensitize you to that narration in the Agile Practice Guide that talks about the role of the Project Management Office. It reads on page 82, an Agile PMO is multidisciplinary. In order to support project-specific needs, the PMO needs to be conversant in several competencies beyond project management itself. It reads, some organizations have been transforming their PMOs into Agile centers of excellence. They provide services such as developing and implementing standards, developing personnel through training and mentoring, multi-project management, facilitating organizational learning, managing stakeholders, recruiting, selecting, and evaluating team members, and executing specialized tasks for projects. So it is important for your exam when we talk about Agile and the PMO exists to shepherd business value throughout the organization, and it might do this by helping projects achieve their goals. Sometimes the PMO should educate. Know the role of the PMO for your exam. It's all there on page 81 and page 82 of the Agile Practice Guide. Let's go to our next one. This one I decided to add to the mix because I felt it was missing, and it's a topic: relative estimating. So whether you're using dogs or you're using story points, Fibonacci, whatever you're using, it's important that you are aware that this is just one tiny little tool in the box, but you could get it on the exam. Relative estimating consists of estimating tasks or user stories by comparison or by grouping of items of equivalent difficulty. For those of you getting ready for the exam and a lot of these terms, you're stuck, you're feeling overwhelmed, well, just read them up. Or maybe you should just go on down to agileprinciple.com, sign up for training that we've got for this at agileprinciple.com. We cover these terms in a lot more depth, and our awesome instructor, Roy, he will cover this with you. Refactoring. Refactoring consists of improving the internal structure of an existing program source code while preserving its external behavior. And that was refactoring. Let's go to our next one, retrospective. Retrospectives on a regular basis at the end of each sprint, weekly or bi-weekly. A retrospective allows for the team to reflect and adjust practices. Any team member can voice a problem or propose a solution. So just to double back down, that is refactoring. I should probably have read you PMI's definition of it as well. So let me read that because I got tangled up in the progress. So let me do that. Refactoring, according to the world of the PMI, a product quality technique whereby the design of a product is improved by enhancing its maintainability and other desired attributes without altering its expected behavior. And then we talked about the retrospective. There actually is a lot more to say about a retrospective. And let me touch on the PMI's definition. It says a regularly occurring workshop in which participants explore their work and results in order to improve both process and product. But why don't we go a little step further and talk about the retrospective from the perspective of none other than the Scrum Guide. It's known as a sprint retrospective in the Scrum Guide, and the purpose of the retrospective, it reads, is to plan ways to increase quality and effectiveness. The Scrum team inspects how the last sprint went with regards to individuals' interactions, processes, tools, and their definition of done. Don't you like the way they slid in that manifesto line? Classic. Inspected elements often vary with the domain of work. Assumptions that led them astray are identified and their origins explored. The Scrum team discusses what went well during the sprint, what problems it encountered, and how those problems were or were not solved. It sounds like a lessons learned. The only difference here is that we have a term we call Agile Vegas. Whatever happened in Vegas stays there. No blame games, no crazy documentation floating around the company that messed up the code, none of that. We keep everything within the retrospective. The sprint retrospective concludes the sprint. It's time boxed to a maximum of 3 hours for a 1 month sprint. For shorter sprints, the event is usually shorter. And you do know that Scrum is pretty prescriptive about some things. And that's why if you read the Scrum Guide at scrumguides.org, you realize that there's a little bit more depth into their definition there. All right, let's go to rolling wave planning. Rolling wave planning is an iterative planning technique in which the work to be accomplished in the near term is planned in detail, while the work in the future is planned at a higher level. Let's move on to our next one in the Agile Practice Guide, Scaled Agile Framework Safe, and it reads a knowledge base of integrated patterns for enterprise scale lean agile development. If you want to know our perspectives on this, you want to look out for a video by my buddy Roy and I. Just Google Agile Principle, Roy and Uncut. You'll hear our opinion on this. Let's move on to Scrum. Scrum is an agile framework for developing and sustaining complex products with specific roles, events, and artifacts. Scrum Board. Scrum Board is not mentioned here in the Agile Practice Guide, but perhaps it is on the next page. Okay, Agile Practice Guide, give us what you got. It says, an information radiator that is utilized to manage the product and sprint backlogs and show the flow of work and its bottlenecks. Now, I included a definition because at the time I had not picked up that one in the Agile Practice Guide. There's quite a lot in here. But the definition I have reads, it's a tool that helps teams make sprint backlog items visible. So it's not incorrect to say it's a radiator, information radiator, but you got to understand what it really is. It makes those sprint backlog items visible. The board can take many physical and virtual forms, but it performs the same function regardless of how it looks. The board is updated by the team and shows all items that need to be completed for the current sprint. And a shout out to our friend Jeff for that definition, Jeff Sutherland. All right, let's move on to our next one, the Scrum Master. This is another one that I want to double down on, and this is in the Scrum Guide in a lot of detail. It reads, the Scrum Master is accountable for establishing Scrum as defined in the Scrum Guide. They do this by helping everyone understand Scrum theory and practice, both within the Scrum team and organization. The Scrum Master is accountable for the Scrum team's effectiveness. They do this by enabling the Scrum team to improve its practices within the Scrum framework. Scrum Masters are true leaders who serve the Scrum team and the larger organization. The Scrum Master serves the Scrum team in several ways, including coaching, helping the Scrum team focus on creating high-value increments that meet the definition of done, causing the removal of impediments, ensuring that all Scrum events take place and are positive, productive, and kept within the time box. The Scrum Master serves the product owner in several ways, including helping find techniques for effective product goal definition and product backlog management, helping the Scrum team understand the need for clear and concise backlog items, helping establish empirical product planning for a complex environment. So the summary, there's so many lines to read through. It's that the Scrum Master helps out so many individuals and the team in a variety of ways. It also reads here, the Scrum Master serves the organization in several ways, including leading, training, and coaching the organization in its Scrum adoption, planning and advising Scrum implementations within the organization, and helping employees and stakeholders understand and enact an empirical approach for complex work, and removing barriers between stakeholders and Scrum teams. What a lot of work for the Scrum Master. Let's move on to our next one, Scrum of Scrums. The Scrum of Scrums is a scaled agile technique that offers a way to connect multiple teams who need to work together to deliver complex solutions. It helps teams develop and deliver complex products through transparency, inspection, and adaptation at scale. We can also look at this as a technique to scale Scrum up to larger groups over a dozen people. You know, Scrum is very particular about numbers, but if you want to scale up Scrum, then use a Scrum of Scrums. A technique to scale Scrum up to large groups over a dozen people, consisting of dividing the groups into agile teams of 5 to 10. Each daily scrum within a sub-team ends by designating one member as ambassador to participate in a daily meeting. Now, I know you want to get off this call really quick, so let me just finish the definition. Let's read from the Agile Practice Guide. It reads, a technique to operate Scrum at scale for multiple teams working on the same product, coordinating discussions of progress for their interdependencies, and focusing on how to integrate this delivery of software, especially in areas of overlap. So you want to scale Scrum up, Scrum or Scrums. Now, there's so much to talk about regarding the Scrum of Scrums, but I couldn't help putting in this one about the resolution of impediments. The resolution of impediments is expected to focus on the challenges of coordination between the teams. Solutions may entail agreeing to interfaces between teams, negotiating responsibility boundaries, and so on. The Scrum of Scrums will track these items via a backlog of its own, where each item contributes to improving between team coordination. All right, let's move on. The Scrum team. This is a self-organizing team, of course, with an empowered product owner. These agile teams are composed of peers who share ownership of the team's work and decision-making process. Self-organizing teams in Scrum are given ownership of their own work process, their commitments, and their approach to meeting their commitments. The product owner is the role in the Scrum that represents the business. Of course, as you know, we've spoken about that. But again, I cannot help but give you Ken and Jeff's definition. So let's go for a quick run of it. The fundamental unit of Scrum is a small team of people, a Scrum team. The Scrum team consists of one Scrum Master, one product owner, and developers. Within a Scrum team, there are no sub-teams or hierarchies. It is a cohesive unit of professionals focused on one objective at a time, the product goal. Scrum teams are cross-functional, meaning that members have all the skills necessary to create value each sprint. They are also self-managing, meaning they internally decide who does what, when, and how. The Scrum team is small enough to remain nimble and large enough to complete significant work within a sprint. Typically, now watch this, this is from the November edition of the Scrum Guide 2020, typically 10 or fewer people. So they've kind of cut that number. In general, we have found that smaller teams communicate better and are more productive. If Scrum teams become too large, they should consider reorganizing into smaller, cohesive Scrum teams, each focused on the same product. Sounds like less, doesn't it? Yes, it does. All right, let's move on, my friends. We are almost done with this. I know you're itching to get off the call. Let's talk about Scrum Ban. Scrum Ban is talked about here, just like the other methods. And Scrum Ban is a combination of two things, Scrum and Kanban. And it reads here, a management framework that emerges when teams employ Scrum as the chosen way of working and use the Kanban method as a lens through which to view, understand, and continuously improve how they work. All right, we've talked about quite a lot of this stuff already, self-organizing teams. We've talked about this. It is a team, a cross-functional team in which people fluidly assume leadership as needed to achieve the team's objectives. It's nothing like organic leadership, and that happens in a self-organizing team. Next one is servant leadership, the practice of leading through service to the team by focusing on understanding and addressing the needs and development of team members in order to enable the highest possible team performance. Now, excuse me as I give you the 10 core tenets of servant leadership: listening, empathy, healing, self-awareness, persuasion, conceptualization, foresight, stewardship, commitment to growth of people, of the team, and lastly, building community. Let's move to our next definition. It's service request manager. The service request manager, they manage the overall help desk activities. They take the overall responsibility for service request handling on the service desk. Of course, PMI has the little slant on it. It says the person responsible for ordering service requests to maximize value in a continuous flow or Kanban environment, equivalent to product owner. Siloed organization, an organization structured in such a way that it only manages to contribute a subset of the aspects required for delivering value to customers. Single loop learning, the practice of attempting to solve problems by just using specific predefined methods without challenging the methods in light of experience. Smoke testing. In computer programming and software testing, smoke testing is preliminary testing to reveal simple failures severe enough to reject a prospective software release. Smoke testing is also viewed as a way of deducing if the software build is stable or not. And it consists of a minimal set of tests run on each build to test software functionalities. The PMI call this a set of lightweight tests to ensure that the most important functions of the system under development work as intended. You get the picture. Next, we have specification by example. This is a collaborative approach to defining requirements and business-oriented functional tests for software products based on capturing and illustrating requirements using realistic examples instead of abstract statements. The PMI also have their spin on this, a collaborative approach to defining requirements and business-oriented functional tests. And the key word there is realistic examples. Let's go on to our next one, spike. The PMI simply defines it as a short time interval within a project, usually of fixed length, during which a team conducts research or prototypes an aspect of a solution to prove its viability. Sprint, a time-boxed iteration in Scrum. Sprint planning, a collaborative event in Scrum in which the Scrum team plans the work for the current sprint. Now, you do know, as usual, I would like to introduce you to the Scrum Guide's definition, and it reads, sprint planning initiates the sprint by laying out the work to be performed for the sprint. The resulting plan is created by the collaborative work of the entire Scrum team. The product owner ensures that attendees are prepared to discuss the most important product backlog items and how they map to the product goal. The Scrum team may also invite other people to attend sprint planning to provide advice. So there are topics to be covered here, and they are as follows. 1, why is this sprint valuable? 2, what can be done this sprint? 3, how will the chosen work get done? For each selected product backlog items, the developers plan the work necessary to create an increment that meets the definition of done. And this is done by decomposition of product backlog items into smaller work items of 1 day or less. How this is done is at the sole discretion of the developers. Now, when we say developers, we're not saying you have to be in software to do this. We're talking about the people who get the work done. The sprint goal, the product backlog items selected for the sprint, plus the plan for delivering them are together referred to as the sprint backlog. Sprint planning is time-boxed to a maximum of 8 hours for a 1-month sprint. For shorter sprints, the event is usually shorter. So we've talked about the sprint backlog in the past, and there is sprint planning now showing on the screen. So all along, I've been talking about sprint planning, and you probably got the picture. And this is where we include, of course, the whole team in the activities I described. Sprint review. The sprint review is a ceremony at the end of each sprint. When completed, stories are demonstrated to the team. And to indulge further, let's talk about the Scrum Guide and the sprint review here. It reads, the purpose of the sprint review is to inspect the outcome of the sprint and determine future adaptations. The Scrum team presents the results of their work to key stakeholders, and progress towards the product goal is discussed. During the event, the Scrum team and stakeholders review what was accomplished in the sprint and what has changed in the environment. Based on this information, attendees collaborate on what to do next. The product backlog may also be adjusted to meet new opportunities. The sprint review is a working session, and the Scrum team should avoid limiting it to a presentation. The sprint review is the second to the last event of the sprint and is time boxed to a maximum of 4 hours for a 1 month sprint. For shorter sprints, the event is usually shorter. All right, and that's a sprint review. We're almost getting to the end now. Story point. Now, contrary to what a lot of people think, the untrained eye thinks a story point means duration. No, it does not. So don't fall into that trap. The story point is a unitless measure used in relative user story estimating techniques. Sustainable pace. This is not in the Agile Practice Guide, but I decided to add it because the term sustainable pace comes up quite a lot, and we see it in the manifesto. The team aims for a work pace that they would be able to sustain indefinitely. That's sustainable pace. In other words, a sustainable velocity over a time period. Swarming. Swarming occurs when many team members, as many as possible, work simultaneously on the same priority item, and they work on just that one until it is done. The PMI defines this as a technique in which multiple team members focus collectively on resolving a specific impediment. Let's go to our next definition. Task board. Now, you do not find this in the Agile Practice Guide, but a task board is really synonymous with Kanban. We divide the task board into 3 columns: to do, doing, done, or to do, in progress, and done. And cards are placed in the columns to reflect the current status of that task. Honestly, the Kanban board is one of the best inventions for personal work getting done. I can testify to that. Wrote 12 books with a Kanban board. Technical debt. It's coming down to the wire now, my friends. Technical debt. PMI refers to this as the deferred cost of work not done at an earlier point in the product life cycle. You know you're in debt when you know you did it and it kind of works, but you know it wasn't done the right way. You're in debt. You got to go back, fix it. Test-driven development, also known as TDD, is a style of programming in which 3 activities are tightly interwoven: coding, testing, and design in the form of refactoring. This is where we write automated tests before writing or creating the product. And it actually helps people design and mistake-proof the product. The PMI's definition here reads: a technique where tests are defined before work begins so that work in progress is validated continuously, enabling work with a zero defect mindset. The next is time box, a fixed period of time, for example, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month. The next one is T-shaped scales. We've beaten this one to a pulp on this one, because not only have we talked about T-shaped, we've talked about I-shaped, paint drip, broken comb. That's enough. Let's move on. User story. A user story is well known in software development, and it's an informal, natural language description of features of a software system. They are written from the perspective of the end user. You typically see a story written such as a, whatever that role is, I would like, whatever that user would like, so that whatever that user story is meant to deliver. The PMI describes this briefly as a description of deliverable value for a specific user. It is a promise for a conversation to clarify details. Next, we have user story mapping, a visual practice for organizing work into a useful model to help understand the sets of high value features to be created over time, identify omissions in the backlog, and effectively plan releases that deliver value to users. Story mapping consists of ordering those user stories along two independent dimensions. The map arranges user activities along the horizontal axis in rough order of priority, or the order in which you would describe activities to explain the behavior of the system. We've only got 3 left, so hold on. We'll be done here shortly. UX design. UX, user experience. User experience is about how a user interacts with and experiences a particular product, system, or service. It includes a person's perception of utility, ease of use, and efficiency. The PMI have their own little spin, the process of enhancing the user's experience by focusing on improving the usability and accessibility to be found in the interaction between the user and the product. Value stream. A value stream is the set of actions that take place to add value to a customer from the initial request through realization of value by the customer. The value stream begins with the initial concept, moves through various stages of development, and on through delivery and support. PMI spin reads an organizational construct that focuses on the flow of value to the customers through the delivery of specific products or services. Last but not least, in the letter V is value stream mapping. Value stream mapping is a lean enterprise technique used to document, analyze, and improve the flow of information or materials required to produce a product or service for a customer. A value stream map displays all the important steps of your work process necessary to deliver value from start to finish. Value stream mapping is also known as material and information flow mapping. My friends, it's been quite an uphill task getting through over 110 plus, going to 120 definitions for this exam. You can see why the PMP exam is often referred to as a beast. So many definitions. We had 119 of them, but we got through. So congrats to you. For those of you who are getting ready for your exam, I want to advise you, why don't you go on down to the website, Praizion.com. That is going to help you to be able to get into a course where you can learn all of this stuff, put around really great videos, audio, books, and stuff like that. And the course I want to recommend to you, if you are looking for a self-study course with a few intermittent meetings to make sure you're on the right track, why don't you choose this one? It's called PMP Exam Prep Camp. And you can sign up for 3 months or 6 months. And if you need any additional content, you can see we got quarterly mentoring for PMPs to help them with the PDUs, help their focus, help them to succeed. And then we have a barrage of products. If you hit that link, you're going to see many, many more products. Great stuff that is going to help you ace this exam, smack it in the jaw, get it off your back. All right. Thank you very much for joining me. Don't forget to hit like. Most importantly, don't forget to subscribe, because next time I'm on, you definitely want to join me. Maybe as a PMP. Who knows? See you in the next episode. You take care and bye for now. Hello, my fellow project managers. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Today, we're going to be taking a look at the PMBOK guide. Looks like the 7th edition today. 7th edition, you compare it to the behemoth. Let's look at that differential, huh? See how big this one is compared to that? Even though it's smaller, it still sends people on a chase. Now, hopefully not a wild goose chase, but a chase of some sort to catch up with the content. I'm going to be breaking down for you today what this book is all about in 15 minutes. I know many of you have got things to do and exams to take, and you don't want to spend another 5-6 hours reading the 7th edition. So if that sounds like you, this session is for you. Breaking down the guide in 15 minutes. All right. If you've got any questions as we go through the content, feel free to drop me a comment. I'll check in quite frequently and see if you have any questions. To timestamp this, it is 1:22 p.m. on the 13th of December. So if you're wondering if this is live, I always timestamp when I'm coming to you live. This is live. Well, it might not be when you're watching it. Let's get on with it and let me stop the foolery. Let's get into the content. Here we go. All right, so the 7th edition is a bit of a different animal in that it doesn't entirely replace the 6th. The PMI have been very upfront in telling you that. And that's why you've got Standards Plus, and there's a bunch of stuff that was in the 6th that you can find in Standards Plus. The notorious page 25 is still in Standards Plus. All right, so let's get started. Chapter 1, if you follow me to chapter 1 of this book, after the introduction, chapter 1 is on page 3, and it tells you the purpose of the 7th edition. And then it goes into these terms: outcome, an end result or consequence of a process or project. Portfolio, projects, programs, subsidiary portfolios, and operations managed as a group. Product, an artifact that is produced, is quantifiable and can be either an end item in itself or a component item. Program, you know this one if you've read the 6, right? Related projects, sub-programs, and program activities that are managed in a coordinated manner to obtain benefits. Project, a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Project management, the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to meet project requirements in order to deliver value and benefits and help you achieve a desired outcome. You see, were you following? Did you see what I did there? Did you see what I did? All right. Project manager, the person assigned by the performing organization to lead the project team that is responsible for achieving the project objectives. We have on page 5, project team, a set of individuals performing the work of the project to achieve its objectives. Now, when you get into the thick of the 7th, you realize that PMI break down the difference between a project team and a project management team. And that's going back to the roots now. So I found that to be quite interesting that they wanted to call out the project management team that are involved in the project management activities and the project team, which is everyone, including those who are doing, if you wanted to call it, development work, to borrow a term from the Scrum Guide. And you know, development doesn't mean IT, it just means the people developing the product, whatever that looks like, doesn't have to be IT. All right, then we have the system for value delivery, which is one of my favorites in the 7th edition. It says, a collection of strategic business activities aimed at building, sustaining, and or advancing an organization. So the value delivery system is coming up in a few slides, and then we have value. What is value? the worth, importance, or usefulness of something. You know, the definition I really like, it's in the 6th edition. I like the 6th edition definition because it refers to value as the net quantifiable benefits that the customer experiences. I thought that was just a brilliant definition. Very straightforward, linking value and benefits. All right, now we're getting into chapter 2. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the comments. And thank you very much, Francis. Indeed, we're live. Good to see you, Francis. Anyone else that's got questions? Don't hesitate to put them in. All right. As I said, it's going to be a very rapid review. So we're going to be done here quite shortly. Once we get into the domains and the principles, it is going to go very quick. All right. So going back into our breakdown, we have the value delivery system. Let's read on page 7 what it says. It says, projects exist within a larger system, such as a governmental agency, organization, or contractual arrangement. For the sake of brevity, this standard uses the term organization when referring to government agencies, enterprises, contractual arrangements, joint ventures, and other arrangements. So think about your project in a system. Your project is a system in and of itself, but it exists within a wider system. That's the summary. Now, if you go to page 9, you see the breakdown. System for value delivery. What does this mean? In your company, your project could be within a portfolio, not belonging to any program. You get that? Let's circle it on the screen so that becomes clear to you. So that's an example of projects in a portfolio that are not in a program. They're standalone projects. And then you have programs that contain projects, such as A1 and A2. And then you go to program N1, and this is a program standalone. It is not shown as part of a portfolio, but typically it would be in the organizational system for value delivery. That is what this is showing you. So projects, programs, portfolios, they're all working together to deliver that outcome, that overarching outcome, whatever that might be. And then we have operations that are the lifeblood of the organization. A lot of times we run projects for operations to make the operation simpler. And that's why we need a lot of help from the operations department so that our projects can go well. Now, talking about the internal environment, that's the company. The external environment could be a government, it could be a state, it could be a country, it could be something bigger, a bigger environment than just the company itself. And that's pretty much the summary of this value delivery system. Now, I like to show the concept using an aquarium. It sounds funny, but it makes it stick. When you take a look at an aquarium, you've got the big boulders, the portfolios, bigger chunks of work. And then you've got smaller chunks of work. You could look at these as the rocks, programs. And then you've got projects, which are more like the pebbles. You've got operations, which is the water, the lifeblood of the company. And then you've got outcomes, the entire scene, the entire scenery. The stakeholders are the fish. And then you've got the benefits, good air or CO2 in this case, whatever it might be. And then you've got the plants, right? So it's a system. Just like in an aquarium, you got different components. System for value delivery, you got different components. All right, now another very helpful diagram here is on page 11, figure 2-3, that just shows you how the information flows from senior leadership to portfolios, from portfolios to programs, programs to operations, and we get an understanding of the strategy. Then the desired outcomes and benefits are communicated to programs and projects, and then deliverables with support and maintenance information is passed on to operations, and in turn we get information passed back to senior leadership to understand the outcome. Was it a success or not? What do we need to adjust? And so on. I found that to be a very helpful addition, especially putting a label on projects, programs, portfolios. That was good. All right, then, moving on. Let's go into the topic of products. And I'm going straight into an image I found to be helpful on page 19. And this is a sample product life cycle. Product life cycle is everything from the beginnings of the product the introduction, the growth of the product by adding more features, some additions, the maturity of the product. So as you can see here, 4, 5, and 6 show you maturity. And ultimately, you're going to get to decline or retirement. It's going to become obsolete, but it goes through this cycle of life. And this is an addition that PMI added in here. It says, the disciplines of portfolio, program, project, and product management are becoming more interlinked. So this is getting with the program, drinking the Kool-Aid and getting to know them better. Still in this chapter, big change in that your EEFs and OPAs are now just merely referred to as the internal environment and the external environment. If you take a look at both, you'll realize the internal EEFs are here, but you'll also see some OPAs such as data assets, knowledge assets, and so on. And if you look here, you pretty much just see those EEFs that are of an external nature. So it's not new, it's just a mishmash of EEFs and OPAs. All right, now getting into some of the meat here, we have the project management principles on page 3, and this goes all the way to the end of part 1, which is on page 67. So the summary is this. As a project manager, as a PMP, as someone affiliated with a PMI, they expect you to be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. Care for your resources, human equipment, material supplies. Create a collaborative project team environment. Collaborate, and create the environment. Create a safe space. Now, those of you who've read the Agile Practice Guide, this is all Agile think. And of course, we need to bring it into predictive world. So this is a good reminder what our focus needs to be on. A lot of times people forget, it's all about the team. That's the most important thing. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Effectively engage with stakeholders. Again, this is a people component. Think about your stakeholders. Without them, you wouldn't have a project, right? And without them, you wouldn't get stuff done on the project. So a lot of times we forget that our team is inclusive of stakeholders, so wider team. All right, next one is focus on value. Value. You know, we call the product owner the chief value officer in the world of Agile and Scrum. So focus on value. If it's not valuable, don't do it. Cut it off. Focus on delivering value, delivering working product. That's the primary measure of progress, of success, right? Value is a primary measure. If it doesn't add value, don't do it. Next one is recognize, evaluate, and respond to system interactions. Try to see the big picture of how things interweave, how things interconnect. All right, for those of you just coming, we are going through the 7th edition pretty expediently. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste mine by telling you stuff you already know in the 6th. So this is very rapid. All right, next one is demonstrate leadership behaviors. What is leadership? True measure of leadership, as my mentor John Maxwell says, is influence. So demonstrating leadership behaviors means you're doing things that enable influence. Influence doesn't always have to come directly from you. It could come from the person who has more influence. You see, that's leadership, knowing how to influence. So all of the great behaviors that espouse leadership at a higher level, they're on page 42. Focusing the team around goals, right? That's an example. What about articulating a motivating vision, vision casting, generating consensus, coaching, facilitating, employing effective conversations, empowering people, showing empathy. Just a nice dose of empathy can go a long way to influence, to helping you influence, right? So these are the behaviors we're looking for. Next one is tailor based on context. Don't tailor based on what has happened in the past alone. Tailor based on now. Always balance. What happened in the past? What are we up against now? And is there anything we can discard from our laundry list of ITTOs? I know it's coming as a shock, right? But that's the mindset. What can we get rid of in the busy work we do, the needless, tedious work that everyone hates and adds no value? That's what you need to tailor. So you can tailor based around the team, based on the tools, based on the techniques, based on the company, many things, the development approach. I could go on and on. Next one is build quality into processes and deliverables. What is quality? Fitness for use, conformance to requirements, customer satisfaction. We need to think about that and build it into the processes and deliverables. The next one is navigate complexity. Now, this is one that I found to be a great addition to the topic of project management. A lot of times when we say complex, people don't get it. There's a difference between complicated and complex. And PMI does well on page 51 to show you the different variables that could contribute to the complex tag. We got human behavior, system behavior, uncertainty and ambiguity itself, and technological innovation. All of those could contribute to something being complex, but you've got to navigate it, right? Now, in the principles, it doesn't really tell you how to, it just makes you aware of what you should do. But in the rest of the 7th edition, there's actually a brilliant part in the domains where you have some very tactical steps for how you can navigate complexity. And we talk about things like building in redundance, beefing up the team, looking at leading indicators and lagging indicators, and many other things like that. All right, next we go into optimizing risk responses. The summary is choose the best risk response for the situation, optimize it. Next one is embrace adaptability and resiliency. This is very closely tied to 3.9. Where we're talking about complexity and adaptability and resiliency, there's some tie-ins there. And we could harvest some of the things we do to become more resilient in order to tackle complexity. You know, part of what we talk about in both is the concept of iterations. Do you know that doing things in an iterative fashion helps you better navigate complexity, also helps you embrace adaptability? Think about that. And this is why when we look at the 7th, it looks like a step up in the direction of leadership and team think, but it doesn't do a very good job in grounding people to the basics of project management. It has its strong points, but it also has its weak points. Finally, enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. So be a change agent, enable change, and the PMI did well in the second part of models, methods, and artifacts to give you some very good models for change, like John Carter's model, the ADCAR model, the PMI FEPIMS model. They all talked about to some degree in the 7th edition. All right, now the final part of the 7th edition is the domains. 1, the stakeholder performance domain. Think about your stakeholders, do whatever you need to get your stakeholders engaged. That's the overarching message. We have the team performance domain, and this focuses on creating the right environment for the team, getting the team to peak performance. Those are some of the things we should be thinking about here. When we talk about team performance, we got to talk about project team management. That's different from leadership. Maintaining a team is different from leading a team. So keeping the administration side of team is different from the leadership part of team. And that's what you're going to glean from reading this. Project team culture is important. Creating a high-performing team all starts from the environment and getting the right people on the bus. That's step 1, getting the right people on the bus. Step 2, putting each person on the bus in the right position. And it's hard to do. It needs a lot of thought, but it has to start with employing the right people for the team. We also talk about leadership skills here and tailoring our leadership style, like the Hersey-Blanchard model would be a good one to talk about there. Okay, let's move on to number 3. Third one is the development approach and life cycle. It's one of my favorites. I wish I had a full hour to talk about this, but let me give you the summary. 1, think about what you're working on, what you're building, what product you're building. Based on the products you're building, you're going to be able to either deliver it in increments or it just has to be one time. So you got to think about the development cadence, think about the life cycle relationship. What is your rhythm going to be? Is it going to be every 2-week delivery, every 4-week delivery? Remember, we choose the shorter when we have an option of using 4 weeks for a sprint. So what is the smallest chunk of functionality? We think about the MVP, the PSI, the MPP, and things like that, or MMP. Next, we go into delivery cadence and development approaches. There are many considerations you should make, not only the company, but also the product you're working on and the team. It's all about the team. Now, when I say you, I'm really talking about team on this one, because development approach and life cycle, there shouldn't be any thou shalt use Scrum or thou shalt use predictive or Kanban. No, the team decides based on all these parameters, okay? And then we need to align the delivery cadence, the development approach, and the life cycle to get a good payout from that one. Next, we have the planning domain summary. The planning domain just says plan everything under the sun. So think about your knowledge areas. Just think knowledge areas for this one. They all have to be planned. I'm really not crazy about the breakdown in the 7th when it comes to planning. It wasn't done very well. So they talk about project team composition and structure, communication, physical resources, procurement, changes, metrics, and alignment. I'm like, that's a little bit hard for someone to take in. You get what I mean? It's a little bit hard for someone to take in, because an easier way, instead of having to reconfigure one's thinking to be more like this, where you're thinking about project team composition, you're thinking about physical resources, but you're not thinking the easiest way. Knowledge areas is the easiest way. I really wish they had maintained the knowledge area breakdown for planning, if nothing else, because it makes so much sense, right? You plan scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, stakeholder, and of course, all of those could have these things on the screen. Do you get what I'm saying? All the knowledge areas. Now I know I've blown my 15-minute limit because I'm getting carried away here, but the summary is this. In every knowledge area, we could think about resources tied to that area, if nothing else, the team, right? When it comes to procurement, it's pretty clear cut, but it touches resources as well. Changes touches all the knowledge areas, and so does metrics. We could measure anything, but the good thing about the 7th is they really focus on the metrics, and they make you think about the metrics you're measuring. That's a good part. But still, it shouldn't be in this silo, disjointed silo. I would have liked a knowledge area focus, alignment. So when you take a look at these variables for planning in the 7th, some of them are very familiar, like resources, procurement, communication. Just finish the picture, put everything else in it. But they didn't. They didn't catch the vision. All right, let's move on. Let's go from planning, the planning domain. Let's move on to the next one. After planning, we talk about the summary of the project work domain. And it's pretty much the project work domain. Of course, I'm already giving you a summary. Now, when I look at the project work domain, this is what I think of. I think of direct and manage project work first. The reason is work is executed using integration as leverage. When you're integrating all the pieces of work, there's a lot of stuff that you're going to find out. And you're also going to make raw observations. You see where I'm going? Work performance data, right? So work performance data is your raw observations. As you're carrying out the work, you're going to be making those raw observations, aren't you? So in my mind, I just look at this project work domain as, honestly, direct and managed project work. That's what comes to my mind. It's an integration of a lot of things. Now, the PMI doesn't roll that way in how they define it or discuss it. Instead, they tell you that the project work domain is about balancing competing constraints. You see how this is now sounding like monitoring and controlling a little bit. It's sounding a little bit like monitoring and controlling. So you have to be careful with it. Even though it says project work and we're used to saying, oh, I'm executing work, so I'm doing direct and managed project work. No, there are more variables. And I want to show you the variables for a quick moment here. You take a look at the screen, we have, after this, let's go back. We have project processes, balancing competing constraints, maintaining project team focus, and then it goes back into communications. You see how it's a little bit focused on the executing stuff that you do. Managing physical resources. You see how they took control resources from the 6th and they created an addendum to it. You manage physical resources as well. I know we just had managed team in the 6th, but it's good to talk about managing physical resources. Working with procurements, RFPs, RFIs, all that stuff. And then monitoring new work and changes. So when the product owner is dealing with new work as a result of a changing environment, we talk about it here. And then we talk about managed project knowledge. Well, this is learning throughout the project. That's pretty much the summary of the project work performance domain. All right. For those of you just coming, we are going through this. I blew my ambition to cover it in 15 minutes because I got carried away, but I hope what I'm saying is of value to you. So let's jump back in and try and wrap this up quick. All right, the next one here is the delivery performance domain. The delivery performance domain, we think about the delivery of value. We think about deliverables, which has to do, of course, with scope. We think about quality, and we address the topic of suboptimal outcomes. Suboptimal outcomes are expected. There's absolutely nothing wrong in suboptimal outcomes if we learn from our mistakes and we do better next time. Next one here is the measurement performance domain. And when we talk about measurement, we focus on what to measure. Presenting the information that we've gleaned. There are also pitfalls. Measuring the wrong stuff. Using only leading indicators instead of both leading and lagging indicators. Stuff like that. And last but not least, we have the uncertainty domain, which I am a huge, huge fan of. The uncertainty domain makes you think a little bit more about general uncertainty, about ambiguity, about complexity, volatility, and risk. And I got to make a shameless plug here for my buddy, the Risk Doctor. If you have not subscribed to Risk Doctor video channel, the Risk Doctor video channel on YouTube, highly advise that you do. Just search for Risk Doctor on YouTube. You find his channel, Dr. David Hilson, great mind when it comes to risk. We've collaborated and done stuff. If you go to riskresponder.com, you can check out our course we did for helping people get into the RMP exam and understand it at a deeper level. All right, so that's it, my friends. I hope this is of value to you. If you have any questions, let me know. I can see some of our friends put some chats in. So Askar, good to see you as always. Bakum Budzi, thank you very much. I'm glad you found value from it. Fabrico, yes, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. And those of you who keep tuned to the channel and send in comments and likes. Likes are always good. So if you can hit like, that would be greatly appreciated. But don't forget, any question you have about the syllabus, about this, those questions are always welcome. It will always be a pleasure to answer questions about content you find difficult or esoteric. All right. Any questions before we close for the day? Any concerns? Okay, I know some of you are already PMPs, so congrats to you. And I know some of you are planning on getting certified in 2021 and some of you 2022. Yeah. This summary is meant to help you cut to the chase and just pick it up. And the moment you start reading, you're like, oh, that's what Phil was talking about. That's the idea. Because I know many of you have read this, okay? Before the end of the year, my book would be out, and my book helps bridge the gap between this and this. It's very substantial with the concepts from the 7th. There's a lot of good stuff in the 7th. It's just not presented well enough for a beginner to grasp what is hidden, the buried treasure. Now, for someone who is already a PMP, yeah, that would have been a nice PMP plus for anyone who's certified to go. You wouldn't get lost. You just say, oh, this is like a book written by someone else, not the PMI, but the stuff in there is still good. All right. Thank you all very much. I wish you all the very best in all your endeavors. You take care, and I will see you around. You can be sure of it. Maybe in an hour or two, you'll see your friend Phil in another video. All right. Take care, and bye for now. Hello, my awesome PMP exam warriors. How are you? It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. I hope you're doing awesome. Today, I've got a very quick pop quiz for you. And I'm going to take you through some true or falses, some two options, choose one. Let's get straight into it. You are a project manager working on the authorization document for the project. What do you get out? A, business case. B, project charter. Which one is it? The answer is project charter. The project charter is the authorization document that we understand from the world of predictive or the world of agile. Next question. You are in the initiating stage of your project. You are working with your team on a document. What do you get as an output? A, project management plan. B, stakeholder register. The answer is stakeholder register. This is what you get as an output of the initiating process group. It is a stakeholder register. Next question. You are a project manager in the scope area of planning. What do you get as an output? A, project schedule. B, work breakdown structure. The answer is a work breakdown structure. Next question. You are working on an agile project and you are in the very first event. What is the first event in the world of Scrum? So this is one you need to know cold, no options. All right, the best answer, my friends, is the sprint. That's right, not sprint planning, it's the sprint. Did you know that the sprint is a container for all the other events? And therefore, it is technically the first event. Within the sprint, we have sprint planning, the daily scrum, sprint review, and the sprint retrospective. Next question. You are working with your team on sizing stories. Which assumption should you make when doing this? A capacity of 8 hours daily. B, a capacity of 6 hours daily. C, a capacity of 12 hours daily. The answer is B, a capacity of 6 hours daily. That should be your starting point. Never estimate based on a capacity of 8 hours because there will always be time spent during the day for non-work items. Next question. You are a project manager working on an agile project. You're using Kanban as an approach. Which of the following is correct? A, maximize your WIP. B, limit your WIP. The answer is B, limit your WIP. That just means limit your work in progress. As an agilist and as someone who uses Kanban, you should know that the work in progress needs to be limited in order to get the most throughput. We always say in the world of Agile, stop starting, start finishing when we use Kanban. And that means we need to limit what we're doing so that we can actually get more done. Limit your whip so that you can get more done. Next question. You are working on a Scrum project. Your product owner has decided to add backlog items in the middle of the sprint. True or false? This is acceptable under all circumstances. The answer is false. In the world of Scrum, we tend to avoid encouraging the addition of scope during the sprint. It could be an exception, but it's definitely not the rule. Next question. You are on a Scrum project and you're working on an artifact. Which of the following does this describe? A. Project management plan. B. Potentially shippable increment. C. Scope baseline. The answer is B. It's the potentially shippable increment, PSI. Remember, in the world of Scrum, you have three artifacts. You have the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the increment, also called potentially shippable increment. Next question. True or false? In the world of Scrum, everyone in the company is welcome to the retrospective. The answer is false. In the world of Scrum, we do not encourage just anyone in the company to attend the retrospective. The retrospective is reserved for the Scrum team, although the Scrum team could invite specific individuals on agreement to the retrospective for different reasons. Next question. You're working on an Agile project. Which of the following should come first? A. Team charter. B. Project charter. C. Team agreement. The best answer is B. It's the project charter. The project charter is established first to give a vision of what needs to be done on the project. And after that, the team charter, which is also known as a team agreement, also known as a social contract, also known as a team contract, could be developed. Next question. You're working on a project of a predictive nature. You are at a point where a phase needs to be transitioned. Which of the following would you expect as a tool and technique to be used? A. Cause and effect analysis. B. Regression analysis. C. Decomposition. The best answer is B. Regression analysis. Regression analysis is used as a technique during the closing of a project or phase. It helps us look in the rearview mirror to understand why we got the results we got. Next question. You are a project manager working on a predictive project. You have just finished working on a process known as Develop Project Charter. Which of the following would you expect as an output? A. Stakeholder register. B. Assumption log. C. Regression register. The answer is B. It's assumption log. The assumption log is one of the outputs that you derive when you're done with Develop Project Charter. Next question. You are working on a predictive project, and the project demands the creation of a plan to guide stakeholder engagement. Which process in the PMBOK does this best describe? Is it A, plan stakeholder engagement? Is it B, identify stakeholders? Is it C, manage stakeholder engagement? The best answer, my friends, is plan stakeholder engagement. This is where you are planning how to engage the stakeholder. It is not identify stakeholders. This is where we just identify the stakeholders and we do not plan how to engage them at this point. Next question. You are a project manager on a project and you encounter a risk. You decide to cut off some of the scope in order to deal with the risk. What strategy does this best describe? No options given. You should know this one. The best answer is avoid. This is risk avoidance, cutting off some of the scope. Next question. You're working on a predictive project and you encounter a risk. You decide to buy insurance to deal with the risk. What does this best describe? All right, the best answer is transfer. This describes risk transfer. You are transferring the risk to a third party through the purchase of insurance. Next question. You are a project manager on a large-scale engineering project. You encounter a risk and you decide to set up a special purpose company in order to deal with this upside risk. What strategy does this best describe? The best answer is share. When you set up a special purpose company to deal with an upside risk, which is an opportunity, that is the share strategy. Next question. You're a project manager on a large-scale IT project. You encounter a risk. You decide to increase the probability of the risk occurring to 100%. What strategy does this best describe? The answer, my friends, is exploit. When you increase a risk's probability to 100%, that means you have exploited the opportunity. Remember, we have negative risks or threats, positive risks or opportunities. Next question. Your IT department has assigned you to be a project manager on a large-scale implementation. You encounter a risk. However, on analysis, you discover that this risk will impact the entire organization. What is the best approach to this risk? There's one answer. Tell me what the answer is. The best answer, my friends, is escalate. Escalating risks is a common strategy where the risk impacts not just the project, but beyond the project, for example, a program or a portfolio, or in this case, the entire organization. Escalating a risk could also be necessary when the risk may affect the project, but the power or authority to implement the strategy is beyond the project manager's authority. Next question. You are a project manager on a large-scale pharmaceutical project. You encounter a risk with the drug manufacturing process. You have decided that this risk will go to the bottom of the risk register without any further action. What strategy does this describe? The answer to this, my friends, when you send a risk to the bottom of the risk register without any further action, that's acceptance. You accepted the risk. Next question. You're a project manager on a project and you encounter an opportunity. You decide that instead of pursuing the opportunity by putting your best people on the project, you would rather wait to see how things unfold. What strategy have you adopted for this upside project risk? The best answer, my friends, for that one is accept. You accepted the risk because you waited to see how things would pan out without doing anything extra. That is, accept for an opportunity this time. Next question. On your large-scale engineering project, you have decided to multiply the probability rating of a risk by the impact rating of the risk. What number do you derive? How would you define it? The best answer to this, my friends, is risk score. The risk score is probability rating times impact rating. Next question. On your large-scale marketing project, you decide to multiply the probability in percent by the impact of a risk in terms of its dollar amount. What number does this best describe? The best answer, my friend, is expected monetary value, EMV. Next question. In which risk process is the expected monetary value calculated? Is it A, perform qualitative risk analysis, or is it B, perform quantitative risk analysis? The answer, my friends, is EMV is calculated as part of perform quantitative risk analysis. Next question. You have calculated the risk score. In which process is the risk score calculated? In which process is the risk score calculated? The best answer, my friends, is perform qualitative risk analysis. That is where the risk score is computed. Next question. You have found the earned value on your project for the current month. Which metric would you need to compute the schedule performance index? The best answer, my friends, and it's one answer that I'm expecting to hear, is planned value, PV. If you have earned value, you need PV in order to calculate the SPI. Next question. Your earned value has been found to be lower than the actual cost. What does this mean? A, you are under budget. B, you're over budget. C, you are right on target. The answer, my friends, is if your earned value is lower than your actual cost, you are over budget. Next question. Your planned value is higher than your earned value. What does this mean? Your planned value is higher than your earned value. What does this mean? The answer? You are behind schedule. If your planned value is higher than earned value, that means you have more things planned than what you accomplished. Next question. Your schedule variance is minus $10. What does this mean? If your schedule variance is minus $10, what this means is you are behind schedule. Next question. Your cost variance is $500. What does this mean? If your cost variance is $500, this means you are under budget. I didn't say minus $500. I said $500. $500 is positive, and that means you are in good light. You are under budget, and that is the way you need to process the information when it comes to variances. All right, here's your next question. You are calculating the TCPI, the Two Complete Performance Index, on your project. What does this tell you? A, the schedule variance. B, the likelihood of completing the project on budget. The answer is B, the likelihood of you completing the project on budget. Next question. You're working on a Scrum project. What are the 3 roles in Scrum? The answer? Scrum Master, Product Owner, and Developers. Here's your final question, and it's a bit of a long one. In the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, mention is made of 10 areas of knowledge and 5 groups of processes. What are they? All right. The best way for you to answer that question, my friends, is with a mnemonic. And the mnemonic that I use is, I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. Or I saw 6 Cubans quietly rolling cigars, really puffing smoke. You pick which one you want, but I'm looking for the knowledge areas of integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, and stakeholder. I'll say that again. I'm looking for integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, and stakeholder. The 5 process groups I'm looking for are I prefer extra money cash. Or you could say, I prefer eating mangoes chilled. And that just stands for initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. All right, my friends, I hope you enjoyed this very simple trivia to keep you on your toes. For a lot of you who are just starting the process, I hope you found value from this. If you did, take some time out, hit that like button, hit that 5-star button. Whichever platform you're on, it goes a long way in helping the algorithm, and it helps me stay motivated in creating great content for you. So I appreciate you sharing this podcast with 3 more people. Let's kill this exam. Let's get it down. I want you to go beyond what happened to me. I got certified, my salary level, it went up 300%. I left the organization I was in and I got employed in organizations I'd been chasing for years as a project manager, project control person, program manager. I'm telling you, when you ace your exam and you put in the time and the effort to really understand how to apply what you know pragmatically, the sky's the limit from there, my friends. All right. Thank you all very much. All the very best, and talk to you soon. Don't forget to hit that like for me. Bye for now. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to be speaking to you here today on the big run-up to your PMP exam success. We're just going to give it a few seconds, and then we will be rolling along. But we have approximately 29 more days to the end of the year. And my question to you is, what are you doing to get PMP certified in 2023, if that was one of your goals? Because I know some of you were working pretty aggressively in the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and then you just seem to have tapered off. It seems like you ran out of gas and you're not really pursuing it as vigorously as you were in the very beginning. Well, I want to encourage you to not relent in your efforts to get PMP certified. First and foremost, this channel is available to provide you with situational questions and a whole lot of training. I have over 3,000 hours or 3,000 videos. Hours is debatable. 3,000 videos, probably thousands of hours though, of content. I also have a number of podcasts to help you. So the purpose of today is to sensitize you to what is important, to help you hone in on the big ticket items for your success. So let's first of all establish what the exam is based on and what you should be doing on a daily basis. On a daily basis, you need to be hammering away at the PMP exam content outline, because the exam is not based on a PMBOK guide, as you know, okay? Or if you didn't know, now you know. It's not based on a PMBOK guide. It's based on this document that I'm about to show you. It's called the PMP Exam Content Outline. And this content outline can be found on PMI's website, and it has 35 tasks. Let's go there. 35 tasks broken down. You can see on the screen here, it's broken down into the people domain, the process domain, and the business domain, okay? Some of you are already aware of this. Now, what you need to be doing on a daily basis is going over a task at a time. But if you only have 29 days left till the end of the year and you really want to get certified as a PMP in 2023, then you need to be studying a bunch of these daily. So they're 35, right? My recommendation to you is to at least tackle between 5 to 10 daily, depending on the timeline you've got. If you want to get certified in the next 10 days to 14 days, definitely be studying upwards of 4 or 5 a day, okay? And to help you with this, I have created a vehicle on the 16th of December. And to join that bandwagon, to really hone in on your efforts, I want you to go on down to hpmexam.com, because you'll be able to sign up for a half-day boot camp to get you in shape. And in addition to this half-day boot camp, I'm giving lifetime access to my PMP exam prep course. That means you'll have it for life, okay? And I'm also giving you access to my Life After the PMP Exam course. And this will prepare you for the exam. But remember what the exam is based on. For those of you who are studying right now
make sure you are tackling every single task. And I mean with a fine-tooth comb, okay? Today, we are going to take a look at a few feel-good questions. Now, you may ask, Phil, why feel-good questions? I feel some of you need some feel-good questions because the study hall has been slapping you upside the head, beating you up, and you're taking these ridiculous questions on the study hall, and you're asking, how do I have hope? If I'm failing the study hall like this, where's the hope? And I came on today to encourage you that the study hall is not the exam, okay? The study hall has a lot of controversy about it. Personally, I have reviewed the questions in the study hall, and I can assure you that on the actual exam, the questions have been better vetted and validated. Are you listening to me? The exam has been better validated. What you're going to face on the exam has been seasoned. It's like it has gone through a live simulation, if you will. Study hall is not the exam. For example, this morning, as I was going through documentation from social media, I realized someone had posted a question, and this poor student was frustrated and said, I don't agree with the answer. And true to form, as I check out the question, it's worthless. The explanation of the answer is, well, acceptance criteria, which is definition of done. And I'm like, seriously? You're calling acceptance criteria definition of done? That's a huge error. Any agilist worth his or her salt knows that acceptance criteria pertains more to a story or a feature, but definitely not to be argued as definition of done. And this was the explanation given in the study hall. And I'm like, this is garbage. It's wrong. How do you put stuff like this out that is wrong for people to base their reasoning on? Are you listening to what I'm saying? And I hope that my friends from PMI watch this so that they get their act together on the study hall, because it's quite annoying. It's not the first or the second time that I've encountered study hall blatant errors, just blatant. All right. So if you're going through study hall and it's slapping you upside the head and giving you all these bogus explanations about this is why the question is right. And no, there's a lot of errors in there. I'm not happy about it. PMI did better some years ago when they came out with, if I may mention, the free mock exam that they put out a while back. It was a lot better. There was still a little bit of controversy, but it wasn't this bad. This is blatantly wrong. And the annoying thing is they're quoting stuff from other books, not the PMBOK guide, by the way, from other books. Anyway, so that's why today I want us to have some feel-good questions to make you feel a little bit better. Okay, so right now we're going to take a look at just a handful of questions from the business domain, because I know the business domain, everyone forgets the business domain and everyone thinks, well, it's only 8%. It could still be quite helpful on the exam to get a few business questions right. All right, so let's jump into the easy, feel-good business questions that I have for you today. Question 1. A new regulation is introduced mid-project that affects project compliance. What should the project manager do first? Is it continue with the project as planned until further notice? Is it conduct a compliance review to understand the impact of the new regulation? Is it immediately inform stakeholders about potential delays and cost implications? Or is it redesign the project to align with the new regulation without a review? What do you think? I'll give you some seconds to think about it. All right, for those of you that are just come in, as I said in the beginning, hpmexam.com is your one-stop shop for training half-day boot camp. So go on down there and check out the 16th of December. We're having our half-day boot camp. And when I say half day, I'm basing it on the 7-hour workday. So go on there, check it out, and see if that will help you to conquer the beast in 2023. We're going through the entire people, process, and business domains. All right, have you chosen an answer now? Good. Let's go ahead and take a look at the options. Continue with the project as planned. Even though there's a new regulation, we probably shouldn't do that, right? Conduct a compliance review to understand the impact of the new regulation. That doesn't sound like a bad option. Immediately inform stakeholders about potential delays and cost implications. Would you do that immediately without actually better understanding what is at play? And D, redesign the project to align with the new regulation without a review? That doesn't sound right. So the answer, my friends, is B. Conduct a compliance review to understand the impact of the new regulation. It makes sense to do that, right? Don't continue as planned. Don't go to stakeholders prematurely without understanding the full impact. And redesigning the project without a review could lead to unnecessary changes. I told you they were feel-good questions, all right? So I hope you got that one correct. All right, let's go to question 2. Business domain task 1. It says, during an audit, it was found that a part of the project is non-compliant with organizational standards. What is the project manager's best course of action? I'm going to give you some time to think about it. All right, let's take a look at the options here. Address the non-compliance issue immediately, even if it impacts the schedule. Wait until the next phase of the project to address the compliance issues. Document the non-compliance and continue with the project plan, or discuss the non-compliance in the next stakeholder meeting. Some of these would be too late. And some of these will be too early, okay? So waiting until the next phase, discussing it in the next stakeholder meeting, and just documenting it, those are concerning, right? So the best answer here, my friends, is to go ahead and address it, even if it impacts the schedule, okay? We have just a couple more questions for today, my friends, and then I'll give you some additional advice for your exam in 2023. Let's take a look at question 3. Following a legal document review, a project team member is unsure about the legal requirements of a project deliverable. What should the project manager do? Is it A, advise the team member to proceed with their best judgment, arrange for a legal expert to provide clarity on the requirements, redirect the team member to the compliance documentation, or suggest the team member to avoid working on that deliverable? What do you think? All right, let's take a look at the answers, my friends. So, advising the team member to proceed with their best judgment is not the best thing to do because their best judgment may not conform with the legal requirements. Arrange for legal expert to provide clarity on the requirements. Doesn't sound like a bad thing to do, but let's check the other options. C, redirect the team member to the compliance documentation. That's like asking them to do the same thing and expect a different result. So not that sensible. And D, suggest the team member to avoid working on that deliverable. Well, how does that solve the problem? So the best answer here, my friends, to this question is option B. Arrange for a legal expert to provide clarity. Sometimes you just have to use the process of elimination, and things that don't make sense, you just have to get rid of them. All right, I believe this is our final one for today. All right, the project team is working on a project in a heavily regulated industry. What should be the project manager's approach to ensure compliance throughout the project lifecycle? I'll give you some time to think about it. And for those of you watching right now, if you got any questions that I can help you answer to succeed on your exam in 2023, please drop a comment. Let me know, and I'll give you some context. All right. Let's take a look at the options here. So, to ensure compliance throughout the project lifecycle, should we regularly review and update the project plan for compliance or focus on project execution and deal with compliance issues as they arise? Should we delegate compliance responsibilities to a dedicated compliance officer or assume compliance based on the initial project plan? All right, well, the best answer, my friends, is not to delegate to a compliance officer, okay? Neither is it to assume compliance based on the initial plan. That's presumptuous, and C might lead to additional scope. Just getting that compliance officer, especially if they don't already exist in the firm. So it boils down to A and B. What do you think? Burying your head in the sand is never the best option, and therefore the answer is A. You want to regularly review and update the project plan. B might miss compliance issues, and delegating to a compliance officer does not absolve the project manager of responsibility. You know, the PMI want you to be accountable for these things. All right, well, that's that. We took a look at task 1 in the business domain, and we covered 4 questions. And before we go, I want to give you a general high-level idea of how to approach the exam, okay? So I call this the PMI, pun intended, of understanding. It's a study tool, okay? And I'm just going to go past some of these questions here. I have shown these prior on this channel. So let's go straight to the eye of understanding. Here we go. Okay. So with the eye of understanding, I need you to go into the exam understanding that PMI will give you questions that are built around some sort of product life cycle. And the product life cycle is analysis, design, develop, test, and implement. And this is not just software, this is any industry, right? You're going to have these to deal with in any industry. Analyze what needs to be done, design what the product is, develop the product, code, test, whatever, and then implement. So that's a base that your questions will revolve around. On top of that, you need to understand the 10 areas of knowledge, not because the PMI is going to ask you questions rote, but because this will help you understand the context of the question. The question is going to come from one of these knowledge areas typically. It's going to be either an integration thing, which deals with the high-level view of the project, the vision of the project, the business aspects of the project, or it's going to be scope, schedule, or cost related, or quality related, or resource, communications, risk, procurement, or stakeholder management related. So you got to understand that your project is cocooned in a lot of these areas, right? And then you have the 5 process groups of initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. So at any point in time, it's like this. Watch this. It's like this. Your exam is going to point to one of these areas, maybe one of these other sub areas, and maybe one of those. So at all times, you got to be thinking, where am I? Am I in analysis, thinking about the schedule, and doing some monitoring and controlling at the same time? Or is it just a straight, I'm in integration, initiating, and doing some sort of overall initial analysis? You need to be able to see yourself, see the question, and where you are, right? Ask, where am I? Where am I in this grand scheme? All right. Other times, my friends, on the exam, this is the case. Watch this. Watch this. Other times, you could have a triple whammy or a double whammy, right? You could have a scope, risk, resource, executing based implementation question. Do you see why this eye of understanding is so important? Now, what makes the eye complete is when you truly realize that all of these questions are centered on your problem-solving ability. That's it. It's your problem-solving ability. It's all about how well you're able to solve problems. And the problem that you're faced with needs to be, one, defined. You need to really understand what the problem is. And sometimes to understand what the problem is means you got to break it down into smaller pieces. So defining a problem is not just stating, oh, there's a problem with schedule. No, that's not enough. You need to really break it down to understand what exactly the problem is, which means you may have to break it down into finer pieces. After you have understood the problem, you identify what is causing it. There's a difference between understanding the problem versus identifying the root cause. If you're able to identify the root cause from the question, better your chances of answering it successfully. The next thing to do is to generate alternatives. Now, this has to be very quick because when you encounter a question on the PMP exam, don't forget, you have roughly 75 seconds per question. So within that time frame, you need to have understood the question, defined the problem, identify what the root cause is, and in your head, preferably, train yourself to generate alternatives. And all of this has to come from your taking copious questions, good questions, situational questions daily, right? Then you got to choose the best alternative. So if you take a look at the 4 options so far, the 4 things, this has to be done in under 10 seconds, right? You should have read the question, you should have defined the problem, identified the root cause, generated alternatives, and you need to train yourself to choose the best alternative quickly, not waffling. You got to just go with your gut. You got to go with the understanding you have, no matter how limited, but you just got to go with it, because if you don't, your 75 seconds is toast. You then, at the end of the day, are going to spend 90 to 120 seconds. You don't want that. You don't want that. So you got to train yourself to answer questions quick and decisively. And make sure as you're testing yourself, you're truly answering all the 180 questions on those mock exams. All right. Then in your head, implement it mentally and ask, would this really solve the problem in the real world? And lastly, you want to verify, is this the best option. But there's a difference between verify versus second guess. I'm not saying second guess. Don't second guess yourself. Just do a quick mental check. Does this truly solve the problem? Does it solve the real problem? Okay. And don't read sloppily, because you may miss certain keywords. The keywords help you avoid the traps. Okay, so on every question, there are keywords, and if you're focusing on the keywords, you'll do a lot better. If you miss the keywords, then it's very easy to get questions wrong. Like one of the questions I showed you, it said, without doing any analysis, and that was at the end. So the first part of the option sounded good until it said, without doing any review or any analysis. Now, little things like that at the end of options make them wrong. Okay. So this is what you need to do, my friends. You need to define the problem. And as I said, sometimes you got to break it down even further, break down the question even further. And then sometimes you may need to gather more data before you truly understand the problem. Sometimes questions are like that. They're staggered and loaded with more data towards the end of the question. Have three things aligning, like I'm showing you here. You have an alignment of those, or you may have this and maybe something else, really depending. Okay. But I want you to go in there with an open mind, with a prepared mind to face whatever the PMI gives you, and to know that the actual exam, my friends, the actual exam is not like the dreaded study hall that many of you are crying about. The study hall is crushing me. It's breaking me. No. Don't let study hall do that to you. And honestly, if I were you, my friendly advice would be to stay away from it as much as possible. As much as possible. I'm not a fan. I have to be honest. I don't like what I've seen. It's demoralizing, and a lot of the questions are not entirely right. Some of them are great, but it's like a toss-up. And I wouldn't like you to base your exam on a toss-up, because some of the questions are absolutely wrong. Anyway, with that said, for those of you getting ready for the exam in 2023, and you're like, oh my goodness, December is upon us. How do I get certified? I want you to go on down to hpmexam.com, okay? I want you to check out the course. You're going to get a half-day live bootcamp with me, okay? You're going to get lifetime access to my PMP prep course, and you're going to get lifetime access to my coaching program on life after the PMP exam. And it's on demand, and you're able to access this at any time, as long as you like, right? So go on down to hpmexam.com, sign up for this program. You'll be glad you did, and I'll see you on the 16th of December. And if you have any questions, put them in the comments below. All right. Thank you very much for joining me today, my friends. I wish you all the very best on your exam, in everything that you're doing, everything you're working on. For those of you who got certified on my watch, congrats. I truly wish you all the very best on your PMP journey. Okay, I will talk to you soon. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, Project Management Trainer and Coach. Welcome to WPMD. What should the project manager do next? It's a thrilling series where we dive into situational style questions to amp up your readiness for the PMP exam. Our daily quizzes here on Praizion are designed to immerse you into a world where you're constantly pondering, what should the project manager do next? I want you to intentionally flex those decision-making muscles until navigating through the steps of the DIGCIV approach becomes second nature. Remember the DIGCIV? Define the problem, identify the root cause, generate alternatives, choose the best alternative, implement that alternative mentally, and verify that it indeed works. As you go through these questions, you'll find your decision time becoming a lot quicker. So here's the deal. I'm giving you a swift 15 seconds for each question, and your challenge, figure out whether choice A or B is the best answer. What I need from you is fast thinking, rapid decisions, just the way you need for the PMP exam. So get ready to be in the zone, get into the mindset, and let's play the game. WPMD. What should the project manager do? Here are your questions.
Scenario 1. Project is over budget. The project manager notices that the project is over budget. The team is working hard, and additional resources could potentially speed up the progress. What should the project manager do? A. Request additional budget to hire more resources and accelerate the project timeline. B. Optimize the existing resources and processes to maximize efficiency without requesting additional budget. Answer is B. Rationale. The key here is to optimize existing resources and processes before seeking additional budget. This aligns with the principle of maximizing efficiency and managing costs effectively. Scenario 2. Key team member resigns. A key team member unexpectedly resigns from the project. The team is in the middle of a critical phase, and finding a replacement will take time. What should the project manager do? A. Immediately start the recruitment process to find a replacement for the resigned team member. B. Reallocate tasks among existing team members to manage the workload until a replacement is found. Answer is B. Rationale. In the short term, reallocating tasks among existing team members is a more efficient and immediate solution, allowing the project to continue smoothly while the recruitment process takes place. Scenario 3. Scope creep detected. The project manager identifies that the project scope is expanding beyond the initially defined boundaries. The additional requirements are requested by key stakeholders. What should the project manager do? A. Accommodate the new requirements to satisfy stakeholders and avoid conflicts. B. Communicate the impact of the scope change on the project timeline and budget and seek stakeholder approval before proceeding. Answer is B. Rationale. While accommodating stakeholders is important, it is crucial to communicate the consequences of scope changes to ensure transparency and manage expectations. Scenario 4. Stakeholder conflicts arise. Conflicts among key stakeholders are hindering the decision-making process. The project manager needs to find a resolution to keep the project on track. What should the project manager do? A. Mediate between stakeholders to reach a compromise that satisfies all parties. B. Escalate the issue to senior management to make the final decision and resolve the conflicts. Answer is A. Rationale. Mediating between stakeholders to find a compromise is a proactive approach to resolving conflicts and maintaining project momentum without unnecessary escalation. Scenario 5. Quality issues reported. Quality issues are reported in the deliverables. The project manager needs to address the situation to ensure that the project meets the required standards. What should the project manager do? A. Initiate a thorough review and corrective action plan to address the reported quality issues. B. Communicate with stakeholders about the identified issues and reassure them that corrective actions will be taken promptly. Answer is A. Rationale. Taking immediate action to address quality issues through a thorough review and corrective plan is crucial to maintaining project integrity and meeting quality standards. Scenario 6. Critical path delay identified. The project manager discovers a delay in the critical path activities, jeopardizing the overall project timeline. What should the project manager do? A. Implement crash scheduling to accelerate critical path activities. B. Assess the impact of the delay, communicate it to stakeholders, and explore options to mitigate the delay. Answer is B. Rationale. While accelerating activities is an option, it's essential to first assess the impact of the delay, communicate transparently with stakeholders, and explore mitigation options. Scenario 7. Vendor delivery problems. The project relies on a vendor for critical deliverables, but the vendor is facing challenges, potentially causing delays. What should the project manager do? A. Work closely with the vendor to expedite deliveries and meet project timelines. B. Identify alternative vendors and initiate discussions with them as a backup plan. Answer is A. Rationale. Collaborating with the vendor to expedite deliveries is a proactive step to address the issue without immediately resorting to alternative vendors. Scenario 8. Resource constraints impact schedule. Limited resources are impacting the project schedule, and the project manager needs to make adjustments. What should the project manager do? A. Prioritize tasks and allocate resources strategically to mitigate the impact on the project schedule. B. Request additional resources from senior management to meet the original project timeline. Answer is A. Rationale. Prioritizing tasks and strategic resource allocation is a practical approach to manage resource constraints and mitigate schedule impacts. Scenario 9. Communication breakdown with stakeholders. Communication breakdowns are occurring between the project team and key stakeholders, leading to misunderstandings and delays. What should the project manager do? A. Implement a more robust communication plan to bridge the gaps and address the breakdowns. B. Escalate the communication issues to senior management for resolution. Answer is A. Rationale. Strengthening the communication plan is a proactive step to address breakdowns and enhance collaboration, avoiding unnecessary escalations. Scenario 10. Regulatory compliance challenges. New regulatory requirements emerge, impacting the project's initial plans. The team must ensure compliance with these regulations. What should the project manager do? A. Modify the project plan to incorporate the new regulatory requirements while maintaining project objectives. B. Seek exceptions or waivers from the regulatory authorities to avoid disruptions to the original project plan. Answer is A. Rationale. Modifying the project plan to incorporate new regulatory requirements ensures compliance while still aligning with project objectives. Scenario 11. Project risks not properly managed. The project manager realizes that certain risks were not adequately addressed, and there is a potential impact on the project's success. What should the project manager do? A. Develop a comprehensive risk response plan to mitigate the identified risks. B. Communicate the risks to stakeholders and create contingency plans to address potential impacts. Answer is A. Rationale. Developing a comprehensive risk response plan is a proactive measure to address identified risks and mitigate their potential impact on the project. Scenario 12. Change requests flood in. Numerous change requests are submitted by stakeholders, causing potential disruptions to the project's progress. What should the project manager do? A. Analyze the impact of each change request, prioritize them, and implement only those essential to project success. B. Accept all change requests to demonstrate flexibility and responsiveness to stakeholder needs. Answer is A. Rationale. Prioritizing and implementing essential change requests aligns with effective change control and ensures focus on project success. Scenario 13. Inadequate risk reserves. The project encounters unforeseen risks, and the existing risk reserves prove to be insufficient to address them adequately. What should the project manager do? A. Secure additional funding to increase the risk reserves and manage unforeseen risks. B. Reevaluate the project risks, reprioritize them, and reallocate existing funds to address the most critical ones. Answer is B. Rationale. Reevaluating and reallocating existing funds to address the most critical risks is a practical approach to managing unforeseen risks within the existing budget. Scenario 14. Low team morale. Team morale is low, affecting collaboration and productivity. The project manager needs to boost team morale. What should the project manager do? A. Organize team-building activities and recognize individual and team achievements. B. Increase project incentives and rewards to motivate the team. Answer is A. Rationale. Organizing team-building activities and recognizing achievements are effective ways to boost team morale and foster a positive working environment. Scenario 15. Scope not well defined. The project scope is ambiguous, leading to misunderstandings and delays in project execution. What should the project manager do? A. Collaborate with stakeholders to define and document the project scope more clearly. B. Proceed with the current scope, addressing issues as they arise during the project. Answer is A. Rationale. Collaborating with stakeholders to define and document the project scope more clearly is essential to avoid misunderstandings and delays. Scenario 16. Ineffective project sponsorship. The project lacks active and effective sponsorship, hindering decision-making and progress. What should the project manager do? A. Engage with the sponsor to clarify their role. Provide regular updates and involve them in decisions. B. Continue with the project, assuming more responsibilities to compensate for the lack of effective sponsorship. Answer is A. Rationale. Engaging with the sponsor to clarify their role and involving them in decisions is crucial for effective project sponsorship and overall project success. Scenario 17. Inaccurate project estimation. The project estimates were inaccurate, leading to delays and challenges in meeting project milestones. What should the project manager do? A. Review the estimation process and adjust the project timeline or resources. Communicate changes to stakeholders. B. Continue with the current timeline, working to catch up on the delays without communicating changes to stakeholders. Answer is A. Rationale, reviewing and adjusting the estimation process, along with transparently communicating changes to stakeholders, is essential for managing expectations and ensuring project success. Scenario 18, insufficient stakeholder engagement. Key stakeholders are not actively engaged, leading to misunderstandings and potential project risks. What should the project manager do? A. Identify key stakeholders and involve them in decisions. Update the stakeholder management plan. B. Proceed with the current level of stakeholder engagement, assuming stakeholders will become more involved over time. Answer is A. Rationale, identifying key stakeholders and involving them in decisions, along with updating the stakeholder management plan, is crucial for effective stakeholder engagement. Scenario 19, incomplete project documentation. Project documentation is incomplete, affecting the project's ability to track progress and make informed decisions. What should the project manager do? A. Review and update project documents. Implement a documentation review process. B. Continue with the current level of documentation, addressing issues as they arise during the project. Answer is A. Rationale, reviewing and updating project documents, along with implementing a documentation review process, is essential for maintaining project transparency and effectiveness. Scenario 20, unclear project objectives. Project objectives are unclear, leading to divergent interpretations among team members and stakeholders. What should the project manager do? A. Engage with stakeholders to clarify objectives. Document and communicate to the team. B. Proceed with the project, assuming that objectives will become clearer as the project progresses. Answer is A. Rationale, engaging with stakeholders to clarify objectives, documenting them, and communicating to the team are crucial steps for aligning everyone on project goals.
To be part of my boot camps, my friend, go on down to hpmexam.com, where we'll have half-day boot camps and you'll have lifetime access to great project management coaching and training. I look forward to seeing you. All the best.
Hello, my friends. As you know, PMBOK 7 is now the talk of the town because the last man standing is down. What am I saying? I'm saying the CAPM exam that was standing has been the 6th edition referenced exam is now going out on the 25th of July. It's all going to be PMBOK 7 in the dialogue. Even though there's process groups, a practice guide that's still around, but a lot of focus is now on PMBOK 7. So I have with me today my friends from the Project Leadership Institute, Daryl and Ed, who are PMPs, and we're just going to examine this from a very agnostic perspective, not thinking predictively only or agile only. We're going to just look at this as stuff that can help us. And instead of just focusing on the domains and the principles, we wanted to focus on the big mass of the 7th edition and what it stands for. So without separating domains and principles, just the big philosophy of the 7th edition is you got to be agnostic. That's what this book is saying. You know, it's just saying you got to be agnostic. You got to be flexible, and don't bucketize yourself into I'm predictive only or I'm agile only. I would say this is the hybrid PMBOK, if you will. Now, in order to hybridize, I know what the PMI wanted to do. They wanted to make a recipe that hasn't been shared before and something that would truly cover both worlds. However, I think they had already done that, to be honest, in the Agile Practice Guide, pages 90 to 95 of the Agile Practice Guide. They just didn't know. But Daryl, let's jump in. Ed, let's jump in, and let me ask you, when you see this, what comes to your mind? Do you want to go first, Ed? Just tell me, just vanilla flavored, straight ahead slab of content. Don't look at this like anything, but just tell me what comes to your mind when you look at this.
You know, when I look at that, Phil, I think the first thing that arrests my attention, and I think is really what Chris Williams says. He says, what separates people is not the skill, it's the patience in acquiring the skill and retaining the skill. And I think when you look at this, it's the opportunity to retain the skill set of learning what a stakeholder is and how the team can collaborate together. But based on what I'm seeing here is really all the drivers that can lead a project more effectively. You see, I said lead, not manage.
I like that. I like that. I actually love that. Everything rises and falls on leadership. You're very correct. That's a great way of looking at it. Awesome. Daryl, what do you think?
So in my opinion, Phil and Edward, it's more tailored to performance, which EVM stands out looking at that chart with performance, along with planning, project work, and it's more correlated around project controls.
That's a great way of looking at it. And you're very correct. Actually, one of my favorites, now that you mention it, Daryl, from all of these is the one at 9 o'clock here, this one, measurement. This is my favorite. And it's funny that EVM, for those who don't know, it stands for Earned Value Management. EVM is very heavily measurement focused. But I like the mantra here. Maybe a different day we'll talk about this. I might find myself on a rabbit trail borrowing for more information about measurement. It's really nice. But I'll give you the summary about all of these. And then when we get to measurement, maybe I'll drop some more gold. So stakeholder, right? Let's take a look at what PMI says. And you tell me if you concur with what is here. It says, the stakeholder performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with stakeholders. Effective stakeholder interaction contributes to successful project outcomes. Stakeholder engagement includes implementing strategies and actions to promote productive involvement of stakeholders in project decision-making and implementation. Quite straightforward. Wouldn't you agree, gents?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, Bill.
And what does this remind you of from previous PMBOK guides?
Constantly interaction. Stakeholder, I mean, that's the root of everything. In my opinion, just the constantly interaction with stakeholders, because without them, the project is not going to move anywhere.
Absolutely. And Daryl, what do you notice? Do you see this being a pull out of any of the chapters from the previous editions?
The stakeholder cube.
Yeah, the stakeholder, that whole stakeholder thing for sure. So that is chapter 13. So it's kind of covered in some way. Let's move to the next one, team. Let's see what this one says. It says, the team performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with the people who are responsible for producing project deliverables that realize business outcomes. Someone asked me yesterday, what's the difference between a stakeholder and a customer? And I said, oh, by the way, team members are also stakeholders. We just don't look at them as stakeholders all the time, but they really are. So this is kind of like an extension. It's still people who can affect the project, but these are the ones responsible for producing project deliverables that realize business outcomes. It says the project team is a set of individuals performing the work for the project to achieve its objectives. An environment can be established to support the team in evolving to a high performance team. So let me ask you guys this, Ed, how would you get your team to be a high performance team? Maybe in just 1 or 2 sentences, what would you do?
To get the team to be a high performance team, I would take time to invest and find out what are the gaps between them and the project itself. And that would just take interviewing with them, meeting with them one-on-one instead of a group setting.
Brilliant, brilliant. Daryl, what would you do?
The term servant leader stands out for me, Phil. You always have to be part of that leader, not only as a manager, but be that leader to learn and understand your team.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff, folks. Let's see the last pieces that PMI has here. It says the development approach and delivery cadence influence the project lifecycle and its phases. So the build up from there is they're saying the deliverables and the development approach influence the number and cadence for project deliveries. So this is where we're seeing the team as being a powerful force. You see, the team in this next one. So here we finished talking about the team, but when it gets to the development approach and life cycle, this is where the team needs to be given some more power, because it's not just the project manager in isolation deciding upon the development approach and life cycle. This is where you're going to bring more people to the table in the form of the team. So if you notice, it's kind of like a buildup. So we have a general concept of stakeholders. Then we understand that the team is a subset of the stakeholders. Then we are talking about the development approach. And this is where the team comes in, because this shouldn't be a one-man or one-woman affair when one person decides the development approach. So are we going to do this project in a predictive way or in an agile way or hybrid way? This now comes into the conversation. And in the last paragraph here, it says, the project deliverables determine the most appropriate development approach. But beyond the deliverables, you also need to include the humans. Well, won't you agree that humans should have a say? It's not just automatic, you know.
I agree, Phil. I think humans should play a part into it. I think the best concept that I've ever heard when it comes to leading a team is you need to get buy-in. In order to get buy-in, you need to be able to have their ideals combined with the direction you're going, because people only want to work with you if they feel like they're respected and appreciated. They'll go further than if you're just being directive and saying, just like what you were saying, a project manager and being siloed and saying, this is what we're doing, and being more directive instead of taking a step back, or the whole team of saying, we're going to be collaborative, we're going to work together, we're going to identify the framework and of how we're going to move with regards to being predictive, adaptive, or hybrid approach. And if we're running a predictive project and we find out it's not effective enough, can we have the courage and be leaders and say, this is not working, and raise our hand and say, we need to pivot and make a change.
Absolutely, Ed. I love it. Good deal. Daryl, what do you think about the development approach and involving people in this decision?
I feel that it opens up the dialogue from being black and white, especially when it comes to project controls and earned value management. Once you're that EV guy, or you're labeled an EV guy, you're considered taboo. But having to step outside the box and thinking outside the box, it will help in many ways.
Very, very true. I've been there. I see how people look at my earned value posts. This guy, I thought he was getting agile. What's wrong with him? It's talking earned value again. Oh dear, people don't get it. Anyway, that's a different topic.
Hey Phil, isn't that so funny too when you think about it? Is that when you start your journey off, is that people put you in a box, and that's sometimes I think with project management we can get so caught up in the box. At that time, that wasn't effective, but now the box has changed, because watch this, Phil, the contents in the box are not the same anymore. So if the contents in the box is not the same, it's time to make an adjustment and figure out what we need to do to address what the contents are in the box.
It's so true. Absolutely. That's the dynamic life of a project manager. That's what it should be like. You bring up a great point. I love that analogy. Good deal. All right, let's go to this one and let's get to the punchline. And it says, planning organizes, elaborates, and coordinates work throughout the project. Planning takes place upfront and throughout the project. The amount, timing, and frequency varies depending on the product, development approach. There we go with development approach, environment, and stakeholders. So the thread is when you know the development approach, then you know how you're going to plan. Is it going to be like a sprint planning, or is it going to be full on back-to-back planning from the beginning to the end and making adjustments, very little adjustments to scope in a more predictive environment? That needs to come up. So planning is quite straightforward. You folks remember planning is a process group. So all the things that came under the planning process group, that's what this is talking about. So it says the planning performance domain addresses the activities and functions associated with the initial, ongoing, and evolving organization and coordination necessary for delivering project deliverables and outcomes. This one's quite straightforward, right? Planning is planning. Would you agree? What do you think?
Absolutely. And if you fail to plan, and you plan to fail. So
Absolutely, Phil. And just to shed some light, especially with the performance domains, Phil, it's talking more about synergy in regards to the domains that you have up on your screen.
Yeah, everything needs to be synergized for the maximum effect.
yeah.
So it says the amount, timing, and frequency varies depending on the product, development approach, environment, and, you know, a note to PMI, because I know you watch my videos. When you're rewriting this, you need to put stakeholders first. It's individuals and interactions over processes and tools. And I think Darryl hit the nail on the head. It's really about the synergy. And who does a synergy come from? It's just stakeholders. So, you know, the amount, timing, and frequency depends on the stakeholders. You could have the product telling you this needs to be a more adaptive approach, and you could have the stakeholders saying, no, we don't like adaptive. At the end of the day, it still boils down to the stakeholders. So that's a very good point, Darryl. It's all about the synergy, and that's a great way of looking at it as well. All right, project work performance domain. It gets a little bit, this is where it can get muddy for people because of how it's worded. So it says the project work performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with establishing project processes. So you start thinking in a knowledge area way and see where you end up. Establishing project processes, that's integration. Managing physical resources, that is control resources as a process. And fostering a learning environment, that's manage project knowledge. So in this project work performance domain, you might as well think about a lot of the executing process group in different ways, right? It says project work is associated, I'll make it bigger so that we can read it properly. Project work is associated with establishing the processes and performing the work to enable the project team to deliver the expected value and outcomes. I like this language because the PMI have realized it's not about delivering the deliverable. It's about value and outcomes. And I know the alarm bell is going off in Darryl's head because he's seen the word value and thinking earned value as well. And it's true, whatever the value is, but you got to remember the definition of earned value. It's the budgeted cost of work performed. And you want the earned value to match your actual cost. Why would you want to spend more than what you got? So this is another place that you can see that, if you like earned value bend, but beyond the earned value, the outcomes are also important. So this is where you're looking at the end of the project and saying, did it really move me from my current state to my future state? All right, let me move on because I digress. Any comments on project work? Anything come to mind, folks?
I think you nailed that really well, Phil.
Thank you. All right.
Absolutely, Phil.
Thank you. All right, let's move on. Delivery. This is one you're very familiar with because you've worked in areas where delivery is important. And it says it addresses activities and functions associated with delivering scope and quality. So scope and quality that the project was undertaken to achieve. In the world of Agile, we got to be careful, right? When we say delivering the scope that the project was undertaken to achieve, it's very subjective in Agile because scope is dynamic. We don't fix our scope down. Quality, fitness for use, conformance to requirements, customer satisfaction, Kaizen, yeah, you should be thinking about this. But it says project support, strategy, execution, and advancing business objectives. I'm going to get to the punchline. It says business value often continues to be captured long after the project has ended. So yes, you may deliver the scope and the quality, but the outcome, we want to see those benefits that we set out to achieve actually being realized. Does this concept make sense? What are your first impressions?
You know, Phil, I think when I think about delivery, I always, I think about quality as well. And as it talks about meeting the requirements of the scope, sometimes, as we know, those terms of scope creep and gold plating, where we want to build out something besides of what the customer is really truly asking for. You can fall guilty to that because of maybe what you experience and what you're seeing as you're building this particular project up. But at the end of the day, I think you need to ensure that you're delivering on what the scope is and addressing and making sure that the quality is good, and then the product will speak for itself.
That's a great way of looking at it. Thank you for that. Daryl, any thoughts?
For me, Phil, Agile and Scrum sticks out to me because in today's day and age, technology is forever growing, and Agile can play a huge part in this domain.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're very correct. The delivery cadence is very important to talk about because it could be delivered in several increments, several iterations, or it might just be delivered one time. And it's, again, a nice place to talk about the Agile Practice Guide, pages 18 and 19, that clarify the different ways you can deliver. You'd either deliver predictively in an iterative way, which is many cycles, but only one delivery, incrementally, which is delivering several smaller increments, or Agile, several small increments. So right on the money with that, Darryl. Let's move on to the measurement performance domain. I love this performance domain because a lot of people on projects find themselves with useless KPIs. You know, the 7th edition calls them vanity metrics. They're just measuring stuff that may look good on paper, but it does nothing for you. It is valueless. And we don't want to get into that habit. Case in point, my buddy Roy always talks about this company he was affiliated with, and management said, oh, we want the metric of how many defects you find, test team. So guess what? The test team was being given bonuses if they found a whole boatload of defects and bugs. So what happened? The KPI generated bad behaviors. So what happened was the developers were now in cahoots with the testers. So the developers intentionally created some defects, not anything that would absolutely rock the boat, but enough to make the testers look good. So there were a lot of planted defects that the testers were finding, and they were getting bonuses based on being in cahoots with the developers because they're their buddies and they want them to get the bonuses and to look good. That's a bad metric. You know, and a bad metric to use for rewarding the team. So in PMBOK 7, the idea is be careful what you measure, because if you're measuring nonsense, you could be generating bad behaviors and maybe not helping yourself, shooting yourself in the foot. But I'll talk a little bit more about that. But what is your first impression? Just reading this first section with me, the measurement performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with assessing project performance and taking appropriate action to maintain acceptable performance. First impressions.
That's a great question, Phil. I mean, there's so much to unpack here, and I know you're going to do it. So, but I really think it reminds me of just status reports and how that as you mentioned, that vanity of KPIs that hold no value. It doesn't address the outcome of what we're looking to get out of why we're doing this project. It's just addressing the results. And the results, even though they're good, they still are not what the end customer wants. They want the outcome being, when you finish this widget, I'll be able to take this widget and do X, Y, and Z with it with my organization. So being able to have true measurements of where we are and where we're going is always going to be key.
Good stuff. Thank you, Ed. Daryl, any thoughts?
The way I see this domain, Phil, is plan value, actual cost, and earn value, where you always express that earn value is king.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very good deal. Thank you. Let me just take us down. I promise I'm not going to get on a rabbit trail. I promise. I will be brief. But I got to show you my favorite page in this book. It's page 112, where we begin talking about measurement pitfalls. And this is for all my friends in companies. You know, you got your pretty little KPIs and your dashboards and your scorecards. Let's have an honest conversation about measurements. It says project measures help the project team meet the project objectives. However, there are some pitfalls associated with measurement. Awareness of these pitfalls can help minimize their negative effects. So let me walk you through them. Number one is the Hawthorne effect. And the Hawthorne effect states that the very act of measuring something influences behavior. Remember my story about those developers in cahoots with the testers? Why was that? The Hawthorne effect. Therefore, take care in establishing metrics. For example, measuring only a project team's output of deliverables can encourage the team to focus on creating a large volume of deliverables rather than focusing on deliverables that would provide higher customer satisfaction. The next one is a vanity metric I talked about. A vanity metric is a measure that shows data but does not provide useful information. I'm sorry to say, a lot of teams, they got vanity metrics. It looks good. Management, oh yeah, they're keeping track. That's garbage. You got to make sure that whatever you're measuring is important. Measuring page views of a website, for example, is not as useful as measuring the number of viewers, the number of new viewers, rather. If you're just measuring page views, how do you know that it wasn't the same person viewing 1,000 times? You know, that's kind of the argument that the 7th edition is making here. Next one is demoralization. If measures and goals are set that are not achievable, project teams' morale may fall as they continuously fail to meet targets. So there's such a thing as stretch goals. Yes, yes, yes. But people also want to see their hard work recognized. And if they're never attaining it, it's not going to be recognized. So you got to beware. Another pitfall is misusing the metric. Let me just tell you one of the one I hate the most. It's using velocity as a measure of team performance. It's foolish. We don't do that when we are mindful in the world of Agile. That is not a good way of measuring, because you do know that velocity is a factor of many different things. One being capacity, another one being the general complexity of the content that you just got done trying to work on for that sprint. So don't get sucked into misusing the metrics. It says, regardless of the metrics used to measure performance, there is the opportunity for people to distort the measurement or focus on the wrong thing, focusing on less important metrics rather than the metrics that matter the most, focusing on performing well for the short-term measures at the expense of long-term metrics, working on out-of-sequence activities that are easy to accomplish in order to improve performance indicator. You see, you can always game the system, you know, which is why when people say, oh, we want to use velocity as a measure, I'm like, don't be dumb. The team's just going to hike up their story points and make the story points worth a lot more if they know that you're measuring them based on velocity. It's dumb. Don't do it. The next one is confirmation bias. As humans, we tend to look for and see information that supports our pre-existing point of view. This can lead us to false interpretations of data. The final one It's correlation versus causation. This one is a common mistake in interpreting measurement data. It's confusing the correlation of two variables with the idea that one causes the other. For example, seeing projects that are behind schedule and over budget might infer that projects that are over budget cause schedule issues. This is not true, nor is it true that projects that are behind schedule cause budget overruns. Instead, there are likely other correlating factors that are not being considered, such as skill in estimating, the ability to manage change, and actively managing risk. So since we talked so much about performance in this one, I'm going to ask Daryl, because I know he's very fond of the earned value topic. So based on all this stuff I've said, what are some ideas? Because I know you're the ideas guy. What idea came into your head, Daryl?
Garbage in and garbage out is very important when it comes to performing that type of measurement in any project.
I love that. I think I'm going to borrow that. You got a garbage KPI, no matter what you do, it's going to be garbage out. You're so correct, Daryl. I love it. I love it. You want to make sure that you put in the right measurement or the right information, not just any old information. And this is why people demonize earned value. They put in garbage, or they are already thinking of gaming the system, and therefore they see it as being useless, which is wrong. Good deal. Good deal. Thank you. Ed, what came to mind as we went through this?
I really like the way Daryl summed it up, garbage in, garbage out. I mean, it's really one of those things. You can't even add any more coals to stoke the fire anymore, because you guys nailed it with that.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, here's our final one. It's uncertainty. And the uncertainty performance domain, it addresses activities and functions associated with risk and uncertainty. Projects exist in environments with varying degrees of uncertainty, and uncertainty presents threats and opportunities that project teams explore and assess and then decide how to handle. Uncertainty, in the broadest sense, is a state of not knowing or unpredictability. There are many nuances to uncertainty, such as risk associated with not knowing future events, ambiguity associated with not being aware of current or future conditions, complexity associated with dynamic systems, with unpredictable outcomes, and many others. So when you think about uncertainty, think about risk, but don't just think about the negative, think about positive risks and how to harness them. ChatGPT is an example of a positive risk. This time last year, who even knew the word GP? What's that? But back in the United Kingdom, the only GP we know is a general practitioner that sees you for health reasons. Now we got a new GP, it's GPT, and it really transforms. The T is for transforming, because it transforms lives. So if you were in a state of doubt about whether AI is going to affect the world, and you were in that uncertain state, well, now we're more certain. But a lot of people, they remain uncertain about technology and the future because they choose to. We don't want to be like that. Let me show you one more time what the PMI is saying your mindset needs to be. Address activities and functions associated with risk and uncertainty. AI is one, but you got to capitalize on the opportunity. I'm just using this as an example. There's no mention of GPT in this article, okay? It says, there are many nuances to uncertainty, such as risk associated with not knowing future events, ambiguity with not being aware of current or future conditions, complexity associated with dynamic systems with unpredictable outcomes, and many others. So for this, I would just encourage every project manager to jump aboard managing uncertainty, especially with technology and AI. You see how I smuggled that in there? Wasn't part of the agenda. What are your thoughts, Daryl?
I'm going to be completely transparent with you, Phil. It sounds like that this domain is really it touches you in many ways because of your project leadership course that me and Edward are in. And I feel that that's very important to you.
Thank you. Absolutely. That's true. Thank you, Daryl. You're right. You're right. Ed, what are your thoughts about the uncertainty domain?
You know what, Phil? This is one of my favorites, and you're probably saying, well, why is this one of your favorites? I'm glad you asked, because see, uncertainty. I want to remix this, Phil, if you don't mind, if we, take a step back. I will call this "Are We There Yet?" And reason why I say that is because when I was growing up, before we used to get on planes and automobiles. I'm not that old, but the whole point we used to take road trips. And me being young, I would always ask that question to my mother, Mom, are we there yet? And she was like, no, not yet, but we're close. And the uncertainty, which created the anxiety, because I was excited about where we're going. And when you look at that, when you correlate that to project management, and you're looking at as a project manager, there is a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of risk and issues and things that come up. Yet along the journey, watch this, you have the opportunity to think about those things and put corrective actions in place, and just in case they do not happen. So the uncertainty really is what makes project managing so exciting, because you never know once you open up door number one what you're going to get. So I'll land with that. Thank you, Phil.
Wow, I love that. We need a video on that, Ed. Yes, Tom.
Phil, this also challenges project managers to learn about emotional intelligence, leadership for once, and also the ability to think outside the box when it comes to this domain. This really hits home for me, especially because I'm still growing as a project manager and trying to handle situations that you're not used to. It's really key to understanding yourself, understanding the knowledge that you have, and being able to be humble within yourself to not enforce, but influence in many ways you can think of when it comes to this domain.
I love it, gents. Thank you so much for your breakdowns. We're going to wrap this up now. For those of us who are already PMP certified, you're probably saying, okay, we got the domains. What else do I need to understand? Here's the map. The 6th edition had the 5 process groups, but the 7th edition has the principles. We've already looked at the principles. Be a good steward, get the team to synergize, collaborate with stakeholders, add value. If it's not value, don't do it. Think systemically, always see the big picture. Be a great leader, make the tough decisions, influence all the way positively, tailor according to your project, think about fitness for use, conforming to requirements and customer satisfaction, and Kaizen in quality. Break down the project into smaller pieces and manage complexity as you need to. Manage risk by optimizing the outcomes, optimize the risk response, be adaptable and resilient. I call it having bounce back ability, and be able to respond to change, help people in their transitioning to the future state of the firm. Those are the principles which have replaced the standard for project management. Now, when it comes to a guide to the project management body of knowledge in the 6th, all of those knowledge areas, which by the way, haven't gone, they're just not emphasized in the 7th. What has been emphasized is everything that we just went over. And those are the 8 domains. Now, someone says, but the 8 domains, it sounds like some of them are knowledge area. And I say, similar to what Daryl did, remember, these are about performance. I also like the word synergy. It's about how can we synergize in order to get optimum performance. A lot of what we had in the 6th edition is now in PMI Standards Plus, so it has not gone away. So someone says, okay, Phil, what is the big picture of all of this? If I wanted to compartmentalize my thoughts so that I can see everything in one map, this is how I see it. I call it the process group pentagon. You got 5 process groups. Those 5 process groups, we have all of these pieces: integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources. communication, risk, procurement, and stakeholder. That's the house that PMI built in the 6th edition. This is standing the test of time. It's not going away. Now, on top of this, we're going to bolster it with the 12 principles at the base. So you got to see it like this. You've got the 12 principles. You got the 10 knowledge areas. You got the 5 process groups. But if we wanted to add another layer of understanding on top of this, you could etch in each domain. So the stakeholder domain, the team domain, the planning domain, you could actually impose these on top to give an even clearer picture. And if you look at some of my videos on YouTube, you'll find where I have taken the domains and I have superimposed domains on top of these for clarity. So that's kind of how I see the world now of project management, with the 12 principles at the base. The performance domains, we could overlay them. You know, for example, the stakeholder domain, if you're going to talk about stakeholder domain, it's here, right? Stakeholder domain, it's there. You're going to talk about the team domain is here, pretty much on top of the resources. If you're going to talk about planning domain, it's the entire planning process group in my mind, right? If you're going to talk about delivery performance domain falls here. It also falls here a little bit. You're going to talk about uncertainty domain. It falls there, and so on and so forth. You can talk about the measurement domain as being somewhere in the outskirts of monitoring and controlling, because that's where you actually do the measurements. And you can think of it as also touching a little bit of planning. So however you want to slice or dice it, project management hasn't changed, but the mindset has. We're now more aware of what we need to do to get to optimum performance. All right, my friends, any closing remarks from you, Ed, to close out on these thoughts?
You know, Phil, first of all, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to show us this information, especially to the audience here, because of the shift, especially with regards to CAPM being changed on the 25th of July. We want to be cognizant and get ahead. And so getting ahead is being proactive. And what does proactive look like to me is planning and then following the path. So thank you for being committed to your craft field and not just interested.
Oh, thank you, Ed. Daryl, any final thoughts?
Phil, I share the same as what Ed was talking about. Also, I wanted to also influence EVM, and I can always tell that EVM is instilled in project managers because as far as what you're projecting, the Pentagon, if you go back and look at the history of the EVM was pioneered by the Air Force. So, you know, I do thank you for what you're doing, you know, as a PM, and by nature, you drew that out, you know, just to show, you know, everybody out there that EVM is behind the scenes when it comes to PMP.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, gents. And for those who don't know, both Daryl and Ed have channels on YouTube. We're going to put links to their channels below this video or to the side or above, wherever you find this posted. And I want you to check out their channels. And I want you to engage with them, as you may be able to locate them on LinkedIn. And they're both professionals. They're both leaders who mentor, train, and coach others. They don't just talk the talk, they walk the walk. They get involved and they do stuff to help other people. So once again, thank you very much, gents. Influence, IPM, and Conscious Agility are the channels you want to look out for. I'm going to put them below. And if you've got any questions, make sure you reach out to them. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to 5 Frameworks for PMP Exam Success. The 5 frameworks you need to know for your PMP exam are as follows, and I call them frameworks or ideas. Number 1 is the Agile Manifesto. That's number 1 idea. Number 2, you got to understand Scrum. Number 3, You got to understand what Kanban is, the layout of the board and all of the items on it. Number 4, you got to know PMBOK 7th edition, the 12 principles, and you got to understand these performance domains. Number 5, final, you got to understand the predictive world in detail. So this table that a lot of people avoid, you should understand this table. We are going to talk about these one by one, but I wanted to give you the lay of the land first. Let's jump into number 1, the Agile Manifesto. Without understanding the philosophies of Agile, you will struggle on basic Agile questions. There are going to be some Agile questions that just don't make enough sense if you're tackling them with pure predictive knowledge or rote frameworks from Agile. For that reason, you really need to internalize the Agile Manifesto values, and don't forget the 12 principles. This is pivotal to a lot of the questions because the philosophy is one of team over everything else. Happy team can make a happy customer. Disgruntled team cannot make a happy customer. So coming into Agile, you got to understand that even though our highest priority is to satisfy the customer, if our team is not given the environment and support they need, there is no way you're going to get the team to do what the customer needs to the best of their ability. They're always going to give you less than 100%. That's the overarching idea. So when we say individuals and interactions over processes and tools, you got to think about that as the team and their interactions, the stakeholders and their interactions with the team. But it starts with team, my friends. I know it may be counterintuitive for some, but it starts with the team. That's the general mindset. Let's move on to the next idea, framework, Scrum. Scrum has a 3-5-3 configuration, and you need to know this. 3 roles, 5 events, and 3 artifacts. And this has been the staple for a lot of companies as far as their Agile is concerned, because this is what they use as the framework to carry out the practices that show the Agile philosophy. So you got to understand the 3 roles, the 5 events, the sprint itself, sprint planning, the daily scrum, the sprint review, and the sprint retrospective. Those are the 5 events. You got to understand what happens in each. The biggest confusion I see in many is not knowing that the retrospective is not for everyone. It is for the team. And I'm talking about the Scrum team, these folks, right? That's who the sprint retrospective is for. And if you want to introduce anyone from outside, there has to be team consensus and understanding, and then you can invite outsiders for purposes that should be aligned with the sprint retrospective. The sprint review is one, to show whatever was created as far as the increment is concerned. You may hear it being called a demo, and that's not a bad thing. But when you're calling this a demo, you got to remember this should never be relegated to a mere demo. We want this to be 1, showing what we have built, 2, getting feedback, having some sort of inspection from the stakeholders, and maybe discovering even newer stories of relevance for the future that we can add to the product backlog. So don't relegate the sprint review to just a demo. People mix up these two, and oftentimes people forget that we're going to get some outputs from the sprint retrospective, improvement opportunities that we can put straight into sprint planning for the next sprint. You're also going to find things you could do right away. So understanding this framework in a lot of detail is going to help you on the exam, cut through the crud, and understand the do's and don'ts of this framework. And while the PMI may not explicitly mention Scrum Master,
trust me, the philosophies, the ideas of Agile, and the intricacies of Scrum are going to be built into the questions. All right. So I'm going to put a link below so that you can download this. There's also a cool feature here for those who are new to Scrum where you can actually use this to test out your recall of the 353. So I'm going to put a link below so you can download this. And for those who have never encountered the Agile Manifesto, you can go take a look and maybe print the page if you need to. For those who are not aware of the Scrum Guide that goes into all the details of Scrum, go to scrumguides.org, click on that link, and you'll be able to read the Scrum Guide. There's also an audio of the Scrum Guide that I have on YouTube. I'm going to put a link below so you can read that. Let's move on to the next framework. The next framework is Kanban. And Kanban is all about the simplicity of start where you are, limit your whip, be intentional about how processes should flow in your Kanban world. And when I say your Kanban world, Kanban is a framework that is moldable and adaptable because you don't have preset roles, number one. Number two, you don't have a preset number of lanes. You can have, like in this example, you can see we have pending, analysis, development, test, deploy. But one thing's for sure, we have a whip limit. And those whip limits are the numbers that you see above each column. So we could have the traditional to do, doing, done, or we could have more lanes that show the intricacy. You got to understand this, my friends, and then you got to understand associated metrics to help clarify what is near and dear to us in the world of Kanban. We talk about this metric, which is not seen, the invisible lead time and cycle time. So we have lead time, and then we have cycle time. It really depends on how you're viewing the world. If you're viewing the world as a customer, you're going to view lead time. And that's the time from when you put this ticket in to when it gets done. But we also have cycle time, and cycle time is the time that it took for the person who picked the ticket to actually execute on it and get it done. I'll give you a clear example. You go to a drive-through, you got there at 10 o'clock. You don't get out until 10:15 with your burger, your fries, and your drink. But the person who picked up your ticket only started working on it at 10:10. They spent 5 minutes to get your order done. This 5 minutes is the cycle time. But you don't care about cycle time. All you care about is how long it took for them to get you through the drive-through, and that's the lead time, and that's 15. But the bottom line is limiting your whip is going to help you reduce both of these. But that's all about Kanban for now. I would say just read your Agile practice guide, and you'll be able to get more information about the world of Kanban that is relevant. This is a snippet that I quite like from the Agile Assessment Guide, and a shout out to Scrum Bob for making this available to me, making me know that this was available out there on the gao.gov site. So I'm going to put a link below so that you can download this. This is a really great Agile guide, a little bit outside of all the stuff that you need for PMP, but as a practitioner, you want to know that the government put some time, money, and investment into this, so it's available for you. The next framework we're going to talk about is the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. And the key thing in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition that people don't remember is that this is the PMI's mindset. This was carved out of the PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. So when they're coming at you with these 12 principles, you got to remember, oh, this is PMI's way of thinking. This is how they want the project manager to see the world around them. So they want you to be a good steward, to help the team collaborate, to get the stakeholders engaged, to demonstrate value, to think systemically, to lead, to tailor your project depending on what is going on.
Quality should also be thought about. Fitness for use, conformance to requirements, customer satisfaction. Tackle complexity by thinking in an agile way. Think about risks, uncertainty that could impact your project, and be adaptable and resilient. I call it bounce back ability. One of the ways you do this is by being agile, because adaptability is really agility. Change, lastly, is all about change at various levels, the project level and the organization level and everything in between. And you, as a good project manager, should be mindful of all these 12. That's the summary of the principles. On top of that, you should also be aware of the PMBOK 7th edition performance domains and understand the lens that PMI is looking at project management in this edition. Here is the summary. The overarching view is these are all agnostic flavors of project management that you could look at in a hybridized way without getting prescriptive about knowledge areas, process groups, and processes. This helps you see that on any project, hybrid, agile, predictive, you got to think stakeholders and how to engage them. Then you got to think about the team and how to get them to synergize and collaborate. Then you got to decide which development approach and life cycle are we going to use. Do you see the agnostic flavor in here? Because this is a question where you ask, what are we? Are we Scrum Barn? Are we Scrum? Are we going to do a predictive model? What exactly are we doing? And this is a very important step that is not called out in the 6th edition, that is brought more to the surface. So as you go through the exam material, you got to ask yourself, do I truly know which development approach and life cycle I'm going to select and why? And you got to understand that page 14 in the Agile Practice Guide, the Stacy complexity model. Remember what is on the Stacy model? You have 2 dimensions. For those who have forgotten, let me remind you, you've got the x-axis, you got the y-axis, y and the x-axis, and you have R for requirements, right? This is requirements uncertainty. And on the x-axis, you have the technical uncertainty. And you got to understand where exactly you are in the scheme of things. Are you here where we have requirements, uncertainty, or where we have technical uncertainty? Where we have a high degree of uncertainty, you're going to find yourself moving towards anarchy or chaos. This region is chaos. And you, as a practitioner, you want to make sure you choose the right life cycle. You, as it were, engineer the right life cycle with, of course, team input, but putting in a lot of thought. And this is where you tackle a lot of these principles that we just looked at, because the way you roll with the principles is pivotal to development approach and life cycle. Depending on the life cycle and development approach, you could apply this in a number of ways. You tailor in a number of ways, and the team dynamics and everything else does change somewhat, but there's some pivotal principles. These are the things you need to be aware of in the 7th edition. It's nuanced. It's not as emphatic in the 6th. And this, my friends, is what I need you to focus on primarily. If you're looking at the differences between the 6th and the 7th, this is one of the major differences. The development approach and life cycle. Am I predictive? Am I iterative? Am I incremental? Am I agile? Am I a hybrid? What am I and why am I? For this, my friends, we don't call this a framework, but I want you to check out the Agile Practice Guide. I want you to look at pages 14. I want you to take a look at pages 18 and 19. And that's where this is going to become a lot clearer to you. You're going to appreciate the value of this more. And then the pages that follow that tackle predictive, iterative, incremental, and agile, this is all going to make sense in the context of this domain. So if there was any domain you're going to say is your golden ticket domain, that makes a big difference by adding it to the mix of chapters 4 to 13. Like if there was meant to be a chapter 14 in the 6th edition, it would be this. It would be development approach and life cycle, because that needs to come first. And then based on that, when you take a look at the Agile Practice Guide, pages 90 to 95, everything there makes sense in the context of what is my development approach and life cycle. I hope this makes sense. I want you to ask questions. So if you have them, put them in the comments below. Moving on, the other domains are quite intuitive. Planning makes sense if you've already read the 6th edition. Project work is like a potpourri of different things. We're talking about a bunch of ideas here that are being grouped together to facilitate the discussion of agnostic project management. Delivery, measurement, uncertainty, which is really risk when you boil it down in a different lens, stakeholder and team, and then the concept of having a universal view of your project. All of these things, my friends, are going to help you augment your already huge knowledge repository from the 6th edition. Now let's go to the final one, because I know this is the one you thought you were going to see first, but you're not seeing it first because I wanted to keep it last. A lot of people think it's gone away, but this has not gone away. Why do I say it has not gone away? Well, I say it's not gone away because if you are in tune with the PMI and their process groups, a practice guide, you will know that the PMI has rebirthed that infamous table that I just showed you, which is available at uclaextension.edu, and it's here in process groups, a practice guide. So any joker who is saying this is not relevant, they need to wake up and smell the coffee. It is still a game changer on your exam. Let's talk about this in a little bit more detail. And I'm going to put a link below to all of these because I know some people may not have this or have not seen it. Here's the overarching idea. Every knowledge area has a finite set of processes. The mnemonic for the top is I prefer extra money, cash. The mnemonic for the side of the knowledge areas is I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. Now, as you begin diving in, there's an overarching thought that I need you to have. And the overarching thought is this. For every knowledge area, you have this Deming cycle, right? In the background, plan, do, check, act. When you boil everything down, yes, you have initiating and you have closing, right? But you have the PDCA cycle in the background. Plan is planning, do is executing, check and act are monitoring and controlling. You check and you act, that's monitoring and controlling. So this is I prefer eating mangoes chilled, or I prefer extra money in cash. Once you have that understanding, my friends, everything else should be based on this progression. Plan, do, check, act. I need you to understand that in integration, which is the first knowledge area, let's put that here. In integration, all of these are present. Tick the box on all of these. It has processes in all of these.
And then when you do the same for scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, stakeholder, and so on, when you do that, you got to know where the boxes are checked. So there's nothing all the way on here to stakeholder. But for all the others, this is where the table comes in, okay? I don't need you to cram the table. That's not as much value to you on the exam. What is of value is for you to take a look at these, as I'm about to right now, and for you to look at them like this. I hope you're following along. Look at them like this. This is the mindset, okay? I am not referring to any documentation right now. This is all from my understanding, okay? So when I look at this, I'm saying I need a project charter. I need a stakeholder register. I need a project management plan. I need deliverables. I need an issue log. I need lessons learned in a lessons learned register. I need a work performance report. I need a change log and approved change requests. I need a final report and a final transition of deliverables. I need a plan for scope, a plan for schedule, a plan for cost, a plan for quality, a plan for resource management, one plan for communications management, one plan for risk management, and one plan for procurement management, and one plan for stakeholder engagement. I also need to have schedule forecasts, cost forecasts, a verified deliverable. I also will expect to have work performance information, closed procurements, work performance information. I also expect to have, let's change the color here for emphasis. I also expect to have a requirements traceability matrix and requirements documentation, a scope statement, a WBS, and a WBS dictionary, which will help me get a scope baseline ultimately. I also need accepted deliverables, and I'm going to have WPI. I also need network diagrams implicitly in my scheduling tool, whatever that is. I also need duration estimates, and I also need a schedule and a schedule baseline. And I also need cost estimates and a cost baseline. I also need those resource requirements. I also need a risk register, and I need to update my risk register. I also need test and evaluation documentation. That test and evaluation document is going to help me when I'm doing my testing, but I need to frame how that looks. I also need to have my physical resource assignments, my project team assignments. I also need to have some intelligence when I send my team for training. So I'm looking to get some results from the training when I develop the team. And I could say team performance assessments. I'm going to use them when I'm managing the team. I also would have project communications. I also will update my risk register there. And I will also from here have agreements, which are like signed contracts. And from here, I could have some change requests. Boom! This is the level of awareness you need to have. You saw my angle was not about the processes. It was about the within factor, the what's in it for me? What's in it for me? What am I getting from all of these? Why do I need all of these? These, my friends, are the 5 frameworks that you need to succeed on your PMP exam. Again, PMBOK 6, PMBOK 7, Scrum as a framework, the Agile Manifesto as a philosophy, and Kanban. These, my friends, if you can get these down tight, all of these things I went over really quick, you'll be laughing all the way to the score bank. I encourage you
to put any questions you've got below. If you're struggling and you need additional help, I want to encourage you to go on down to our site, Praizion.com. Take a look at what we've got available. We've got training, we've got mentoring and coaching all the time. It's Praizion, Praizion.com. We got all sorts of study aids to help you as you get ready for your PMP exam. I wish you all the best. It's your buddy Phil here signing off. Have a lovely week.
If you are taking the PMP exam, you need to understand that the anatomy of the questions always has: what should the project manager do next? What should the project manager have done first? Such and such. It's been very clear over the past 10 hours what exactly the exam could pose. So I want to give you a blueprint to help you answer PMP exam questions, and I call it the Dig Sieve approach. This was coined from a process that is a hidden gem in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, believe it or not. The very first step in any problem you face on any exam or in life is to first of all define the problem that you are facing. This is a critical step. You need to stand back and read the question again if you didn't get the problem statement the first time. So define the problem. A project is late. That's not the problem. A project is late. Why is the project late is the problem. The project is late is a scenario. It's something happening now. So when you get a question that says the project is late, what should you do next? You shouldn't miss what is in between. It could say the project is late as a result of a team member being sick. Or a project is late as a result of a supplier not delivering a widget on time. Or a project is late because a document has been delayed from HR, or a document approval from the federal government has been delayed. You need to understand why your project is late, and that is defining the problem. Now, if you're not able to get that from the first statement, you need to break down the statement into smaller pieces. And that is what we call breaking down the problem. You break down the problem and then you understand what the problem is. Afterwards, you could gather data to support your understanding of the problem. You gather data and you can use that to identify the root cause. So, the project is late. There has been a delay in a document approval. Make sure you have gathered as much data from the question as possible to identify the root cause. Now, the question sometimes might be silent on what has caused the problem. If the question is silent, then you need to use the process of elimination straight up to understand, okay, this is a predictive project. This is possibly what could have happened, or this is an agile project. This is definitely not agile, so I'm not going to choose options A and D. Then you've got B and C. Through the process of elimination, many a time you are able to choose what is in the spirit of agile or what is tailored more to a predictive scenario. But it has to start off with a solid understanding of the problem. So if you're told a project is late, you need to find out, why is it late? In my mind, the problem could be A document is stuck. Now, when you understand why the document is stuck and the level of the people involved, perhaps escalation could help, perhaps. But PMI rarely goes into the escalation clause. Sometimes they do, other times they don't. So you need to understand what is in the spirit of good PMP. A good PMP is not looking for a mother may I cop-out or looking to escalate every little thing. Every question cannot be an escalation. So when you have identified the root cause in your head, you got to train yourself before looking at the options to very quickly, I'm talking about microseconds, seconds at worst, have gone through a smattering of possibilities in your head to know what you should be looking out for. You should have also used the process of elimination to know the question is not clear enough, so I'm not going to choose crashing. Crashing will not solve the problem. Fast tracking is not explicitly going to solve this problem. Then you need to analyze everything else. So you generate these alternative solutions in your head, and afterwards you take a look at the options on the exam and you choose the best solution. The best solution is the solution that makes the most sense in the context of a predictive, agile, whatever type of project and the scenario painted. The reason why a lot of people get certain questions wrong is they missed a clue, a critical clue that could have helped you answer the question, and you just blew past it. This is why you need to train yourself to read the content, not just quickly, but accurately. Do not sacrifice speed and accuracy, but choose accuracy over speed. Speed is important because I have a lot of students that say, Phil, I ran out of time, and I'm like, you've got to have been quicker. But while being quicker, I don't want you to sacrifice the accuracy. Both are important. But don't sacrifice accuracy to be a speed demon, if you get what I'm saying. What is the thesis? You got to be quick and you got to be accurate. It's like a soldier. You got to be able to bring that firearm out and use it accurately. And that's how the exam is. You got to be quick, but you got to be accurate. How do you get that good? Practice. You got to practice, practice, practice reading accurately and quickly, which means when you look at a block of text, you need to have trained yourself to see the keywords. It needs to be as though in slow motion, even though this is in 1 second, you're able to see all of the words that matter. And it comes from practice. You see a block of text and your eye just goes to the right words. And then on top of that, you're able to very quickly read through. I'm not talking about scan, because scanning gets you into trouble. Don't scan. Actually read. And if you're taking this exam, don't mouth the words out, because they get mad at Pearson when you are mouthing the words of the question. So you got to train yourself to not move your mouth, especially if you're taking the exam at home. And by the way, why would you even take the exam at home? What's the matter with you? You've got a Pearson test center 10 miles away. You're going to risk all these months of preparation to take it at home. Now, don't get me wrong. There are people with mobility issues. They got to take the exam at home. There are people that don't have a Pearson test center around them. They got to take it at home. I know, yes. But for you, you got a Pearson test center 50 miles in that vicinity, that radius, and you are taking the risk of being at home for your PMP. I'm going to ask you again, what is the matter? Get smart, my friends. I've been doing this for 18 years. And when PMI came on the scene in COVID with a proposition to take it at home, right off the bat, my friends, disaster for a lot of my students. A lot of my students would take the exam at home and they would not be able to complete the exam because of technical issues or the proctor just being difficult and tough to get along with and being so judgmental. You moved out of frame. You mouthed the words and all sorts of ridiculousness. So if you can take the exam in a test center, please do that. And then no one's going to be saying, well, you can't mouth the words. You can actually mouth the words if you are in a test center, as long as you're not speaking audibly. And honestly, there's some of us that have to do that. When you are mouthing the words and the solutions, it helps sometimes to process the information. Okay? So in your head, you implement the solution and then you check in your head, did that really work? Would that solve the problem? And I have to be honest, some of you have been scarred, sadly, by taking questions on the hall. You know what I'm talking about, the so-called hall. And then you get scarred because you followed the steps and then you get a ridiculous answer out of left field that doesn't make sense. Hey, this is to encourage those of you that have been scarred by the study hall, okay? I know a lot of you are taking those questions and you're frustrated. And you have every right to be frustrated. I am an instructor and I am frustrated at the lack of finesse and the inaccuracies that exist in that exam. I applaud you for looking for the truth, taking questions over and over again. And I want to give you this hope. All is not lost because the exam is not written by the same people. The exam isn't written like the study hall. There are some questions that are so needlessly tedious and so ridiculous. And I'm like, who even thinks this happens in the real world? What planet do you do your project management on? I was reading a question that one of my students who recently passed the exam very kindly let me know about. And I'm looking at this question and I'm like, this isn't even real world. You're looking for stakeholders on a project. How many companies even do a lessons learned? Come on now. Let's be honest. I know times have changed. But those who do a lessons learned, I'm telling you, those companies, you're starting a new project, ain't no project manager going back to look in the archives because there ain't no archives in many of these firms. So you're looking for your stakeholders. PMBOK 6 captured it quite realistically. It's expert judgment. So the answer that says brainstorm with your team, which is what you would typically do in the real world, is wrong. And the outlandish answer of go into the old archives and look for documentation is the right answer. And then it refers to some outlandish book that isn't even part of the PMP trifecta that the PMI have been pushing, which is the Agile Practice Guide, the PMBOK 7 and PMBOK 6. I want to assure you, your exam will not be as ridiculous. I'm going to say it again because you're looking at me like you don't know what Phil is saying is the truth. No, your exam is not written like that. Your exam is written in a similar style of what should the project manager do next, but the different 100 shades, 100 shades of blue that the exam presents and the study hall presents, and it's very debatable, very controversial answers, and quite annoying. Your actual exam is not like that. If it was, people would fail very frequently on this new exam. That is not to say people don't fail, but it's not as bad. Because I hear a lot of people on the social media boards crying and lamenting, I failed, I got a 60. What is the real exam going to do to me if this is doing this? And my answer to you is, quite frankly, you're doing the right thing and looking for answers from the source. I often say, you got to go to the horse so you hear from the horse's mouth. So I know it is a bit frustrating to go to the body that presents the exam and to have questions that are not reality, because it's written by a different team. So my advice to you, who has been doing your best and working your tail off on these outlandish questions, is to don't fret. All is not wasted. You'll get into the exam and you realize, oh, it's not crazy like this. And I know a lot of you are overachievers. So you're like, oh, I got to go for the strongest exam. I got to go for the craziest of the study halls. If you are a Martian or Plutonian, if you're from out of this world, then perhaps you will not be moved or discouraged. If you are from Earth, if you are an Earthling, I expect you to be very discouraged about some of the marks. Here's part of the frustration. Some of those questions have no rhyme or reason. So you're frustrated. You're discouraged. I want to caution you. Don't get so discouraged that you refuse to take the exam when you have scheduled it. If I were you, I would pull back from the, in quote, difficult end of the spectrum of those questions, because in my mind, they are worthless and I do not prescribe them. If you have taken a number of questions that are in the intermediate, easy realm, in my mind, I would say, don't do more than that. Okay? I would say balance up the perspective by looking at questions such as the ones in the playlist I have. I have a couple of playlists. One is 180 questions thereabouts. The other one is 250 questions. Balance it up with that and be true to applying the dig, sieve approach. Define the problem, identify the root cause, generate alternatives, and go for the kill. Choose the best alternative. Then implement it hypothetically in your head and ask the question, will that really solve the problem? Another piece of advice I have for you is to go with your gut. In instances where everything else fails, go with your gut. So, to tackle situational questions, you got to read carefully. Don't sacrifice accuracy. But also, you need the speed, or you will run out of time, as many people have. So I am saying practice 1 minute a question. Yes, I know it sounds brutal. I know it sounds crazy, but you need to think 1 minute so that you've got 15 seconds as a buffer. Please do this. Okay, I've been doing this for a very long time, and I realized that a number of students that are slow in reading and they don't have any accommodations, they don't finish the exam conveniently. They rush, they sacrifice quality for speed, and they fail because they ran out of time. I know a lot of students like that. So you got to get quick. Okay? Number 2, identify the core issue. Focus on the main problem or challenge. Number 3, determine the project phase. Recognize the project life cycle phase. Where am I? Am I in initiating? What happens after that? Am I in planning? Where could I not be based on what this question says? What could I not do immediately? You have just completed the authorization document for the project. What should you do next? Develop a schedule. Develop a work performance report. It's definitely not the latter. The work performance report, you don't do that. Why it is not the report is
if you're done with initiating, you have done no work to develop a report. So it would have to be the schedule, right? It would have to be the formal one, the schedule. If you're also in a situation where it says you have just completed the project management plan, what should you do next? And you have a business case versus a project closeout. Even though the project closeout seems far-fetched, it would have to be the project closeout and not the business case. So knowing where you are in the scheme of things is going to help you as you tackle these questions. Recall the PM processes. You don't have to cram the processes anymore. I want to give you this perspective. The exam barely contains mention of the 49 processes. Barely. You might get one mention of the 49 processes, maybe two, maybe a handful, but not more than that. So I want to encourage you to understand the processes as opposed to cramming the processes. Okay. There's no need to cram them. There's no need to cram the ITTOs. That era has gone. Number 5, eliminate extreme options. Some of the options that say never or always are flat out wrong, and you can tell that right from the get-go. Number 6, avoid generalizations. You got to beware of words that I mentioned and further generalizations. All the stakeholders. What do you mean invite all the stakeholders? All? Why would you invite all the stakeholders to a weekly meeting? Doesn't make sense. Especially when the question says you're a project manager on a large size government project, blah, blah, blah. And then you have a statement that says all the stakeholders or all the customers. Look out for things like that. Look for the next logical step. Focus on the immediate step. You have identified your risks. What should you do next? Plan the risk responses or perform a quantitative risk analysis. It would be a quantitative risk analysis. The risk response will come next. So there are going to be times where you have A, B, C, D, and in your head you need to rearrange A, B, C, D. If you're in a test center and you have writing material with that blank slate they gave you, you can write the order of things. If you're at home, you cannot. It's one of the downsides for people that are very kinesthetic. They have to write, they have to see something in a flow chart. They have to imagine it or see it in reality. For those kind of people, you may want to write down as much as possible, which means not taking the exam at home, taking it in a test center. Even though the exam has a whiteboard electronically, it's quite clunky. Number 8, beware of distractions and options. Align with the core issue. There's always going to be distractions, red herrings, things that send you off the beaten track. You got to be aware of things like that. All right, number 9, trust PMBOK principles. Rely on the PMBOK guides principles. You know, we have these 12 principles. Yes. My advice about the 12 principles is to really understand them as presented in the PMI's PMBOK 7th edition. Understand the context of them, and as I said, go with your gut when all else fails. Okay. So if you follow the structure that I have mentioned, if you ensure that you understand the material and then follow the advice I've given you by practicing daily, practice a mock exam a day, even if it's a 15-question mock exam, it'll help you. It'll help get your thinking into that realm. There's a realm of thinking you need to be in, and it comes with warming up and practicing on the regular.
If you are able to do that on the regular, the chances of success are going to be a lot higher. So by following the structured approach and advice I've given, you can enhance your chances of success by selecting the correct answer and navigating the complexities of situational questions. A few weeks ago, I gave you a number of scenarios to help align your thinking in preparation for the exam. I called it 100 situational scenarios every aspirant should know. I want to give you a quick reminder about these scenarios. Your exam is going to be riddled with the what should the PM do next? Project is over budget. What should the PM do next? Key team members resign. What should the project manager do next? For every question you're seeing on the screen, I want you to hit the pause button and I want you to ask yourself, do I even understand this scenario? Quality issues reported. What kind of issues? Critical path delayed? Critical path delay identified? What is the critical path? What does it mean when it's delayed? What are some of the potential delivery problems? Project risks not properly managed, and so on and so forth. But I need you to be true to yourself. This is me trying to help you. Please take what I'm saying seriously. Hit the pause button and then ask yourself, do I even understand this situation? Okay? If you don't have time to do it now, bookmark, like, subscribe, and come back to this video. These 100 scenarios are very similar to what you could get on the exam. Stakeholder disengagement, resource availability mismatch, quality standards not met. Going into the world of Agile, the Agile backlog is misprioritized. What should you do? What can you do? What should you do as a Scrum Master? Velocity fluctuations, scope creep in Agile. The Agile team lacks focus, and you got to remember your exam has Agile and hybrid. Don't forget the hybrid, because a hybrid is a boatload of hybrid. The way the question is written, sometimes a question is in the middle of the road, not Agile and not predictive overtly. It's hybrid. So how do you tackle it? You need to decide, how do I do this? The team lacks a velocity chart. Is that a problem? What would be on the y-axis? What would be on the x-axis? The x-axis should have the time factor, so sprints could be a possibility, and so could weeks. But you also need to know what would not be on the x-axis. Story points would not be on the x-axis. Things like that. The Agile team lacks a sprint goal. Who should be worried about that? How would that be resolved? And so on and so forth. Over the past 11 hours, my friends, we've been taking a look at various question possibilities for your exam. I have also been helping you understand how to navigate the questions. I have also spoken to the controversial, popular option from our friends at headquarters at the PMI. I have also dispelled certain myths and tried to clarify that the exam is written by different humans. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness it's not the study hall, people. Otherwise, y'all would be failing so miserably. Thank goodness for that. If you're looking for training, coaching, or development, even beyond your PMP, I provide leadership coaching to help those of you who are graduates of the PMP. It's one thing to get PMP, it's another thing to up the ante in your career. PMP is not the answer. It's the beginning for many of us, like it was for me, but it's not the answer. Many people getting certified still unable to crush it in the marketplace. Many people getting certified, but they ain't killing it. They're still playing small because it ain't about PMP. It's about what you do with it, my friends. So going down to Praizion.com, the various options of studying and learning, and I would really love to see you blow this thing up. Why get certified if you're going to play small? If you're going to be a dwarf in the corner, refusing to grow, why do that? You got to blow this thing up, man. You got to blow it up, blow it up. Go to the next level. Stop being a little mouse in the house, in a little corner in the wall. Blow this thing up. So get certified and then come back and have a conversation with me. Get to your next level in life, my friends. I wish you all the best. Thank you for staying with me this far. All the very best. And you take care. And I will talk to you very soon. Bye for now. Welcome, my friends, to our session for today, where we're going to take a look at the Agile Practice Guide and the key pages that you need to focus on for your exam. Whether you're taking a PMP exam or the CAPM exam, this is going to help you because, as you know, in 2023, the CAPM exam has a lot more Agile focus. So whichever exam you're taking, ACP, PMP, CAPM, this stuff is going to help you. I'm going to show you the key pages that you need to focus on to ace whatever piece of Agile that you face. So let's jump straight into it. Pages 91 to 95, which has the knowledge areas broken down from an Agile perspective. Pages 8 and 9, which go into the manifesto. 14, which is the Stacy model. 18 and 19, which are more like PMI's unique blend of the Stacy model put in the form of a table or continuum of life cycles. So page 18 and 19 are pretty peculiar to the PMI. I would definitely recommend that you focus on those pages so you understand PMI's unique bend to the Agile domain. And then take a look at pages 28 and 29 to get a good understanding of the hybrid world. 33, 58, 59 for problems in Agile, 77 for understanding of the contracts in Agile, page 100. There's so many pages of relevance, but there's also a smattering of topics that I want to hit on really quick for your attention as you study. So I'm going to be listing these out one by one, and as we proceed, you'll see topics pop up on the screen. So the very first topic that I want to emphasize here is just the basics of Agile. As you study the content, you will see in the very early stages of the Agile practice guide, you see the basics explained, the logic, the rationale, a kind of business case, if you will, for Agile. Highly recommend paying attention to that. So Agile basics, the Agile manifesto, the values, the principles. This is going to help you. What is Agile? What are the principles? What are the values? All of those are very important as well. Making a case for Agile, understanding why Agile in the first place.
understanding attitude and behavior, right? Attitude and behavior in the world of Agile, core concepts, Agile acceptance and buy-in, Agile as a way of thinking, understanding how to use it as a way of thinking, Agile challenges, Agile concerns and fears. People have concerns and fears when it comes to Agile. Why is that? The concept of team building, Scrum basics, getting into the 3-5-3 of Scrum, the Bay essentials. You got to understand that too. Uses of Scrum, Scrum theory, Scrum values. Now that's not in the Agile practice guide, but that's a good topic to be aware of. The concept of commitment, courage, openness, focus, respect. Understanding the roles. So as you study for your exam, you got to understand the roles in Scrum. Understand that PMI may call this a development team. They may refer to the cross-functional team as development team, or you might even hear them refer to it as developers. So I want you to take some time out. You know, if I were you, I'd get a blank piece of paper and a pen, and I would draw out the entire framework, the entire thing from the beginning all the way to the end of the 3-5-3 of Scrum. And when you've done that, you know for sure that you truly do understand Scrum when you're able to dump the 3-5-3. The Scrum Master, Scrum events, these are all topics that you want to make sure you got down before your exam. The concept of the sprint planning, the daily Scrum, the sprint review, the sprint retrospective, Scrum artifacts, the 3-5-3, right? So we talk about the 3. You got to know the product backlog, the sprint backlog, the increment, artifact transparency. These are all topics that I expect you to be able to fluidly discuss. If your exam is coming up and you get to any of these and you're like, I don't know what that is, that's a red light. That's a red light for you to pause, go back, close the gaps, right? Small group dynamics, definition of done, servant leadership, self-organizing teams, effective and empowered teams and team dynamics, the 5 stages of team development, the concept of reaching consensus and understanding the vehicles that are in place to help you reach consensus. You know, there's this misnomer that consensus is the same as unanimity, and it's not. Unanimity is one of the ways you could get to consensus, but not every team employs unanimity as their vehicle to consensus. Some do, but you could also have the largest block in the group decides, or at least 60% of us must agree, or 70%, or some other unique blend. So it's good to understand the deep details of things like this. All right, moving on, meeting rules, team charters and contracts, estimating, forecasting, velocity, Kanban, the concept of WIP, work in progress, the concept of delivery rates. You know, in the world of Kanban, we talk about, there's really 2 metrics. We talk about the lead time and we talk about cycle time. You need to understand that page in the Agile Practice Guide, which breaks it down, okay? Knowing that lead time is the entire time from the time you got into the queue at McDonald's to the time you left with your purchase, right? Cycle time is the time the person in the kitchen picked the order to the time they finished fulfilling the order. That's cycle time. So there's a difference. There are little nuances here and there that you need to be aware of. You just never know when that could help. All right. I also suggest understanding the concept of Little's Law, not because it's on the exam, but because it will help you as an Agilist. The concept of cost of delay, again, it is something that I would recommend that you know. It's talked about a lot in the world of Agile. It will help you. And these 2, Little's Law, the summary of Little's Law is, if you want to increase your throughput, limit your WIP. The concept of the cost of delay is there is a cost for delaying certain value in the business to your stakeholders. So you don't want to delay delivering value when the cost of delaying is high.
you got to figure out a way to make that cost go away or be as low as possible or negligible. All right, urgency. The concept of urgency as a product owner, you got to know that. Kanban roles, small group dynamics. So as you prepare for your exam, this is just a reminder of things that you want to hammer down, things that you want to go button up. And when you come across questions on either exam, whether it's the ACP, the CAPM, or the PMP, you would have already covered the most important stuff. But if there's one thing that I want to point out as being the super, super important aspect, it would have to be the Agile Manifesto. The Agile Manifesto values and principles. Because if you don't imbibe the values and the principles, the PMI could run circles around anyone who hasn't. I know this firsthand from my ACP exam. My ACP exam was very heavily mindset, but it was not the technical stuff. It wasn't, I didn't get TDD questions or BDD or ATDD or any of that stuff. More than anything else, it was the mindset in the Agile Manifesto, the values and the principles. What I would advise you to do to get this piece down tight is to critique the Agile Manifesto. Perhaps if you spend some time critiquing it and asking yourself the question, what could I write better for my unique circumstance? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the manifesto, but I'm saying when you critique the manifesto, when you look at the manifesto and you say, I'm going to customize this to fit my own unique needs, when you do that, it helps you come away with a much deeper understanding of the Agile Manifesto values and principles. So take some time out and do that, and I'm sure that the payoff will be huge. All right, thank you very much. If this was of help to you, if this was a great memory jogger for you, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and I'll see you in the next episode. Bye for now.
Definitions for PMP, PMIACP, and Agile exams. Acceptance Test-Driven Development, ATDD. Creating test criteria collaboratively before delivery starts. Agile, a mindset of values and principles. Agile Coach, an experienced individual who trains, mentors, and guides teams through their Agile transformation. Agile Lifecycle, an iterative and incremental approach to project delivery with frequent deliveries. Agile Manifesto, the official definition of Agile values and principles. Agile Mindset, a way of thinking and behaving based on the Agile Manifesto's values and principles. Agile Practitioner, Agilist, a person who embraces Agile values and collaborates with cross-functional teams. Agile Principles, the 12 principles of Agile as embodied in the Agile Manifesto. Agile Unified Process, a simplified approach to developing software using Agile techniques and concepts. Anti-pattern, a known flawed pattern of work that should be avoided. Automated code quality analysis, scripted testing of a codebase for bugs and vulnerabilities. Backlog, product backlog, a list of project requirements that the team collaboratively reviews and updates to satisfy customer needs. Backlog refinement, the ongoing activity of elaborating project requirements to satisfy customer requests. Behavior-driven development, BDD, a design and validation practice using test-first principles and English-like scripts. Blended Agile, combining two or more Agile frameworks, methods, elements, or practices. Blocker, impediment, something that is hindering or blocking the team's progress. Broken comb, paint drip, a person with multiple skill sets at varying depths, also known as T-shaped and I-shaped. Burn down chart, a graphical representation of the remaining work versus time left in a time box. Burn up chart, a graphical representation of the completed work toward a product release. Business requirement documents, BRD, a listing of all requirements for a specific project. Cadence, a rhythm of execution, also known as a time box. Collective code ownership. Any team member can modify project work products or deliverables, emphasizing team-wide ownership and accountability. Continuous delivery, delivering feature increments immediately to customers through small batches of work and automation technology. Continuous integration, frequently integrating and validating each team member's work products with one another. Cross-functional team, a team that includes practitioners with all the skills necessary to deliver valuable product increments. Crystal family of methodologies, a collection of lightweight agile software development methods focused on adaptability to a particular circumstance. Daily Scrum, daily stand-up, a brief daily collaboration meeting in which the team reviews progress, declares intentions, and highlights obstacles. Definition of done, DOD, a team's checklist of criteria required to consider a deliverable ready for customer use. Definition of ready, DOOR, a team's checklist for a user-centric requirement with all the information needed to begin work. DevOps, practices for improving collaboration between development and operations staff to create a smooth flow of delivery. Disciplined Agile, DA, a process decision framework for incremental and iterative solution delivery. Double loop learning, a process that challenges underlying values and assumptions to better elaborate root causes and devise improved countermeasures. Dynamic Systems Development Method, DSDM, an agile project delivery framework. Evolutionary Value Delivery, EVO, the first agile method that focuses on delivering multiple measurable value requirements to stakeholders. Extreme Programming, XP, an agile software development method that leads to higher quality software, more frequent releases, and greater responsiveness to changing customer requirements. Feature-driven development, FDD, a lightweight agile software development method driven from the perspective of features valued by clients. Fit for purpose, a product suitable for its intended purpose. Fit for use, a product is currently usable in its current state to fulfill its intended purpose. Ideal, an organizational improvement model that is named for the 5 phases it describes: initiating, diagnosing, establishing, acting, and learning. Impact mapping, a strategic planning technique that acts as a roadmap to the organization while building new products. Impediment, blocker, an obstacle that prevents the team from achieving its objectives. Increment, a functional, tested, and accepted deliverable that is a subset of the overall project outcome. Incremental life cycle, an approach that provides finished deliverables that the customer may be able to use immediately. Information radiator, a visible, physical display that provides information to the rest of the organization, enabling up-to-the-minute knowledge sharing without having to disturb the team. I-shaped, refers to a person with a single deep area of specialization and no interest or skill in the rest of the skills required by the team. Iteration, a time-boxed cycle of development on a product or deliverable in which all of the work that is needed to deliver value is performed. Iterative life cycle, an approach that allows feedback for unfinished work to improve and modify that work. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe.
Support organizational change 3.4. This is one of my favorites because change can be extremely helpful in moving an organization to a state of excellence. And this is what PMI wants you to know. 1, you got to assess organizational culture. Why? You got to ask yourself that question. Are we ready for this change? Or do we need a change in culture first? Do we need a change in thinking first? 2, evaluate the impact of organizational change to your project. And then
you can determine the required actions. A lot of folks may not evaluate the impact of a project or evaluate the impact of change to a project. And that is what 3.4.2 and 3.4.3 urge you to do. 3.4.3 is, what is the impact of the project to the organization? And from there, you'll have a better understanding of what the change needs to be effective and what the change could do. What the change could do if it is not done the right way. This is all about human behavior and understanding that first and getting buy-in from stakeholders regarding any change coming and getting those folks who are on the project as stakeholders to give you their full support. Minimize resistance, gain support. That's what you want ultimately. But in order to support organizational change, the key word is organizational. We're not talking about changing plans or documents, no, or changing requirements or changing your product backlog. That's not what we're talking about here. Remember, this is from the business area. So we're thinking a lot more strategically at a higher level. In the world of Agile, as you can imagine, some of the changes we're looking for to enable Agile to work properly are going to require some organizational change. So think about it. I talked about mindset and behavior. Your organization may not be okay with the concept of experimentation, but it's up to the project manager. It's up to whoever is at the helm, be it a scrum master or an Agile leader, to explain to them the psychology, the philosophy. Every sprint is an experiment. Every user story is an experiment. So it's built into the process. And this is meant to give people the understanding that there are guardrails set up, there are processes set up to help you. When and how do you know you're ready for change? Well, my buddy, my co-trainer Roy, he simply calls this a health assessment. So if you go back to the very first task, the very first enabler we looked at, you got to assess organizational culture. I know one of the things I love a lot about the Agile Practice Guide is the fact that PMI gives you some practical, tangible tools to use for this. And one of the tools that they give you to use for this, it's known as the suitability filter. And this model that PMI has is a model where organizational and project attributes are assessed under three main categories. One is culture. Is there a supportive environment with buy-in? Is there trust? Two, team. Is a team a suitable size? Do its members have T-shaped skills, and do they understand what exactly this is all about? Is there an access to business reps to be successful? Because one of the tenets of Agile is we work daily with the customer. Are we able to do that? And regarding the project, the question is, are there high rates of change? Is incremental delivery even possible? How critical is the project? Now, this is an exercise I love to carry out with companies, with teams. And if your company is going through some valley of decision, so to speak, you need to get them to do this. There are many ways we facilitate these workshops, but at the end of the day, the company has a better understanding of where they are. So we assess team, culture, and project. I'm going to show you how we do this real quick here. So in assessing the team, the question of experience, where do they stand? On a scale of 0 to 10, talking about experience, do the team members have the necessary experience and access to business reps to be successful? If the answer is more no than yes, then they're going to be up here. If it's a no, you plot them there. Do they have access to customer stakeholders to collaborate, to work together? If the answer is a massive yes, then it's going to be down here somewhere. Regarding buy-in, if there's no buy-in for the approach of Agile, the approach of being nimble in thinking, and they seem somewhat resistant, then they're going to be somewhere there. In terms of trust, if they have trust, it's going to be there. If decision-making approaches are left to the team and it's something that is welcome, it's going to be towards that angle. Regarding delivery, if incremental delivery would massively help, like you need to release things on a regular basis, maybe on a weekly basis, then you're going to be down here towards the 0 point. And you can see the scale over here from 0 to 10. That's what we're following. Okay. Regarding criticality, it's a very, very, very critical project. And in fact, the PMI gives you ranges of scores, and the term criticality has from 1 to 10, 10 being could be loss of life on a massive scale, then it's going to be up here. If it's loss of life on a smaller scale, then it's towards the middle. What about change? Is the rate of change high? Well, if the rate of change is high, you plot that there. And the team size, if the team is like 200 plus, then they're going to be towards this zone. But if the team is somewhere towards 1 to 3, they're going to be closer to here. So this would be the kind of profile a company like this would plot. And from this, they would be able to deduce what their profile is. Now, just from observing at a high level what a company such as this one I'm describing would probably do is be hybrid. This shows hybridization would likely help this firm. And take a look here. You'll get something like that. So the one on the screen, this one right here that was here before I did this example one, that firm is one that will benefit from a whole lot more Agile. But as you see this jutting out point here, that's an indicator that you got to be predictive to satisfy those. But there's some firms that will be so centered around the middle that it would make absolute sense to go more fully Agile. But this shows that there are a lot of predictive influences, even though there are some nice Agile possibilities. So you would need to hybridize. And as you can see, the interpretation of what we're doing is right here. It says clusters of values around the center of the chart indicate a good fit for Agile approaches. Results around the outside indicate a predictive approach may be more suitable. And values in the middle portion between Agile and predictive indicate a hybrid approach could work well. Now, the Agile Practice Guide goes into a lot more detail regarding this. And in the Agile Practice Guide, there is more information about how you could do this in a firm and a lot more information regarding case studies, if you will. So I want to urge you to open up your Agile Practice Guide. This is a very exciting piece in my mind. Not only have I used it for companies, but I truly believe that this is a good starting point for companies to begin the dialogue of hybridization. So if you are struggling in your firm, you need help with this topic, I want to urge you to reach out to Roy and I. Let us know that you're looking for help in this regard. We can facilitate one of these for you or your team. I would advise, though, because companies are very different, you definitely need representatives from all parts of the business. And as much as possible, try to have dialogue. This is not a magic button to say, oh, we need to be agile, or oh, we need to be predictive all the way, or oh, we need to be hybridized. No, it's a vehicle for teams to have discussions and to find out what the way forward could look like. Okay. Now, if you go to the Agile Practice Guide, page 127, you can see where this is talked about, where this is used. If you go to page 128 all the way on down, you can find the interpretation of these questions. Now, the PMI do say results predominantly in the hybrid zone indicate some combination of Agile and predictive might work. They also say, however, it is also possible that an Agile approach with some risk education, such as extra education and training, or extra validation and documentation rigor in the case of high criticality projects may suffice. So the way to blend the worlds of agile and predictive, they do need an expert eye, okay? And that is where patience is needed, and that is where good understanding of both worlds are needed. All right. I would advise don't try this alone at home. Look for expert advice, look for expert help in things like this if you want to do them in your firm. All right. So the area that I talked about, I just want to touch on the area of criticality. And the scale for criticality, 10 is many lives lost, 1 is only time lost, and 5 on that scale is essential funds. Essential funds are lost. See, that's why it's a 5, but not loss of life. The actual radar, you could take a look. I'm quite excited the PMI made this available to people. It's on page 134. Take a look at that. In the case studies talked about on page 135, the radar chart looks at an online drug store project. And it's interesting in seeing how things spike out. And the commentary there is because of that spike, right? It says some projects are centered around the middle, but then spike out on 1 or 2 axes. These projects may be best solved with a hybrid approach. And then if you go to page 136, you get the full breakdown of how they did this. And it reads, the project was to develop an online drugstore to sell cheaper Canadian prescription drugs to US customers. And it says, as shown, and I'm not showing you the figure, go check it out, X312, high levels of buy-in and trust are evident for those who worked in an empowered way. The visual nature of the website make it easy to show new increments of functionality. You get it? So they took this, they employed it, and the approach was very helpful. There were high rates of change, and the team handled it well. And this was a good predictor that they were down the right track. The second example that you can see on the next page is a military messaging system. And for that one, you can see it looks even more on the outside than the example that I'm showing based on the random numbers I threw out. In this one, you can see it is all across the board predictive, probably best predictive, largely predictive. But it's not enough for you to just look at this big old shape and say, oh, that's predictive. No. You need to investigate why. Why are we not considering an agile approach? So there were many questions, as usual, that were answered. And one of the questions that was answered in the example is, why is there no agile buy-in? And the answer is, well, an agile approach was not being considered. Trust in the vendors was mixed, but generally respected. Decision-making was not local, but was made by architecture and requirements committees. While elements of the design could be tested incrementally in a laboratory, they could not be gathered together for an end-to-end demonstration. Many lives were potentially at risk, so criticality was very high. So if you take a look at that PMBOK guide example, what you'll find, and I'm going to erase what I have up here, but what you'll find generally is something like this. Something like this on the outskirts. A lot of the points were very much on that periphery outside. And that is why the first look at something like this, you're going to think, oh yeah, this is definitely going to be predictive. But if you read the Agile Practice Guide, if you go further to the actual descriptions that PMI shares there, it says, the project was large, with more than 300 people from one vendor side alone, but each role had many experienced practitioners. Finally, access to the business or customer was not possible, but contract analysts were available to ask specification questions, and they usually replied or asked clarifying questions within 10 days. Parts of the project could have been carved off and run as agile projects, but at the heart of the initiative was a single large project. See, So when you take a look at these points, you should also ask yourself, are there any opportunities here? Why is this data the way it is? You see, perhaps there needs to be dialogue, and that is exactly what this tool is meant to do. It's meant to get dialogue. It's meant to be a conversation piece. And people on the team, people in the company, they should jump in and they should discuss. So we can see two different types of companies, one that was more hybridized and one that immediately it looks, oh, this is going to be predictive all the way. However, when you look at the data, the question should be, why is the data like this? And is there any opportunity to do anything differently? Is there any opportunity to add value in an incremental fashion to get people what they need quicker, and so on? See. But when you take a look at this military project, requirements were locked down because changes impacted so many subcontract organizations. And that's understandable and that's okay. But the summary of it is Agile suitability filters are useful tools for identifying potential fits and gaps for Agile projects, but they should not be used as definitive inclusion or exclusion gates, but instead as topics of objective discussion with all interested parties. So I urge you as a professional, open up the Agile Practice Guide, not because you're taking the PMP exam alone, but because this suitability filter is a very, very cool piece in my mind for people who are thinking of the idea of, are we ripe for hybridization? And when you take a look at the information, you can ask yourself, why are we like this? Is this as a result of some biases? Is this a cognitive bias? And maybe you realize people have no clue, you see, about Agile, and they just need education. And then there's a bigger opportunity to help them. So take a look at those suitability filters, and I hope this has really helped you to understand, because if you're going through some form of transformation or about to, which some of the questions on the exam will be like that, you want to start thinking about this stuff. So how do you assess an organization's culture? Practices, symbols, values, assumptions. All members of the organization understand these. Collectively, they define appropriate behavior within the organization. When you think about culture within a project management context, it could be complex because we're talking about people from all manner of fields, backgrounds, professions. Members of your team will typically have their own cultures and ways of working, may not be in harmony with one another. These cultural differences can either be positive or negative, depending on how they're managed. And it's important that PMs make themselves aware of these cultures on their projects. You also need to realize that these are EEFs, enterprise environmental factors. Get to know the team, do some research, find out what you can know about the team, and identify components of the organization's culture that are important for the project you're working on, and then be able to prepare a strategy for implementing change on their behalf. Some projects are very global in nature, and other projects are local in nature. So it's your job as a project manager to understand that. When we talk about organizational factors, some organizational factors are as follows: organizational culture, resistance, reluctance of the organization to change, teamwork, degree of leadership in support of the change, organizational communications, organization system and process, and organizational structure. These are things that you want to be thinking about as part of that task as a project manager. Okay. So when we take a look at the task overall, the task is supporting organizational change. Assess organizational culture, evaluate the impact of organizational change to the project, determine required actions, and then evaluate the impact of the project to the organization and determine required actions. So that is the final, the very, very, very last of the tasks in the PMP exam content outline. My question to you is, Do you have questions? Well, if you have questions, you know very well, I want to know about your questions. So I want you to post them in the comments below, and I'll be more than happy to give you some answers. If you're getting ready for the PMP exam and you're wondering, maybe even the CAPM exam, and you're wondering, well, how am I going to study? How am I going to get support? Well, there is a website that you need to go to, and it's our home website. It's called praizion.com, Praizion.com. When you get to praizion.com, I want you to check out the vehicles that we have to help you, to add value to you, to train you. And one of the vehicles is the Project Management Masterclass. It's also accessible from projectmanagementmasterclass.com. And if you go to the website here, you can see we've got training coming up. We have training all the time. Click on that link, check out the training that we've got, the next round of training that we've got. Sign up for it. And if you're already a PMP and you're looking for some help for your exam, well, whatever the exam might be, maybe what you need is not PMP exam training. Maybe what you need to help you, to mentor you, to coach you is a vehicle that we call the Project Leadership Institute. And if you go to that page there for the Project Leadership Institute, you can see that we have training, coaching, mentoring to help people pass the exam. As you can see that they're working on that. It's not PMP because you need more support. So if you're taking more of the advanced exams like the RMP exam, the Risk Management Professional exam, while not offering you training full blown, we could offer you mentoring to help you get there. If you're taking an exam such as the SP exam, the Scheduling Professional exam, or the ACP exam, or any of your aspirations as a professional, you want to be in a program like this that keeps driving you towards your goals. All right, this starts March 27th, and we've got a keynote from my mentor, leadership guru, John C. Maxwell. I want to implore you, if you're really looking to grow in this world of project management, go on down there, take a look at the offerings we've got, and it'll be a pleasure to have you as one of our mentees. You take care and speak to you soon. Two ways to look at project management. You could look at it from the lens of traditional, which is the scope is fixed. The schedule and the budget are estimated. Do you work in a company where management's major concern is let's fix that scope so everything else stays the same? I can tell you it doesn't work. People think it does, it doesn't. Then we have the world of Agile where we flip this triangle on its head and scope is flexible or estimated and schedule and budget are fixed. What do I mean by that? What I just showed you was an example of a time box. If you fix the time box, the question is, what scope can I fit in? You see, the scope is now flexible. The time box is rigid, but the scope that you fit in is flexible, right? So some visual conceptualizations in project management. We have predictive project management, looks like that. We have the world of Agile, which looks like this because it's a series of experiments or iterations to get to your goal. And very popular in PMI space today, we have a hybridization, combine Agile and predictive to give you the best of both worlds, okay? But the one I really want to hone in on is this one, linear, right? For the most part. Even though in what we call traditional project management, we find that change still happens. It's just how we manage change that's different. So for the traditional project management piece, your best bet is to go down the route of the process groups. Understand that there are 5 groups of processes. Like I said in the beginning, as we were filling the application form, you got initiating, you got planning, you got executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. 5 groups of processes, okay? What do we do in these 5 groups? Let me break it down very quick for you. The very first one is initiating. This is where we develop a project charter, and on top of that, we identify our stakeholders. Second thing we do is planning, right? We plan everything under the sun. Scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, and stakeholder. Then we have executing. This is where you're carrying out the work, you're executing the plan, you're creating deliverables, you are auditing the work process, and so on.
Then we have monitoring and controlling, where you are reporting on the project and you're making changes. And then we have closing, right? You're closing out either a phase in the project or the entire project. The deliverable is transitioned, the final report is created, you're examining drivers, the lessons learned are archived, and more. Okay? Output, project charter from initiating, project management plan from planning, the deliverable from executing with good leadership. The output from monitoring and controlling are these work performance reports majorly, and then from closing, it's the transitioning of what you did. Okay, hit the pause button and take a screenshot because this might help you as you fill in your application form. Let's take it to the final step before we close out for today. On top of all this, you got what I call the process group pentagon, because we got 5 groups of processes, but we also have 10 areas of knowledge that span across these groups of processes. So here are the knowledge areas, and they're not in any particular order, and they are not on the different pieces of the pentagon for any deliberate reason. It's just the way the visual ended up being. All right, so the areas of knowledge are as follows. Let me give you a breakdown of the knowledge areas first before anything else. So we have integration, which is the overall coordination of the project. This is what project managers must not compromise. You ever pulled your hair out feeling I'm all over the place, I don't know what's going on? Oh, maybe you're challenged in integration. You're not able to keep it cohesively. And honestly, a lot of PMs are not that great in keeping everything together. They're good in one area or 2 or 3, but you got to be an all-rounder. Integration is what mimics that, being an all-rounder. So everything coming next, you got to combine them. All right, what is next? Scope management, schedule management, cost management, quality management, resource management, communications management, risk management, procurement management, and stakeholder management. You got to be able, this is what I'm saying in essence, you got to be able to combine all these pieces. Let's go back. You got to be able to combine, if I can get my pen to work, all these pieces. You got to be able to combine them, unify them, coordinate them. And when you do that, that's what integration is all about. So integration brings it all together. All right. So to finish off the visual, you got integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, stakeholder management, and that's what forms the knowledge areas. So what have we learned today? We've learned about the PMP exam, a ton about the PMP exam, but I've also taken you through how to complete the application. I've taught you some Agile. I've taught you the process groups. Now I've taught you the knowledge areas. Final thing before you go. You can't go without principles. So what did we learn in the Agile Manifesto? Individuals and interactions, right? Over processes and tools, and so on. The layer at the bottom, those are principles, and that's going to help you up the ante on the individuals and the interactions. Okay, so at the bottom there, I have 12 principles from the PMI, which are very leadership focused. That is the final thing I'm going to show you today. Here we go. The 12 principles from the Project Management Institute. Number 1, you got to be a good steward. You got to be responsible. You got to be diligent and respectful. Respectful to the resources entrusted to you, be they human, equipment, materials, supplies, facilities. Number 2, collaborate. You got to create a collaborative project team environment. Number 3, you got to effectively engage stakeholders. You got to effectively engage them from a point of collaboration. You got to think team customer. I look at a lot of people, they're always moaning about their customer. Oh, my customer, my customer, my customer. Hi, Uche, how you doing? Good to see one of my friends from the training program. Good to see you, Uche. How are you? Let me know when the big day is. Is it approaching? I'll put you on blast, buddy. You can tell me in secret. Don't worry. All right. Number 4, value. It just says focus on value. You got to focus on value. If it's not valuable, don't do it. Number 5, systems. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to systems interactions. Number 6, leadership. Demonstrate leadership behaviors. Number 7, tailor. Tailor based on context. Tailoring is so important. And all this is saying is take all of this project management stuff and appropriate it to your project as needed. You can't use or shouldn't use the whole kitchen sink for every single project. Number 8, quality. Build quality in. Think Kaizen, fitness for use, conformance to requirements, customer satisfaction. Number 9, complexity, navigate complexity, break it down. The way to navigate complexity, just break it down, break it down, break it down. You know, I know the PETA people are going to be mad at me, but the saying goes, how do you eat an elephant? A bite at a time. It's not a very nice visual, but all they're trying to say is, how do you attack a big problem? How do you attack complexity? You break it down. And that helps you to become more agile. You break it down, break it into iteration. That's all this is saying. Number 10, risk. Optimize risk responses. Makes sense. Make sure you select the best risk approach for the situation and for the project. Number 11, adaptability. Embrace adaptability and resiliency. It just says be agile. That's the summary of this. And number 12, change. Enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. And with that, my friends, we've come to the end of our presentation for today. If you really mean business and you want to be with one of the best in the business, you want to be with a buddy who has not only gotten certified, but has shown prowess in the world of predictive and agile, someone who has actually gotten their feet wet and hands dirty in various industries, various companies like Honeywell and Motorola and Caremark at the time, now CVS, right? American Airlines, Skillsoft. I mean, the list goes on, and some of my clientele, you know them very well. The FBI is one of my clientele, US Army, the Air Force, the US Air Force out in Europe, the US Army Corps of Engineers, who I volunteered for. So many firms worldwide, Department of Transport, Department of Commerce. If you truly mean business, I just want to encourage you to hit the button to join. Why wouldn't you join a program that is created by someone that has the kind of experience that I have? It's not all that fluff stuff that you see, like someone who was microwaved and came out of the oven like yesterday. No, I got certified in 2005. Sometimes I forget when I got certified, 2005. I know that's going to date me. Oh my goodness, that's 18 years. People who are 18 already, they're working, they're grown and working. So I hope this gives you some confidence to join my program. Again, my program is called Elite PMP. And to join, all you need to do is go on down to tinyurl.com/Elite PMP when you join the program. Right here, whether it's LinkedIn or wherever you found this, I need you to message me because I have some really awesome freebies for you. If you do join the program, send an email to support@praizion.com and let me know. I'm going to verify that you really joined the program. Please join the program. And then I am going to send you a boatload of editions. I'm going to send you this book. I'm going to send you this book. I'm going to send you a third book. And I'm going to load you on ammo. I call it ammo, knowledge ammo to ace the exam. You got to understand where I'm coming from. I'm a pragmatic trainer. This isn't about passing the exam alone. No, this is about long tail. I want to see you dominate in the project management space. I want to see you doing great things. I want to see you blowing it up, getting the bag, being a boss. I want to see you being a boss, not playing the small game. Oh, I'm a project manager. I'm just working the best I can. No, none of that. None of that. I want to see you blow this thing up. If you mean business, I want you to join my course today, and you have a friend for life. You have someone who will always help you get to that next level. All right. So I don't know what you're waiting for. Are you still there? Seriously? Go to tinyurl.com, Elite PMP. Let's get this show on the road. Okay. Thank you so much for joining me. And I look forward to seeing you again, hopefully soon. Those of you who are hiding, I see you. Some of you, my students, you're hiding. You don't want to get certified, but I'm looking for you. I've got at least 20 to 30 delinquent PMPs at any time, but I usually catch up with them. I find them. I'll find them. Like the bounty hunter, I'll find them. I get them certified. All right. Thank you very much. I wish you all the very best. You take care, and bye for now. Hello, my friends. How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Welcome to the PMP exam radio show. It's a pleasure to have you here today. We're talking about the PMP exam, and today we're going in once again on the PMP exam blueprint. What exactly is a PMP exam blueprint? It's the document on which the PMP exam is based. A lot of folks don't realize that the PMP exam is not based on the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Neither is it based on the 6th edition or the Agile Practice Guide. It's based on a document that you need to read, and it's called the PMP Exam Content Outline. The content outline is made of 3 parts, similar to how the exam is broken out. It's people, process, and business. The people domain has got 14 tasks. You gotta know them well. The process domain has got 17 tasks. And the business domain has got 4 tasks. Now, these tasks are not just relegated to the PMBOK Guide or the predictive piece. In fact, people, process, and business cuts across Agile and hybrid and predictive. You really need to understand this document so that when you get into the exam, you'll know what to expect. You would have already known what to expect. So today we are going to very succinctly tackle it. And if you want to attend a podcast set of training that is based on this document, you can go on down to study.pmradio.org. That's study.pmradio.org. Sign up for my second podcast, where I cover all tasks in 40 days, and I go in on this stuff pretty deep. All right? So we're going to start off with the people domain, and this is going to be very quick. I mean, I cover the material in about 11 hours in that other podcast, but here I'm only going to cover it in minutes. I'm going to give you the high-level thesis of it. So for the people domain, the very crux of the people domain is leadership. And what it's saying in essence is be a great leader, be a servant leader, be a people person, be a good steward. That's pretty much what it's saying. It's telling you as a project manager to be aware that you should be able to tackle conflict head on. Tackle conflict head on. And that doesn't mean quarreling with people, fighting with people. That's not what it's saying. It's just saying you got to manage conflict. You got to understand that conflict will happen. That's not the question. The question is, how will you handle conflict? So you got to be able to handle conflict and being aware of the different approaches to handling conflict. You know, you could choose to ignore it. That's avoid, run away from it. You could choose to confront it. There are many things you could choose to do. You could choose to compromise or reconcile. That's look for a 50-50 solution. You could choose to smooth or accommodate, which is sweep it under the rug, concede, roll over, just say, okay, you win, move on. And you could choose to use a forcing approach. You could choose to say my way or the highway. And you could do that in case of an emergency. So that's pretty much it. Then everything else in the people domain is very leadership and people heavy. You are encouraged to be a servant leader, to lead a team, to support the team, to empower team members, to ensure that team members and stakeholders are adequately trained to build a high-performing team, to address and remove impediments, which is like the job of the Scrum Master or the servant leader, as we call it in the world of Agile, to negotiate project agreements. Notwithstanding, though, you should also bear in mind that these negotiations are not done maliciously. They're done with a mindset of collaboration. And that's why it says collaborate with stakeholders and build a shared understanding across the project. Make sure everyone is on the same page. Engage and support virtual teams. If your team needs to be supported virtually, by working virtually, let them work virtually. Let them suggest the tools they want. Don't make them use tools you want, but let them choose tools that they want and support whatever they come up with, right? Support the team. Also, you are encouraged to have a project charter as well as a team charter. The project charter puts the team on the same page as far as what the project is meant to do. The team charter puts the team on the same page as far as how they're going to do it. What rules are they going to adhere to, and so on. And then we have mentoring being espoused, mentor relevant stakeholders, and promote team performance through the application of EI. Now, no one's going about with a big old book of Myers-Briggs saying, oh, Phil's an INTJ, I got to behave this way with him, or he's an ENTP or whatever. That's not it. It's really just being sensitive to the fact that people are people, and you need to apply emotional intelligence when you're working with people. It's part of the manual. And that's pretty much it for the people domain. Now, the kind of questions you're going to get are, you're a project manager on a project, you're experiencing this problem, this people problem, there's conflict, what should you do? Someone isn't doing what they should, what should you do? A stakeholder is mad, a stakeholder is upset, what should you do? A stakeholder is acting out of turn, what should you do? All that stuff. Let's move on to the process domain. Process domain is similar. It's always, you're a project manager on a project, this is going on, what should you do? And the tasks in the people domain, they map quite solidly to things like knowledge areas, process groups, and domains, if you will. Okay? So the overarching thoughts are, you got to execute the project with urgency required to deliver business value. But as much as possible, look to see if you can deliver business value incrementally. If you can deliver incrementally, do that, because you can get feedback from the incremental delivery that will help you know if you're on the right track. Manage communications. That just maps back to the entire communications management idea. You got to plan how to manage communications, then you got to manage communication, you got to do it, and then you got to monitor the communications to make sure that they are on point. Then we talk about risk, very similar to the knowledge area. It just encourages you to manage risk. You got to assess the risks, you got to manage the risks. So all the steps, for example, in PMBOK 6, this is where PMBOK 6 shines, because all of the details, it just helps you know what to expect, you know. So in PMBOK 6, it says, plan risk management, identify risks, perform a qualitative risk analysis and a quantitative risk analysis, and then plan risk responses, implement risk responses, monitor risks. If you got that down, then this just makes sense, what they're saying. But we don't just do risk management in the world of predictive, we do it in the world of Agile as well. The same thing for engaging stakeholders. We do that in Agile and predictive. Then it says plan and manage budget and resources. This is really just saying Cost management and resource management are important. Do them. The next one is plan and manage schedule. Determine how to manage the schedule and do it. Then plan and manage quality of products or deliverables. This is just saying have a quality plan and implement it. You see. Then it says plan and manage scope. And these aren't in order like the knowledge areas are. It would have made sense to kind of put them in some order, and it doesn't, and that's okay. But plan and manage scope, you get the idea. All the 6 things that you would do in PMBOK 6. Integrate project planning activities is really just saying develop a project management plan. Integrate your planning activities, whether you are in predictive, whether you're in agile. Manage project changes. Have change control. Have a change management plan. Plan and manage procurement. Have a plan for procurement management. Execute the plan for procurement management. That's what it's saying. Manage project artifacts. You have artifacts in the world of agile. You have artifacts in the world of predictive. Decide before the project starts which artifacts do we need, and go ahead and just execute on it, right? Create the artifacts, manage the artifacts, update the artifacts, archive the artifacts, or make them available, whatever the case. Determine the appropriate project methodology, methods, and practices for the project. It just makes sense that you should decide, is it going to be incremental, iterative, predictive, or agile? Then we have established project governance structure. Governance is the framework within which authority is exercised. How are we going to exercise authority in this project? Who can do what? And things like that. Then we have manage project issues, have an issue log, ensure knowledge transfer for project continuity. Make sure that knowledge is transferred. And last but not least, it says plan and manage project or phase closure or transitions. Makes sense. You're going to manage how the project transitions from phase to phase. Last but not least, we have the business environment. And there are 4 things that could cut across agile or predictive. Number 1, plan and manage project compliance. You got to plan for compliance. You got to manage it. Makes sense, right? Regulatory clauses, those regulatory bodies like the OSHAs of the world in America, the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, Sarbanes-Oxley, all of these clauses, you got to make sure that you are managing them. And whichever country you're in, whatever the laws and the policies or regulations are, you got to be obeying those. You got to build those in. Then task 2, it states that you should evaluate and deliver project benefits and value. So evaluate the value, deliver the value, track the value, have a benefits management plan, assign a benefits owner, and make sure that value is being realized. Value is the net quantifiable benefits that a user experiences from a project deliverable, a product, service, or result. Number 3 is all about evaluating the external business environment changes for impact and scope. And lastly, number 4 is support organizational change. Just support organizational change. You need to do this by enabling change to achieve the envisioned future state. That is it, my friends. That is all 35 tasks that I've broken down succinctly for you. I hope you found this useful. Hit that like button for me. Show some love to your buddy Phil. I need people to know this podcast is out there because a lot of people are lost regarding this PMP journey. It's full of alleyways that people didn't even see coming and stuff, So as you get ready for this exam, I want you to stay tuned to this podcast. There's so many episodes, but just listen, binge listen, like listen for 12, 24 hours. Just listen around the clock. And all that I'm saying is going to help the content make more sense to you. But the summary is you are going to be asked on the exam. You are a project manager in a large size IT firm managing an agile project. The project charter has been developed, but the team is still having problems understanding the backlog items. What should you do next? A, explain the items to them.
before they begin sprint planning. B, conduct backlog refinement and instruct them on how to estimate the work. C, involve the project sponsor so that they understand the business case. D, involve the product owner. You got to be able to do gallons and gallons of questions like that. And the best answer, of course, would be the product owner, because they should know what goes in the backlog. They are the gatekeeper. You got to understand the nuances. You got to understand the procedures, the process, the mindset. Okay? I encourage you, if you want a course to help you ace this exam, you might want to take my course on Udemy. It is tinyurl.com/elite PMP. That's tinyurl.com/elite PMP. I have tons of content there that will help you ace your exam. I hope this gives you some ideas on how to study, how to hunker down, and how to go for the kill on this exam. I know you can do it. Do you know you can do it? I hope you do. I wish you all the best in your prep. Don't forget, pmradio.org is the homepage, but also check out study.pmradio.org and tinyurl.com/elite PMP for my full-blown 35-hour course where I break down every piece of the exam, the 35 tasks in more detail, PMBOK 6 in a lot of detail, PMBOK 7 in a lot of detail, and Agile as well as Scrum. I look forward to hearing about your success. You take care, and bye for now.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to the PMP exam situation room. Let's jump straight into our process questions for today from the process domain. Take some time to read the question, answer to the best of your ability, and I will reveal the answer after. A project with a decided upon schedule baseline is at risk of missing its key value goals. The project is nearing completion, but the project manager realizes that some of the expected benefits are not as impactful as initially anticipated. What should the project manager do? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, let's take a look at the possible answers. In the classic style of PMP exam elimination, let's look at what we can eliminate from here. So, some of the expected benefits, and on the exam, you might want to do something similar, are not as impactful. And you can use a highlighter to highlight the most important parts. So some of the expected benefits are not as impactful. What would you do? Would you just leave things as they are? You wouldn't. So the option that says focus on upholding the baseline and completing the project as planned without altering the course and then expanding the benefits. How is that even sensible to keep plowing down a path that is not going to yield the benefits you expect? So we wouldn't choose A. A is not a very good choice, even though it sounds sensible. It is not the best option. Let's take a look at B. Re-evaluate the project objectives and adjust the plan to enhance project's benefits. The plan could mean the benefits management plan. It could mean the project management plan. But regardless, it does sound like a sensible thing to do to re-evaluate the project objectives and do what you need to do to enhance project's benefits. So we're going to keep that
in our back pocket. Let's take a look at C. Report the situation to senior management or stakeholders and seek guidance on how to proceed. You are the project manager. This is never the best option. Or I should say, 99% of the time, this will not be the best option to seek guidance from stakeholders and senior management. Not the best option. Let's take a look at option D. Increase marketing efforts to highlight the project's benefits more effectively for stakeholder comprehension. That is not the problem. The problem is not that the stakeholders understand. So with the process of elimination, we can see that the best solution here is to reevaluate the project objectives and adjust the plan to enhance project benefits. The benefits are not as impactful. So what can you do to ensure that they are? That's the question. Everything that we're looking at does not really move the situation forward except B, okay? And that's why the answer to that is B. Reevaluate the project benefits and adjust the plan to enhance benefits. Reevaluating and adjusting the plan aligns with the task of delivering project benefits and value, ensuring the project outcomes are as beneficial as possible. Completing as planned might miss the opportunity to maximize the benefits, while seeking stakeholder guidance first is poor leadership. It should be preceded with thorough analysis. Increasing marketing does not directly address the issue of diminished benefits. Let's move to our next question, my friends. And remember, on the exam, you will be under a lot more pressure than in this more relaxed environment. And that is what makes the exam hard. So get into that vein, that mindset. Here we go. A company has been awarded an agricultural pest control contract in Mali, West Africa, over 20,000 acres of farmland. An unexpected regulatory change has occurred that impacts the project's compliance requirements. The project is midway through its execution. What should the project manager do? All right, let's take a look at the options. And again, we will use the process of elimination to get rid of things that will not move the situation forward. Option A, continue with the current plan and address compliance issues after project completion. Now, that is not wise. Compliance needs to be baked in. It said the project's compliance requirements. We shouldn't ignore that. So A is not the best option. B, pause the project to fully understand the impact of the regulatory change before proceeding any further. Now, pausing the project is not in the jurisdiction of the project manager, and pausing the project might end up having cost overruns and further schedule delays that could impact the project adversely. B is not the sensible thing to do. C, update the project plan to incorporate the new compliance requirements with stakeholder input. It doesn't sound like a bad idea to update your project management plan. And when it says stakeholders, that includes the customer, could include the sponsor as well. So let's not get rid of C. Let's take a look at D. Delegate the responsibility of ensuring compliance to a legal expert who has experience in this domain. While that sounds like a plausible option, based on the limited amount of information, we don't even know if this is possible. And the responsibility of ensuring compliance is what the project manager should be doing, not delegating it to someone else. This is very serious. Now, you could bring in people to help you better understand compliance, but delegating the responsibility is a bogus option. And therefore, we will go with C. Update the project plan to incorporate the new compliance requirements. And when it says with stakeholder input, that could mean the CCB or a number of other important stakeholders. So let's take a look at the answer. Update the project plan to incorporate the new compliance requirements. This step must occur, as most times there's no middle ground when it comes to compliance requirements. It has to be understood and built in. Updating the project plan for new compliance requirements is essential for addressing the external business environment changes. Continuing as is might lead to compliance issues. Pausing the project could cause unnecessary delays, and while involving a legal expert is useful, it should be part of a broader plan update. So, my friends, as you can see from here, the best answer is C. It's all about what is the best thing to do, and that's exactly how the exam is. Let's take a look at the next question. A project-oriented organization is undergoing a significant shift in its operating model. This shift affects a major infrastructure project strategic alignment. What should the project manager do? I'll give you some time to think about it. Okay, once again, we will use the process of elimination. A, keep the project aligned with the original plan, irrespective of organizational changes. Again, A is like plowing down a path that you know will not lead to alignment or the result that you're seeking. So it's not the best option. A is not the best choice. B, realign the project to support the new organizational model and strategic direction. That doesn't sound bad. Take a look at C. Seek advice from senior management on how to proceed with the project. Seeking advice from senior management is not our go-to. That is not the best thing to do, because you've got to think on this exam as a project management professional. That is not the option PMI is looking for. What they're looking for is for you to take charge, be more assertive, and be more proactive. So it's not C. Option D, minimize communication about organizational changes to keep the team focused. That is like burying your head in the sand. And therefore, the best option is to realign the project to support the new organizational model and strategic direction. Okay. Let's take a look at the logic and the rationale in a bit more detail. Realigning the project ensures it supports organizational change and remains strategically relevant. Keeping the original alignment, option A, might make the project irrelevant. Seeking advice, option C, is important, but should be followed by proactive realignment, and minimizing communication could lead to confusion and misalignment. So what you're seeing here is just shades of different ideas. Option C is not a bad idea, but it's not your go-to, right? You first of all do your analysis and come up with some ideas of how to proceed, and then you could bring them in, and then you've got to realign. That's the key thing. So just saying seek advice is lame, and that's why the best option was option B. Let's move on to our next question. Question 18. A project is part of a larger organizational change initiative. During the project, the team identifies several inefficiencies in existing processes that are causing delays and increasing costs. What should the project manager do? Take some time to think about it. Choose the right answer. All right, as usual, let's take a look at the options and use the process of elimination. So, during the project, the team identifies several inefficiencies in existing processes. These are causing delays and increasing cost. So, option A, continue with the existing project process to avoid further disruptions and overruns, is not the best option. That's counter, right? That's against what we want. B, implement improvements immediately to address the inefficiencies using your expertise. Now, while that doesn't sound completely bad, using your expertise, that kind of negates the team. So I'm a bit suspicious about that. Let's take a look and see if we can find a better idea. All right, because it says several inefficiencies, right? The team identifies these. So just going by your expertise is a bit concerning. Option C, plan a review at project's end to avoid impacting ongoing work. That will impact ongoing work. So it's not that. Let's take a look at D. Engage the team in a structured process improvement exercise. Now we're talking. Structured process improvement with the engagement of a team is preferred over solo efforts. So I would choose option B, even though option B sounds good, but option D to me is the better one. And the best answer, my friends, is D. Engaging in a structured improvement exercise reflects continuous process improvement with team input, addressing inefficiencies without disrupting ongoing work. Continuing as is ignores the identified issues. Immediate implementation, just using your expertise alone, might disrupt ongoing activities, and this is not in the spirit of teamwork. And postponing the review delays potential benefits. All right, my friends, we have a final question here, and this is question 19. Let's read. The project manager realizes that valuable lessons learned are not being captured or shared effectively with the organization. What should the project manager do? I'll give you some time to think. All right, let's examine the answers now. So, A, focus on project delivery and address knowledge management during post-mortem events after project completion. And that's not entirely bad. It's better to get some lessons learned at the end than none, but it's actually not best, because if we could proactively, incrementally collect lessons learned, that's what we prefer. So we're not going to jump at A immediately. I'm going to say A is probably wrong, but let's take a look and see if we can find something better. B, create a centralized repository for lessons learned and encourage team contributions. It's not a bad thing to do. That means the team can add to the repository at any time. So I'm going to go with B over A. I'm going to cancel A and go with B. Let's take a look at C. Delegate the task of capturing lessons learned to a junior team member using a simple, manageable tool. Delegating lessons learned to one individual is not the way to proceed. Lessons learned should be gathered all through the project by different people on the team contributing to the repository, not waiting for one central person. It's not in the spirit of Agile either, so it won't be C. D, limits the capture of lessons learned to major project milestones. Well, if you do that and there's something really important that needs to be shared and you're limiting the disbursement of lessons learned, it could hurt the project. And therefore, the best answer in this question is option B. Option B, create a centralized repository for lessons learned and encourage team distribution. Here's the logic. Creating a repository of lessons learned effectively supports knowledge management, ensuring valuable insights are captured and shared. Focusing only on delivery misses the opportunity for continuous learning. Delegating to one person might not capture all perspectives, and limiting to milestones could overlook continuous learning opportunities. And there you have it, my friends. We have finished the process domain. If you haven't watched the people domain that we started earlier on, please do that. Highly advise it. And if you are looking for training, coaching, and help on your PMP exam, just go on down to Praizion.com. We have various courses, on-demand courses especially, that you can sign up for. And when you sign up for the course, be sure to let me know so that I can get you some additional benefits and bonus from being on my Elite PMP course. It's called Elite PMP. And all you need to do is go to Praizion.com and you can find the latest and greatest information about that program. For your PMP exam, my friends, it's very important that you remember this exam is highly situational. This is the name of the game. You could study all the ITTOs and processes and tools till the cows come home, but if you're not able to tackle situational questions and think situationally, you will struggle, which is why I'm bringing this series to you for you to see how to tackle people domain questions, process domain questions, which we finished today, and then we're going to be going into the business style questions. All right, my friends, you take care. All the very best, and bye for now. Hello, my friends, and welcome to our daily Agile. We will be taking a look at Agile questions. Here's your first question. You are a project manager in an organization transitioning to Agile, and some teams struggle with Agile principles. What steps can you take to help the team understand Agile values and principles, fostering a shared mindset? Is it A, maintain an open hierarchical communication structure? B, encourage the weaker team members to coach the stronger team members? C, encourage open dialogue and collaboration on Agile values? D, share Scrum practices and Kanban underlying principles? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's use the process of elimination to choose the right answer. The summary of this question is, you, as a project manager, needs to help the team understand Agile values and principles, fostering a shared mindset. So the key goal here is to get the team to have a shared mindset. We want that common understanding. A, maintaining an open hierarchical is a word we stay away from in the world of Agile, because we want that team autonomy where everyone is accountable. Hierarchical communication structure means there's one person here and is pushing down communication, or communication is centered around that individual. So option A is not the best choice. Let's take a look at B. Encourage the weaker team members to coach the stronger team members. Now, while that's not a bad structure because it could help show gaps, our focus is not on weaker team members. Our focus is on the entire team to get them to understand with a shared mindset. B isn't a bad option, but I'm not inclined to choose it immediately, so I'm going to check out C. C, encourage open dialogue and collaboration on Agile values. That has a better chance of giving me a solid foundation. B does not point out what the coaching is going to be in. You would guess that it's in Agile values and principles, but it is not as explicit, which makes it a less ideal option compared to C. So I'm going to keep C in my back pocket now and throw B out and go to D. D states share Scrum practices. Now, this is a framework. This does not equate to the Agile values and principles. Kanban, even though it's more flexible than Scrum, is still not exactly what I'm looking to do, which is Agile values and principles. D goes to frameworks instead of focusing on the Agile manifesto values and principles, which is what we need as a base. Watch, it says the organization is transitioning to Agile. Some teams struggle. So the best answer here, my friends, is without a doubt C. The closest one would be B, but it doesn't give us as good an option as C. All right, so let's take a look at what else we have here. And here we have the logic behind C. Encouraging open dialogue and collaboration allows team members to collectively develop a shared understanding of Agile values and principles. Coaching is not a bad second option, but the answer wasn't as clear. Let's go to the next question. It reads, you're the project manager on a large-scale organizational change initiative. The change is underway, but some teams are resisting the new process and behaviors. What should you do next to support the change and make the organization more effective and efficient? Is it A, apply a coaching and mentoring technique to the teams in acceptance? B, isolate the resistant teams to prevent their influence on others? C, create a detailed change request to drive the change through the process? D, collaborate with the resistant teams to identify their concerns and find solutions? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. Now let's go through the rationale. It reads, you are the project manager, so you are ultimately answerable. Keep that in mind. But it says a large-scale organizational change initiative. Change is underway, but teams are resisting. What would you do, or what should you do next to support this change? To support the change, let's read A, apply a coaching and mentoring technique to the teams in acceptance. That is referring only to the teams in acceptance. Well, what about the resistant teams? Are we going to forget them? No, so it's not A. B says isolate the resistant teams to prevent their influence on others. That's not an Agile mindset. When you get these questions, you need to understand we want to include everyone. We also want transparency. B does not do that. It's down to C and D. C says create a detailed change request to drive change through the process. But it already says this is a change initiative, so there's already a change request. C has already been done. It's just not being accepted. So C is not the best answer, which leaves us with option D, collaborate with the resistant teams to identify their concerns and find solutions. D is the best option, my friends. Let's take a look at the extended explanation. D, collaborate with the resistant teams to identify their concerns and find solutions. The rationale: collaborating with the resistant teams to understand their concerns and work on solutions is vital for the success of the organizational change. Next question. As a project manager in an agile organization undergoing a system-level change, you've identified bottlenecks in the new process that are hindering efficiency. What should you do next to influence processes and behaviors and make the organization more effective and efficient? A. Cooperate with the customer to maintain things as they are to avoid disruptions. B. Request process changes, discussing them with the change control board. C. Share the issues with the team, but avoid taking any further action. D. Work with stakeholders to identify and implement process improvements. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's examine the options. Right off the bat, you can identify those things that are not agile just by nature. Cooperate with the customer to maintain things as they are. But it says they're bottlenecks. Why do you want to maintain things as they are? There may need to be disruptions to get things right. So we cannot keep working this process that is hindering our efficiency. So it's not A, we can't do that. B, request process changes, discussing them with the change control board. Now we've got to be aware that this is an agile organization. It is likely that the change control board mentioned is not in line with agile. This is not how we tackle change in an agile environment. So we're going to keep B aside for now and see if there's something better. Let's go to C. Share the issues with the team, but avoid taking any further action. It's similar to A. We're not taking any further action. That is not a good choice. Let's take a look at D. Work with stakeholders to identify and implement process improvements. Now that makes sense. You got the bottlenecks. You know what's hindering efficiency. You got to work with stakeholders to understand how you can implement these improvements. So it looks like you've found the bottlenecks, but you need to implement the process improvements. B is not an agile environment. That is more like a predictive environment, right? Requesting process changes. Why would you request the process changes when you already know what the bottlenecks are? And discussing them with the change board is not the same as the decisive implement. So if you have two options and one says discuss with the change board and the other says work with the customer to implement, implement always takes a cake because that's action, bringing things to a conclusive, desirable ending. All right, so let's take a look. It says D, work with stakeholders to identify and implement process improvements. Working with stakeholders to identify and implement process improvements is essential to make the organization more effective and efficient during a change initiative. Let's go to number 9. You are a project manager tasked with implementing a new organizational structure. Some employees are hesitant about the change. What should you do next to support the change and influence behaviors to make the organization more effective and efficient? Is it A, maintain an agile top-down approach to push behavior changes? B, ignore the hesitant employees and focus on the change plan? C, encourage open communication and provide incentives for desired behaviors? Or is it D, encourage dialogue but keep the reasons behind the change confidential? Hit the pause button if you need more time. The summary of the question is, organizational structure needs to be implemented. Some people are hesitant. What should you do to support the change and influence behaviors to make the organization more effective and efficient? In other words, to get people more at ease. So we have A, maintain an agile, top-down approach means coming from on high down to the people below, like pushing things down to them. That is not an agile mindset. So A is immediately disqualified, even though it is trying to mask the word with an agile front. Top down and push are not agile mindsets. B, ignore the hesitant employees. So this is saying, forget about some of the employees and focus on the change plan. That is also not in the spirit of Agile. We bring people into the discussion. We do not alienate them. It's saying, ignore those hesitant people. Forget about them. That's not an Agile mindset. C, encourage open communication and provide incentives for desired behaviors. Now, open communication is great. Incentives are not a bad thing. It's not bribe. So let's keep C in our back pocket and check D. D, encourage dialogue. Same thing as encourage open communication. So that piece is okay. Then it goes further to say, but keep the reasons behind the change confidential. Now that's not in the spirit of Agile. That is not open. That is not being transparent. So we're not going to choose D. We are choosing C. So my friends, the best answer is C, encourage open communication and provide incentives for desired behaviors. Encouraging open communication and providing incentives for desired behaviors helps employees embrace the change and fosters efficiency in the organization. Question 10. As a project manager in a software development project, you've noticed that team members lack a clear view of the project's progress. What should you do next to enhance transparency and trust? Is it A, keep project progress information confidential? B, share progress updates only with select team members? C, maintain visible information radiators showing real progress? D, encourage team members to use software tools that are agile for their individual work processes? Hit the pause button if you need more time. So the summary of this problem, my friends, is the team lacks a clear view of the project's progress. So what should we do next to enhance transparency of this project? Is it A, keep project progress information confidential? Well, that will take us back to square one. So that doesn't make sense. It won't be that. B, share progress updates only with select team members. Again, that is keeping people in the dark. It's not transparent. C, maintain visible information radiators showing real progress. Hopefully you know what an information radiator is. It's an artifact of sorts where the information of interest is displayed to anyone who walks by that information radiator. It could be an electronic radiator, it could be static, it could be a whiteboard, it could be a chart on a board, whatever it is. But that's not bad. So let's keep that in our back pocket and check out D. D says encourage team members to use software tools that are agile. That's not bad. But using software tools that are agile, does it solve the problem of giving a clear view of the project's progress? That's debatable. But the deal clincher here is D says for their individual work processes, we want a collective view of the project. We don't just want to use software tools for our individual work process, we want something collective that shows project progress. So the best answer here, my friends, is option C. Let's take a look at the logic. Maintain visible information radiators showing real progress. Maintaining visible information radiators is crucial to enhance transparency and trust by providing real-time project progress. And there you have it, my friends. We've come to the end of today's episode. For more information, courses, and help in your Agile and your project management, go on down to the website. It's Praizion.com. Check out the various courses that we have there and the various materials. Thank you for joining me. I wish you all the very best on whatever exam you're studying for. Remember, this stuff is good for the ACP exam and also for the PMP, because it's Agile through and through. And what you'll notice is that the questions that I've given you are not tied to any one knowledge area or any one process group. It's really just Agile thinking, and this will help you as you prep for either of these exams. All right. Thank you very much. All the very best. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share. Bye for now. Hello, my friends, and welcome to the Agile Situation Room. This is where we take a look at questions of an Agile nature. Let's jump into our next set of questions in round 3. You are a Scrum Master in a new Agile project to implement an operations tracking system for the city of Houston. Team members are hesitant to share their progress openly. What should you do next to promote transparency and trust within the team? A. Encourage the use of storyboards and Kanban boards for individual tracking. B. Use a centralized work performance report with cost, schedule, and scope metrics. C. Foster a culture of customer collaboration and Kaizen-mindedness for improvement. D. Foster a culture of openness and encourage team members to share their progress. Hit the pause button for more time. Now, jumping straight into the logic behind these questions, let's start off with option A. Encourage the use of storyboards and Kanban boards. This is not a bad thing to do, but it might be a little bit prescriptive. Also, note that it says for individual tracking. Individual tracking does not equate to open progress sharing. So it's not A. Taking a look at B, use a centralized work performance report with cost, schedule, and scope metrics. This sounds more like predictive, so it is probably not the best answer. We will cancel it for convenience and move on. C. Foster a culture of customer collaboration. That is not bad. But what is the problem? Hesitance. It seems as though this addresses a different problem and not the problem at hand. It also talks about Kaizen, continuous improvement, which is different from transparency and trust that we are trying to promote. So while C is agile, it does not address the actual problem. So the best answer is actually D. Foster a culture of openness and encourage team members to share their progress. Let's move on to the next question. Question 12. You are a product owner in an organization. where different teams are working on interconnected projects. However, the lack of information sharing has led to delays and confusion. What should you do next to enhance transparency and trust among teams? Is it A, keep project updates visible exclusively to management to maintain trust and control? B, encourage sharing confidential information openly across the project? C, maintain visible information radiators to show real team performance? D, encourage centralized decision-making with the project manager as a single point of contact for all communications. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's examine these questions a little bit further, or these options a little bit further. Option A, keep project updates visible. That sounds good, but then it changes to be dark and sinister. Exclusive. No, that's not agile, so we're going to get rid of that. Making it exclusive to management does not enhance transparency and trust among teams, because you are hiding what the different teams are working on and making it only available to management. Also realize who you are. You're a product owner. This is not a good approach. B, encourage sharing confidential information across the project, openly across the project. It's confidential. You shouldn't encourage sharing confidential information openly. That is talking about a different type of information. So it could actually lead to a more serious problem. Option C, maintain visible information radiators to show real team performance. I'm guessing that you may be aware of what an information radiator is. It could be an electronic display board or a manual display board, like a whiteboard, that makes important information available as the team sees fit. That is not a bad idea. Let's take a look at D. Encourage centralized decision-making with the project manager as a single point of contact for all communications. This is not in the spirit of Agile. This is saying throttle all communications through one source, a project manager. Not ideal. Since we see a product owner being mentioned, we know that this is an Agile environment. So the best answer here, my friends, is C, maintain visible information radiators. Taking a look here, it says maintain visible information radiators to show real team performance. Maintaining visible information radiators enhances transparency and trust among teams by providing real performance data. If you haven't taken a look at the definition of an information radiator, I encourage you to. Number 13. You're the project manager in a highly competitive industry where team members are afraid to take risks or experiment with new approaches. What should you do next to create a safe and trustful environment that encourages experimentation and learning? Is it A, encourage team members to cease trying new approaches to maintain stability? B, foster a culture where team members feel comfortable experimenting and making mistakes? C, rewards team member efforts for strict adherence to existing methods to minimize errors? D, recognize team members publicly for any great additions or mistakes during projects? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's take a look at the options starting from the bottom up. Option D, recognize team members publicly for any great additions. That's great. But it also says all mistakes. Public shaming is not in the spirit of Agile. We'll cancel that. C, reward team member efforts. That sounds good. But then it changes and says for strict adherence to existing methods. Now, we're trying to encourage experimentation and learning. This does not. This says, I'll reward you if you don't experiment. So it cannot be C. That leaves us with A and B. Let's read B. Foster a culture where team members feel comfortable experimenting and making mistakes. Seems like that's what we're trying to do. A says encourage team members to seize, stop trying new approaches, not in the spirit of Agile. So when you boil it down, the best answer, my friends, is B. Foster a culture where team members feel comfortable experimenting and making mistakes. And here's the answer. Foster that culture, option B. Fostering a culture that allows experimentation and mistakes helps create a safe and trustful team environment and promotes learning and improvement. Number 14. As a Scrum Master, you've noticed that some team members are hesitant to share their ideas or experiment with new techniques. What should you do next to encourage a safe and trustful team environment that fosters creativity and learning? Is it A, encourage maximized discussions during the daily Scrum to prevent conflicts? Is it B, share a glossary of terms with the team and make the project manager available for discussing ideas? Is it C, encourage open dialogue and collaboration on new techniques and ideas? Is it D, isolate team members to avoid conflicts and distractions? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's examine the answers. We'll start from A this time. Encourage maximized discussions during the daily Scrum to prevent conflicts. We don't discuss during the daily Scrum to prevent conflicts. When it says maximize discussions, this gives the illusion that we should be free to discuss as much as we want. This does not sound like the right answer, even though it does sound positive. Maximize discussions during the daily Scrum sounds like a trap for derailment. So we're going to question that. But it may end up being the best, so let's not disqualify it just yet. B, share a glossary of terms with the team and make the project manager available for discussing ideas. What are we trying to do? Create a safe, trustful environment that fosters creativity. Making a central figure available for discussing ideas on a one-on-one basis is not Agile. We are going to cancel that. Remember who you are, the Scrum Master. This sounds contrary to the Agile grain, so we'll get rid of B and go to C. Encourage open dialogue and collaboration on new ideas, techniques, and ideas. That doesn't sound bad. Let's take a look at option D. Isolate team members to avoid conflicts and distractions. In other words, you don't want conflict. Avoiding conflict may not always be in the team's best interest, and isolating team members is definitely not Agile. So we're left with A or C. Encouraging maximized discussions during the daily Scrum sounds like a lot of back and forth that needs to happen. this may not be the best use of our 15 minutes. But if we keep it vanilla flavored, encouraging open dialogue and collaboration across the board, not just during the daily scrum, because what happens when you get out of the daily scrum? Won't you collaborate and dialogue with each other? And that's why the best option is C. Option A sounded positive for a minute, but when you look under the hood, you realize it really is not the best option. So option C, encouraging open dialogue and collaboration, is the preferred answer. And the rationale is encouraging open dialogue and collaboration on new techniques and ideas fosters a safe and trustful team environment that promotes creativity and learning. All right, we are doing very well for time. Let's move to our final question. You are a product owner in a team that has been struggling to embrace new techniques and processes. Some team members are resistant to change. What should you do next to create a safe and trustful team environment that allows experimentation and learning? Is it A, encourage experimentation and provide incentives for desired behaviors? Is it B, address the resistance during iteration planning and proceed with new techniques? Is it C, hold a retrospective to implement new techniques while explaining their benefits? Or is it D, reward team members for resisting change? This sounds very gray in between the options. So let's read what exactly we are meant to be doing here one more time. What should you do next to create a safe and trustful team environment that encourages experimentation? So A doesn't sound bad. B, address the resistance during iteration planning. That's not a very good place to address resistance. Probably the retrospective would have been better. We'll cancel that. C, hold a retrospective to implement new techniques while explaining their benefits. It's saying you're trying to create an environment. Waiting all the way to the end of the project for a retrospective to implement new techniques that might immediately add value could be looked at as rather reactive. In addition to that, it says you're the product owner. It's not your place to implement techniques. This is what the team does. So, your job here is to create a safe environment. We're not talking about implementing techniques. This is a red herring. While it's not a bad thing to do, number one, it's done by the team. Number two, probably won't be a retrospective. It's making us think of good things that are not related to the question at hand. So this is not a good answer. D, rewarding the team for resisting change, doesn't make sense. So the best answer here, my friends, is actually A, encourage experimentation and provide incentives for desired behaviors. The summary is beware of red herrings, my friends. So again, best answer was A, encourage experimentation and provide incentives for desired behaviors. Encouraging experimentation and providing incentives for desired behaviors helps create a safe and trustful team environment that promotes learning and improvement. Thank you for joining me in the Situation Room today for Agile. Remember, if you're looking for training, coaching, and help, go on down to the website, Praizion.com. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share. Thank you very much, and all the very best in your prep, be it for the ACP or the PMP. If you're getting ready for the ACP, you can also find a course that will help you prepare at Praizion.com. Bye for now.
How do you get a team to be a high-performing one? There's several things that you need to do along the way. But let's start off talking about being a great leader, a great situational leader. So we're going to talk about situational leadership. Situational leadership is a term coined by Hersey and Blanchard, and their model is called the situational leadership model. I want to talk about this model before we go any further. As a leader, it is very important that you understand people have different ways they think and act and perceive the world around them. For that reason, you cannot afford to be a one-way leader. In other words, you cannot afford to lead in just one way. This model gives you a palette, if you will, for leadership, depending on the people that you are working with. We have two axes here. We have the y-axis, as you can see, which is supportive behavior. And on the x-axis, we have directive behavior. So think about it like this. If you were working with an individual that doesn't know what to do as well as other people, in fact, if you were comparing them on a continuum, you would say that they have low competence. They may have high commitment, but they are not able to do the work as well as others because they may be new. We refer to them as being in this D1 quadrant. Low competence, high commitment. Eager beavers. Think about someone out of high school that's so ready to do anything it takes to show that they can do the job. They're eager, high commitment, but they don't have the experience. They fall into this directing quadrant. And it's not just people out of high school. This could be anyone. Someone new to the job. Eager beaver, doesn't know how to do the work. You may have to be rather directive with them. And on a continuum, this is going to vary how directive you need to be depending on how much help they need, okay? So if you're working with someone that has low competence but high commitment, you could focus squarely on giving them a whole lot of direction. Not as much support because they may not need it. They're already quite confident in themselves, and what you need to do is direct them. Okay. So when we say directive behavior, we're talking about the extent to which you, the leader, tells the follower what to do and how to do it, where it needs to be done and when it needs to be completed. When we talk about the relationship or the supportive behavior, we're talking about the extent to which the leader engages in open dialogue with the follower, the extent to which they actively listen and provide recognition and reinforcement for task-related progress. So you could say this first quadrant is a directing style of leadership. You see the word directing right there, or guiding. This style is characterized by the leader using moderate to high amounts of task behavior and moderate to low amounts of relationship behavior. The leader makes decisions surrounding the timely completion of the task and provides the follower with the benefit of his or her experience in that regard. The flow of communication is from the leader to the follower. Questions posed by the leader are,
typically focused on clarity. Do you have any questions on the instructions we've just reviewed? You could say that this style, the directive style, is a short-term approach intended to create movement. It may be seen by some as being a little bit aggressive, but if done the right way, it wouldn't come across as that. It's getting traction for action. It aligns with followers who have limited, if any, experience or skill performing the task in question, and for whatever reason, they're either insecure or unmotivated to try. This style, though, requires close supervision by the leader for the express purpose of identifying any signs of incremental progress to be recognized by the leader in an effort to accelerate ongoing development. Now let's go out and take a look at the grand scheme. So we've talked about S1. Let's talk about S2. Again, you can see that this is called the coaching style. It's also referred to sometimes as the selling style. So this describes a leadership approach that is high on both task and relationship behavior. You can see it's right there, high in supportive and high in directive. The leader still maintains decision rights regarding what the follower needs to be doing, how they should be doing it, and when it needs to be completed. But the structure is provided in combination with ample opportunity for a discussion of why the task is important and where it fits into the grand scheme of things. The leader also actively recognizes enthusiasm, interest, and commitment of the follower for learning and gaining task-related experience. If we zoom in here to this S2 quadrant descriptor here we have low middling competence, low commitment. So this tells you one of our goals in S2 is to up the ante on the person's disposition to the task and their confidence. Okay. It's intended to create buy-in and understanding, and it aligns with followers who have limited, if any, experience performing the task, but exude confidence and motivation towards the process of a leader-driven skill development. Like style 1, effective use of this approach depends on direct observations by the leader. So you can see, in all honesty, the level of direction is expected to be less, which is why you have this curve showing you that we expect to have people at this level show a little bit more than people in S1. So like style 1, the effective use depends on direct observations. It's meant to be used as a guide, not a cookie cutter. Even though you've got 4 options in these quadrants, you still need to be flexible in your approach to it. You could have someone who's an S2 for certain tasks, but is in an S1 situation for others, or someone who is purely S4, does not need a single bit extra to do stuff, but in some other instances falls into an S1. And that's okay. Let's talk about S3, participating, facilitating, or collaborating. Style 3, also referred to as the participating style, or supporting, is fundamentally different from styles 1 and 2 in that it is follower-driven as opposed to leader-driven, and as such, it depicts an approach that is high on relationship behavior but low on task behavior. As you can see, right? In that context, and from the leader's perspective, the follower has the ability to perform the task in question at a sustained and acceptable level, but lacks maybe the confidence or the motivation or commitment to do so. This person doesn't need a whole lot of direction, as you can see, which is why they're here on the x-axis. But what they could do with is a whole lot of encouragement and a whole lot of support. That's the general idea. If the follower is regressing, for example, they are aware that
they can effectively perform, but they've lost commitment in some instances. If the follower is developing, he or she might have demonstrated task proficiency, but it's like that job where you still have a little bit of trepidation. You've been for training, you understand the subject matter, but you still got that niggling feeling in you that you don't know. That's like the imposter syndrome, if you will. But either way, the leader needs to discuss the follower's willingness by asking open-ended questions intended to help the follower recognize the source of performance challenge and generate a viable solution. And one of the ways managers do this for folks in this quadrant is they prop supports around them. That's why we call it supporting. They prop supportive individuals who may be team members around them to generate that level of confidence and comfort. So the summary of S3 is you could find yourself here in a new position. You've been in the company for a while, you know all the nuts and bolts of the firm, you've been for training for the new position, but you don't have enough confidence. Let's go to S4. S4 is called the delegating quadrant. So a delegating leadership style is another follower-driven leadership approach that is characterized by low amounts of both task and relationship behavior. The follower can perform the task at a sustained and acceptable level and is both confident and motivated to do so. So if we take a closer look at D4 here, we can see high competence and high commitment is what these people have. The enthusiastic beginner. You can see with labels here for these different quadrants, the individuals who are talked about in these quadrants. So D4 is great for the enthusiastic beginner. High level of competence and high commitment. The intent of S4, let's zoom out, is to create or enhance task mastery and autonomy. It aligns with followers that have significant experience performing the task at or above expectation. In combination with a level of intrinsic motivation, that means they are motivated from within. That drives their ongoing commitment to excellence. The flow of communication in this quadrant in style 4 is from the follower to the leader, and it's typically initiated by questions from the leader that feature significant degrees of freedom. An example would be, from your perspective, what is working and what do we need to consider doing differently moving forward? So my friends, to have a high-performing team, if you're a project manager, I want to encourage you to, first of all, think about your people. Think about the task at hand and begin to ask, which quadrant do I need to employ for this task and this individual? Let me say that again. It's really, how do I see this task and the individual who has been assigned to the task? Do I see a high level of competence? Do I see a high level of confidence? If there's low competence and low confidence, then you know what you need to do. You need to up the ante and get into the coaching mode. If the person has a low level of confidence and a high level of competence, then you know you're in the supporting quadrant. This is how you need to think, all right? If you need to re-watch it, I want to encourage you, go back, watch it again, and everything is going to make a lot more sense. But the summary is, as a leader, you need to be ready to be situational. A great leader understands that not everyone is the same. We could be diverse in how we process the world around us. We could be diverse in how we think, how we solve problems, and how we act.
Progress. Hello, fellow project managers. It's time for the PMP Situation Room. Let's jump straight into our first question. hit the pause button and answer the question on a piece of paper or mentally. We will move very quickly through 5 questions, and at the end, I will show you all the answers. First question. Let's move to the next question. Next question. Hit the pause button if you need more time, but make sure you read it and answer it for the best experience. Let's move to the next one. And these questions are from the process domain, the more difficult aspects people talk about on the exam. Next question. And let's take a look at the final question for today. Great. Now let's begin taking a look at the answers very quickly. The answer to question 11 is B. The answer to question 12 is C. The answer to our next question, question 13, is D. The answer to question 14 is B. And finally, the answer to question 15 is B. Now, let's take a look at the rationalization in a bit more detail. Starting from question 11, and I will break these down one by one. In this question, it reads, a company authorizes a hybrid project management endeavor, but that's all story. The crux of this is the project's risk, scope, and schedule are not well aligned. So the best thing for you to do is to ensure that they are aligned. Option A, C, and D give you non-productive options. If you take a look at the rationalization, B is what addresses the problem. Prioritizing aspects over each other in project management is not the best answer ever. And developing separate plans without integration doesn't help. For the next question, this is really not about the first 2 sentences. Those are distractors. The real question is the change and how you would handle the change. It requires extending the timeline and increasing the budget. So, are you able to read through the fluff and choose the right answer? In this case, the right answer was conduct the impact analysis. Here's why. Rejecting the change is never the best option. Okay. Now, accepting the change and adjusting the project later is like putting the cart before the horse. You got to first of all do your impact analysis, and that's why C was the best option. After the impact analysis, you then make adjustments accordingly before carrying out the change. And D, you never do that. All right, let's move on. For question 13, the crux of the matter is analysis revealing that the project requires outsourcing and the vendor having a reputation for lateness. This is a very tricky one because when you read it at face value, B seems good. But if you take a look at B with a fine-tooth comb, contingency plans are associated with an accept strategy. An accept strategy means doing nothing. Note it says, develop a contingency to address potential delays, which means put aside a buffer, and if there is a delay, then have a contingency of a plan B. But what good is that if the risk has happened? And that's why this was not the best option. Contingencies are reactive. You want something more proactive, and that is D. No matter how bland it sounds, it's the best option. Regularly monitoring the vendor's progress. And there's the rationalization. It is more proactive, right? B is not proactive. And that's why B was wrong. Let's go to our next question. In this question, you have a lot of fluff around the answers. So your job is to cut through the fluff. Remember, you've got 1 minute, 15 seconds for each question. Now look at the content on the screen. This is where the challenge on the exam is. Could you read through all of this in 1 minute, 15 seconds, plus choose the right options? I know in these question sessions, you've got a whole lot of time, but on the exam, you don't. And that's what makes it harder. These questions are at the exam level, but you don't have exam level governance of time, which is why it may seem easy under most circumstances. But trust me, these questions under exam conditions are at the exam level. They are not as easy as they may seem outside here on dry land. I hope you get my point. Okay. So, taking a look at this, how would you manage the problem of managing and retrieving information? Well, you wouldn't do A, obviously, right? That doesn't make sense to just focus on only the most recent documents. You may need documents that are more dated. Then what do? Right? C, assigning a skilled team member to manage all project documents and then using a centralized communication approach is restrictive, which is why that wasn't the right option. And reducing the frequency of project documentation with a threshold is also not an agile mindset. And it doesn't have to be an agile question before you employ an agile mindset, by the way, you see. So this sounds more predictive in the question, but you still want to apply a sensible, realistic mindset. See, so This has already happened. The data is generated. The problem isn't about the future. The problem is now. And what are you going to do to manage and retrieve? And that's why saying reducing the quantity doesn't help. That's future. We have an existing issue. And there is the explanation. Okay? Move it into our final one. Question 15. The main problem is about the benefits, right? They are not. This is right now. See? So doing nothing is not helpful. Reporting to stakeholders and saying, what should I do? Well, that's a mother may I mindset, and that's not the exam mindset that the PMI needs from you. They need you to be proactive and decisive to solve problems. D, increase marketing efforts to highlight the project's benefits doesn't help. This is the problem. Benefits are not as impactful. So how does this help increase in marketing efforts to highlight benefits that are not as impactful? So you have to follow through and understand the logic of the question. And that is why B is the best option, my friends. Remember, I have given you a blueprint. When stuck with these questions, what you need to do is this. Define the problem. Make sure you truly understand the problem in the question. Then identify the root cause, what is causing it. Generate alternatives. Choose the best alternative. And then mentally implement it. Does it make sense when you rethink it? Does it really solve the problem? You want to verify in your mind's eye that it really solved the problem. And this is what I call the Dig-Sieve approach, and I have videos about it. There you have it, my friends. I hope this added value to you. Remember, if you're looking for training and coaching, I have various vehicles that can help you. All you need to do is go on down to the website, and you'll be able to get access to courses, immediate access that can help you. So you want to go down to Praizion.com, and you can sign up for a plethora of courses that can help you. In fact, excuse me, at this time, I'm going to put a bunch of links below because you can get access to various courses to up the ante on your PMP prep, CAP and prep, even in your AI understanding. I have a bunch of courses on Udemy, and you can sign up for those. Check the links, and you'll be glad you did. Thank you, my friends. I wish you all the very best. Take action now, because for Cyber Monday only, a lot of those courses are going at a reduced cost. So check the links below. If you're watching this on the 27th or 26th of November 2023, you can still take advantage of the Cyber Monday deals for additional training and coaching in project management and artificial intelligence. Okay, if you're watching this after the fact, you still get world-class content for lifetime access at a ridiculous rate. All right, thank you very much. I wish you all the very best. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to the PMP Situation Room. Today we have a series of questions from the process domain. Here's your first question. A project with a decided upon schedule baseline is at risk of missing its deadline, which could impact its value delivery.
All leads and lags have been implemented in the schedule. The resource allocation has been kept consistent. The project manager needs to make decisions to keep the project on track. What should the project manager do? A. Reassess the project plan to prioritize activities that directly contribute to business value. B. Extend the schedule to ensure all planned activities are completed for the stakeholders to receive value. C. Increase the number of resources to accelerate all remaining project activities and have a better chance of success. Or D. Focus on risk management to identify potential future delays by reassessing leads, lags, and the baseline. I'll give you some time to think about it. Hit the pause button for more time. The best answer to this question, my friends, is A. Reassess the project plan to prioritize activities that directly contribute to business value. Reassessing the project plan to focus on value-adding activities aligns with delivering business value under urgency. In task 1 of the process domain, extending the deadline could further impact the business value. Increasing resources may not be efficient or feasible, and while focusing on risk management is important, it doesn't directly address the urgency for delivering business value. Take note of the real problem in the question. Let's use the highlighter to look a little bit closer at this one. It says, the resource allocation has been kept consistent. The project manager needs to make decisions to keep the project on track. But why do you want to keep the project on track? Missing the deadline. But not just that, it's because the deadline is tied to value delivery. So to deliver value, your best bet is to prioritize activities that directly contribute to value. It's a way of saying be agile by being lean, if that makes sense. Let's move on to the next question. Question 2. Question 2 reads, you are the project manager on a large-sized artificial intelligence project involving several hundred stakeholders and government agencies. You find that critical information is not reaching all stakeholders in a timely manner, leading to confusion and delays. What should you do? A. Implement a more stringent reporting system with an action item list and stakeholder management plan. B. Redefine the communication plan to ensure timely and effective information distribution. C. Hold daily meetings with all stakeholders to ensure information is shared as it is sent out from the project management system. And D. Assign the responsibility of communication to a dedicated team member using a RACI chart where you can track all the assigned members. Hit the pause button if you need more time, but let's take a look at the answer right now. What is the real problem in this question? Critical information, as we can read, is not reaching stakeholders in a timely manner. So in order to solve this, you should get down to the crux of the matter. And it boils down to one thing: having a solid strategy for communicating. So the answer is not A, to implement a more stringent reporting system with an action item list. This could actually add more time to the process. Holding daily meetings is only going to add more time. You want to do this in a timely manner, so it will not be C. And D is also laborious, assigning the communication to a dedicated team member using a RACI chart. While that doesn't sound bad, this is not guaranteed to solve the problem. The real problem is a communication management plan. It is called a communication plan here, which could throw people off if they were expecting to see the word management, but this is the best answer. Let's further study the rationale here. Redefine the communication plan to ensure timely and effective information distribution. Redefining the communication plan ensures the flow of information meets the project needs. A more stringent reporting system might not address the timeliness of communication. Daily meetings could be overwhelming, and assigning responsibility to one team member doesn't guarantee effective distribution to all stakeholders. Let's take a look at our final question for today. Final easy question. A project manager finds that critical problem-related information is not reaching all stakeholders in a timely manner, leading to confusion and delays. The latest schedule, team, and resource problems are usually communicated to stakeholders in a document. What is this document known as? All right, now this is a pretty easy one. The key thing here, my friends, is the word problem-related information. Problem-related information does not exist in a risk register because a risk is not a problem. A risk is an uncertain event that is not yet a problem. A risk log and a risk register are basically the same thing. An action item list is a list of actions to be taken on a project. So the best answer is an issue log. Issue log is the best answer, and that was rather easy, so we should have one more question. Let's have one more question for the day. Here is the next question, and this will be question 4 under the process domain. An information technology, IT sales and marketing project has very constrained and limited funds. During project execution, a new technological risk emerges that could jeopardize the project outcome. The project team has limited experience in this area. What should the project manager do? A, proceed with the current project management plan while performing a quantitative risk analysis, closely monitoring the project risk to ensure control. B, request additional funds to invest in technology that could mitigate the risk and generate lessons learned for similar projects. C, outsource the high-risk components to a more experienced vendor who can deliver the product sooner. Or D, conduct a risk analysis and response session with the team to develop mitigation strategies. I'll give you some more time to think about the answer. Hit the pause button if you need more time, and let's explore this. Now, this set of questions is really more for you to get into the groove of the exam. I would highly advise you to go over these 4 questions over and over again to get into the groove of how the exam questions flow. You have a problem, it is cloaked, and you get a question, what should the project manager do? If you read this question very carefully, you will see a key has been embedded here, and that key is very subtle. It says, an IT sales and marketing project has, watch this, constrained and limited funds. So right off the bat, as a result of these limited funds, there are options we are likely to not be able to do. Take a look at option C, outsource the high-risk components to a more experienced vendor. This will not be a feasible option because we don't have the funds to do that. We have limited funds. B, request additional funds to invest. It's already clear that the company is cash-strapped. We cannot ask for additional funds when the question says the project has very constrained and limited funds. It's like going back to ground zero. It's already been stated you don't have the funds. There's no point going back. That leaves us with two options. Proceed with the current project management plan while performing a quantitative risk analysis. Now, what is a quantitative risk analysis? A quantitative risk analysis is done to understand the quantitative measure of the risk, usually from a dollar, euro, yen, or some other currency perspective. So if we understand what the quantitative impact is monetarily, how does that help us with this risk? It said it could jeopardize the project outcome. This sounds like all you're doing is closely monitoring the risk. To ensure control? No, you have no control. This is acceptance. So this is not a sensible solution to the problem. The best solution is to conduct a risk analysis and response session with a team to develop, what's the word? Mitigation. Mitigation is better than acceptance. This sounds like it's proactive, but it's really acceptance. Therefore, D is the best option. I'm really hoping that these questions are helping you to be able to think more clearly, like you should on the exam. I also want you to take note of how some of the previous questions we looked at had pretty long options. As you can see, A, B, C, and D were all 2 lines long. This was intentional for me to be able to illustrate to you how the questions on the exam could be. Not all would be like this, but many could. Here's another example. You can see, what should you do? Sometimes you are made the project manager. So I'm really hoping that this review of these 4 questions under the process domain has helped you better understand how the exam could be posed from a process domain. Don't forget to subscribe because there will be many more questions. And don't forget to hit the like button to support the channel. Thank you very much, and I will speak to you again in the next video. Bye for now. Welcome to episode 3 in our series, Detailed Breakdowns for the PMP exam. Today we're taking a look at scenario 11 to 15. Project risks are not properly managed. What can you do as a project manager? What you should do next is conduct a risk review or a risk reassessment and develop a risk response plan. It is important to communicate to the team and stakeholders and ensure that a plan is implemented, and then you recycle with a risk review and a risk reassessment. Remember, a risk reassessment reassesses a risk. A risk assessment assesses the risk in the first place. And a risk response plan is a plan for how to respond to the risk. What would have prevented this? A comprehensive risk management plan, guide the team on how to manage risks in general, and a regular risk review. At this point, we will take a look at a couple questions based on that scenario. So let's jump straight into our questions. It reads here in question 1, as a project manager, you discover that several critical risks were not identified during the risk identification process. What should you do first? Is it A, develop a risk response plan for the identified risks? Is it B, assign a team member to monitor the identified risks? Is it C, revisit the risk identification process? Is it D, update the risk register with the newly identified risks? What do you think? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Using the process of elimination, if you find out that risks have been identified and they were not previously identified, well, you need to go over risk identification again. You need to do that all over again. So the best answer to this, my friends, is C, revisit the risk identification process. The rationale is the first step should be to revisit the risk identification process to ensure that other risks haven't been missed. Only after a thorough risk identification process should you consider updating the risk register and developing response plans. Let's go back to our slide to conclude this. So what would have prevented project risks not being properly managed is a comprehensive risk management plan and regular risk reviews. Let's go for one more question from that first scenario. Question 2. It reads, during a project status meeting, a team member mentions a potential risk that was not documented. Which document should be updated to reflect this new information? Is it issue log? Is it risk register? Is it risk management plan? Or is it project schedule? What do you think? Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time. So, if a team member mentions a potential risk that was not documented, the place to update that would not be the issue log, neither would it be the project schedule. And that leaves us with two options, B or C. Well, it wouldn't be C because C is the plan for how to manage the risks. The place you put the risks is the risk register. So the best option is B. This is a document where all identified risks are documented, along with their potential impact and planned responses. Any new risks identified during the project should be added to this register. Let's move on to our next scenario. Our next scenario is scenario 12, and it reads, change requests flood in. What should you do next? Well, you should prioritize change requests, and you should implement a strict change control process if you haven't already done that. So how do you prioritize change requests? You read the change request, you analyze the change requests, and that should be part of your change control process. What would have prevented this? Well, a clear change management plan with a well-defined process and stakeholder alignment. So let's take a look at a question revolving around this. Your project is experiencing a high volume of change requests. What should your first step be? What should be your first step in handling these requests? Is it A, review and analyze the change requests in accordance with the change control process? Is it B, reject all change requests? Is it C, implement high priority change requests immediately after approval? Is it D, inform the stakeholders about the potential delay due to change requests? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Well, think about it. The sensible thing to do is to always analyze those change requests. You got to do an impact analysis. So the best answer is review and analyze the change request in accordance with the change control process, which is actually A. All right, so A is review and analyze the change request in accordance with the change control process. The rationale is it's important to follow the change control process to evaluate the impacts, benefits, and feasibility of each change request. Implementing or rejecting all requests without proper analysis can have negative consequences on the project. Let's go to question 2. You are receiving a large number of change requests during the execution phase of your project. What is a key document that can help in guiding the evaluation and approval of these change requests? Is it A, configuration management plan? Is it B, CCB register? Is it C, change management log? Or is it D, change management plan? What do you think? Well, my friends, as far as a key document that can help guide, it's got to be a plan. So it wouldn't be B and it wouldn't be C. It boils down to A or D. The change management plan is the best option because configuration management is specific to artifact change, widget change, anything that is considered as an artifact, but that does not span across the entire gamut of change requests that can be experienced. So with that said, the best answer is D. It is change management plan. Let's take a look at one more scenario, my friends, for today, and that is scenario 13. And it reads, inadequate risk reserves. What would you do next? Reevaluate the risks and follow change control procedures to adjust the budget for adequate reserves. Communicate the changes to stakeholders if approved. Now, what would have prevented this? Proper risk assessment and regular monitoring of risk reserves. With that said, let's go ahead and take a look at 1 or 2 questions. Last 2 questions for today. You realize midway through the project that risk reserves are inadequate. What is the most appropriate step? Is it A, conduct a risk reassessment to determine the required reserve? Is it B, request additional funds from the sponsor? Is it C, assess the risk score after the decision tree analysis to compute contingency reserves needed? Or is it D, perform a probability impact assessment of EMV prior to change requests? All right, so this will take some time for some of my friends to read and go through because it's not as direct. But when you realize the risk reserves are inadequate, you need to do something. And that first thing is understand the context. Understand why this is needed and how much or what is needed. In order to do that, you need to conduct a risk reassessment that will help you reassess your risks. Some of these options are actually bogus. Take a look at option C, assess the risk score after the decision tree analysis. This is a big fat lie because the risk score is done before decision tree, right? Should be done before your EMV, not after. So that doesn't even make sense, even though the answer is a little bit off. And B, perform a probability and impact assessment of EMV prior to change requests. This doesn't make sense. Probability and impact assessment of EMV prior to change requests is not sensible. When we talk about the probability times impact,
We should definitely assess that, but that would not be the criteria to make change requests. The best answer in this case, the safest answer that is without controversy, is A, conduct a risk reassessment, whatever that means. That will cover your qualitative risk analysis and your quantitative risk analysis, right? And that will help you understand the required reserves. D just spits out a formula and says do a quantitative risk analysis, but then it doesn't give us the context for the change request. Context for whatever change should be reserves. So it's just like a bunch of text that sounds intelligent but doesn't lead to a conclusive enough answer. And that is why the answer to that is A. A is the best answer. So I hope you found value from this, my friends. We've run out of time, but in our next episode, we will be tackling scenarios 14 and scenarios 15. Thank you for joining. You take care and all the very best. And don't forget, when you have these questions to tackle on the exam, you should always remember that I've given you a blueprint, the Dig-Sieve approach. Always define the problem and identify the root cause. Break down problem into smaller ones, and that could help you better identify the root cause. If there's any data, make sure you analyze the data to help you identify the root cause. And then, right there in the exam, mentally generate alternatives and then choose the best alternative right there in your exam seat. This is the mentality you need. Okay? In the real world, you would implement the solution and verify solution effectiveness, but I want you to do that in your head. Go back and ask the question, did I really choose the best option? Does this make sense? Is this correct? Always remember to read slowly and identify the core issue. Determine the phase you're in. Recall those processes and make sure you are eliminating any extreme options. You're always going to get the crazy options. Also, the generalizations like always, never, and so on. Look for the next logical step and beware of distractions. You're going to get a bunch of distractions in many of these questions. 2 could be distractions. Trust the PMBOK guide principles from PMBOK 7, know them well, and also use your gut instinct. By following this approach, my friends, you will enhance possibility of success. If you're stuck or you're looking for training and coaching to amp up your game, going down to Praizion.com, let's help you succeed on this exam. You take care and bye for now. Welcome to PMP Exam 100 Scenarios. In our first video, we took a look at 100 possible scenarios for your PMP exam. Now, we will be breaking each one down piece by piece and unraveling what we could do in response to these problems or what we should have done to avoid the problems altogether. Here are the first 10 we will look at. Let's jump straight into number 1. The project is over budget. What you should do next if you're over budget is review the budget breakdown and identify where the overspending is coming from. If you have earned value metrics such as CPI and CV, take a look at those. Your TCPI could also give you an idea of where your project will end up cost-wise at this rate. Next, adjust future allocations as much as possible. There are other things you could do in addition to this. You should be ready to think about reserves. Management reserves could be an option in some circumstances, so make sure before you exam you understand the difference between contingency reserves and management reserves. In the area of cost, you should understand the 4 discrete processes that you have for cost management. Plan cost management, estimate costs, determine the budget, and control costs. All of these are interwoven and can help you answer questions when you understand the process of cost management and budgets on the exam. What would have prevented this is a question. Regular budget monitoring
and accurate initial estimations is definitely one thing that could have prevented this, enabling your team to be more aware of cost and tracking cost on a regular basis. Let's move on to the second scenario in the list of scenarios. The second scenario is a key team member resigns. What should you do next? You could reallocate tasks to other individuals. You could consider hiring or training a replacement. You could also look into splitting the work in an agile way such that there's collective code ownership, collective product ownership, if you will, in which everyone jumps in to help as needed. Remember the concepts of swarming and mobbing. Those could also be helpful in instances where there is critical work upon a key team member resigning. What could have prevented this? Regular team check-ins and a supportive work environment. Remember, in the world of Agile, we often say in the principle, give the team the environment and support that they need and trust them to get the job done. Also, Principle 12, at regular intervals, the team tunes and adjusts accordingly. All of these can help the unexpected team member resignation. Let's move on to the next scenario. Scenario number 3, scope creep detected. In order to answer this question, my friends, you need to understand how scope creep could present itself in a predictive project, and a hybrid project, or even an agile project. Now, what is scope creep? It is scope creeping into the project without the proper control mechanisms, without schedule considerations, without cost considerations for that additional scope. It is unapproved scope. Scope creep could creep into the project as a result of a team member, could creep into the project as a result of a stakeholder making requests. Now, what you should do next is review and clarify the project scope. Is this indeed scope creep? If you do all the checks and the research to find this indeed is not in the work breakdown structure or not part of the project scope statement, that means it's scope creep. So next, clarify the scope and communicate any changes if there does need to be a change to stakeholders. There are some instances where the scope that was added is justified because it has to be done in order for the project work to be completed. There are things that are associated with the deliverable that may not be discovered early enough. These, even though technically could be looked at as scope creep because they were not approved, are relevant to the project. And there are times when additional scope just needed to happen. In those instances, we would rather go through proper control, but if it happened without the project manager being aware, without it being part of the scope statement, being part of the WBS, then we need to communicate necessary changes to stakeholders. Even if it's after the fact, those changes must now be documented. You must also do an impact analysis to see what would happen if this scope were removed from the project because it's been done. What happens if it's removed or it's about to be done? What happens if we don't do it? You could be worse off in some instances. So you always need to assess. You always need to analyze what is the impact of this not being done or being done. Now, what would have prevented this? Clear initial scope definition, very clearly defined change control processes. I want to remind you, my friends, about a concept I shared earlier on in a previous video. We talked about the dig sieve approach, and what needs to be done in every scenario. So for all these scenarios as a blanket, you need to remember to always define the problem. Break it down into smaller pieces and gather data. That helps you identify the root cause, generate alternatives, choose the best alternative, and implement the solution before checking to make sure that it actually worked, verify that it actually worked. So as you go through all of these scenarios, while there are some ideas I have for how to tackle specific problems that we will discuss, I want you to remember the dig sieve approach. Let's move on to scenario number 4. Stakeholder conflicts arise. What could prevent that from happening, and what should we do if that has already happened? Well, if this has happened, you need to have a discussion, a transparent, honest discussion with the conflicting parties. Facilitate a discussion, seek to understand what is going on and why, and tackle those head on. Have the crucial conversation to address these concerns with your stakeholders. What would have prevented this? Regular stakeholder communication and expectation management. It's as simple as that. In the world of Agile, we talk about customer collaboration over contract negotiation. We also, in the world of Agile, espouse the idea about having a social contract or team contract so that we understand how to relate with our stakeholders and with the team. So again, this is a human thing. We've spoken quite a bit about stakeholders, so I want to remind you of the 4-step process. Number 1, identify stakeholders. Number 2, plan stakeholder engagement. Number 3, manage stakeholder engagement. When we say manage stakeholder engagement, we mean communicate with stakeholders and work with them regularly. Those stakeholders that are at the top right quadrant, you need to effectively manage close because these could make or break your project. Remember, in the PMBOK guide, we talk about a stakeholder cube. We could add a third dimension, and that gives us the perspective of attitude. So you have power, interest, and attitude. A stakeholder at the top right quadrant with a negative attitude could sink the entire project, but one with a positive attitude could revive a dying project in their leadership and their being a cheerleader for the project. The final stakeholder process, number 4, is monitor stakeholder engagement. All right, let's move on to our next scenario. The next scenario is quality issues are reported. What should you do if quality issues are reported? Well, the major thing, my friends, is to identify what the root cause is. Why do we have these issues? So, follow again in your mind the dig sieve approach. Define the problem, break it down if possible, identify the root cause, and so on. The next thing you would do after identifying what is the problem, generate alternatives and then implement corrective actions and just quality controls. What would have prevented this? A robust quality assurance process and regular quality checks. So remember what QA is? Quality assurance is checking the process. Checking the process. It is different from quality assurance. It is not the same as quality assurance. Quality assurance is checking the product. Quality control, I beg your pardon, is checking the product. Quality assurance is checking the process. So these two are often mixed up. So what would have prevented a full-on quality issue with a defect? Quality assurance. So prevention is better than cure. It is better to check quality in, build quality in, as opposed to checking quality after the product is done. So a robust quality assurance process and regular quality checks, those would have definitely helped. All right, my friends, over the past number of minutes, we've been exploring the first 5 scenarios. And to round up, I want to remind you about quality and what you have by way of 3 processes. Number 1, plan quality management. Number 2, manage quality, which is the same as quality assurance. And number 3, control quality. So let's take a quick look at the summary of what we have addressed so far in this series. We have taken a look at the first 5. Project is over budget, have a solid, fast approach, team member resigns. In order to have prevented that, you should have been on top of the team health. You should have things such as a team contract, social contract. You should demonstrate care for your team. Give them the environment and support that they need and trust them to get the job done. Scope creep is detected. We talked about scope. I want to remind you of the 6 things you do in scope because we really didn't hit on that. So zeroing in one more time to the 3rd scenario, you got to remember in the world of Agile, we tackle scope somewhat differently. We have product backlogs and sprint backlogs. We spend time in backlog refinement and things such as that. But in the world of predictive, here's a reminder for the 6 things. Plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, create WBS, validate scope, and control. All right, let's go back to our summary and see what is left. So next, we talked about stakeholder conflicts arising. And lastly, we talked about quality issues reported. It is my hope as we go through these scenarios methodically, you will have a better idea of what you can experience on the exam, and you'll be smart in knowing how to tackle them. If questions like that show up, at least you would be ahead of the curve because you would have thought about it. So, by following the structured approach that I shared with you in the very beginning, following the Dixiv approach, and my other tips such as reading carefully, identifying the core issues, focusing on the main problem or the challenge, determining the project phase you're in, recalling the PM process associated with the problem, eliminating extreme options and avoiding drastic measures, avoiding generalizations and looking for the next logical step. Beware of distractions. Trust the PMBOK Guide 7th edition principles. And of course, also the Agile Manifesto, values and principles. And lastly, using your gut instinct by following these steps and by staying clued into these videos, you will enhance your chance of selecting the correct answer and navigating the complexities of situational PMP questions. Thank you for joining me in this episode. If you're looking for training, coaching, and help on your PMP, going down to our website, it's praizion.com. That's PRAIZION.com. Thank you very much for joining me. I look forward to speaking to you again in the next episode. Hit the like button and share with a friend. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to PMP exam question time. I'll show you 10 situational questions. Different from how we've done it in the past, I'll show you the questions. I need you to spend some time reading and answering the questions
And at the end, I will show you the answers. Here is question 1. Spend some time reading it, hit the pause button, make sure you understand it, answer it, and move on to the next question. You can use the forward arrows on your computer or on a phone. Just double tap to move to the next question. Again, at the end, I will show you the answers to all the questions. Question 2. A project manager is leading a diverse team with members from different cultural backgrounds. The project manager wants to ensure all team members feel equally valued and heard. What should the project manager do? Hit the pause button, read the question, answer it, and at the end of 10 questions, I will show the rationale. Question 3. A project manager realizes that the team is not fully utilizing their expertise in decision-making, leading to delays and suboptimal solutions. What should the project manager do now? Hit the pause button to give yourself adequate time. Question 4. A project manager identifies a gap in the team's skills necessary for project success. The budget is limited and there's no possibility of hiring new staff. What should the project manager do? Question 5. During a high-stakes project, the project manager notices that the team is not cohesively working towards project goals affecting project's progress. What should the project manager do? Let's move on to question 6. A project manager notices that bureaucratic processes in the organization are causing delays in project delivery. What should the project manager do? Hit the pause button to thoroughly answer. I will be showing the answers to all 10 questions at the end. Question 7. The project manager needs to negotiate a critical contract with a key vendor, but there's a significant gap between both parties' expectations. What approach should the project manager take? Question 8. During negotiations, a stakeholder insists on adding scope that exceeds the project budget. How should the project manager handle this situation? Again, do write down the answers on a blank piece of paper so that you're able to compare your answer to the right answer. Just 2 more and we'll be done. Question 9. A project manager is facing challenges with stakeholder engagement. What strategy should be employed to improve collaboration? Hit the pause button for more time. Finally, question 10. A stakeholder expresses concerns that are not aligned with project objectives. How should the project manager address this? Okay. Hopefully you took time out to answer the question. Some of you might have seen questions 1 and 2 in previous episodes. That's a good test of recall. Let's take a look at the answers. Are you ready? Question 1. The answer to question 1 is B. Facilitate a discussion between the team members to find a mutually agreeable solution. There's a question. And here's the solution. Hit the pause button to read the rationalization as to why B is the right answer and the other answers are incorrect. Question 2. The answer to question 2 is B. Conduct regular one-on-one meetings with each team member. Next question, question 3. The answer to question 3 is B. Delegate decision-making authority on specific tasks to relevant team experts. And there's the rationalization. Question 4. The answer to question 4 is A. Prioritize the most critical skills and organize in-house training sessions. There's the rationale. Question 5. The answer to question 5 is B. Organize team building activities focused on aligning team efforts with project goals. Question 6. The answer to question 6 is C. Work with relevant stakeholders to streamline or modify the processes causing delays. Question 7. The answer to question 7 is B. Seek a compromise that aligns with the project's priorities and constraints. Question 8. The answer to question 8 is C. Suggest alternative solutions that can achieve similar results within budget. Question 9. The answer to question 9 is B. Develop a stakeholder engagement plan tailored to their interests and influence levels. And finally, question 10. The answer to question 10 is B. Acknowledge the concerns and work to align them with project objectives. And that concludes our 10 questions for today. The key goal from these questions is to understand these what should the project manager do next kind of questions, or how should the project manager address this, or what should the project manager have done prior to this, and things such as that. Understanding how these questions are framed and getting used to them can radically help your exam game. So I encourage you to go back, read the questions, and get into the groove of them. In the next video, we'll continue. Thank you and bye for now.
Welcome, my friends, to 5-Minute Agile, where we take a look at Agile questions for 5 minutes a day. Let's take a look at the very first question. As a project manager on a software development project transitioning to Agile, you're facing resistance from some team members who want to revert to traditional methodologies. What should you do next to encourage the team to embrace Agile principles and foster a shared mindset? A. Hold a workshop to illustrate real-world examples of Agile principles. B. Conduct a SWOT analysis to understand strengths and weaknesses of the team in Agile. C. Assign Scrum roles upon discussing Agile values. Or D. Keep process policies explicit and begin applying Kanban to the work stream, since it is the easiest Agile practice. What do you think the answer is? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Jumping straight to the answer to this question is A. Hold a workshop to illustrate real-world examples of Agile principles. The rationale is you are trying to encourage the team to embrace Agile. Holding a workshop to illustrate real-world examples of Agile principles helps team members better understand and embrace these principles, fostering a shared mindset. Prescribing Kanban or Scrum without real-world dialogue is not the best option. Read carefully. It says you're facing resistance from team members. If you're facing resistance, you cannot impose further on these folks who already feel like you are imposing on them. From the word resistance, it sounds like you're pushing and they're pushing back. So what you need to do is to help them see for themselves, not assign roles. That is a push mechanism which we avoid in Agile, and not by prescribing, oh, do Kanban. No. Let them understand for themselves with real-world examples. That's the best option. Let's move on to question 2. All right. You're a Scrum Master in a product development project. The team and customer have different views on Agile values. How can you help ensure a common understanding of Agile values between the team and the customer to improve collaboration? Is it A, invite the customer to the daily Scrum event to share ideas? Is it B, invite the stakeholders to the team retrospectives to interact with the team in a relaxed setting? Is it C, include the customer in Agile training sessions? Or is it D, isolate the customer from team discussions? I'll give you time to think about it. Hit the pause button if you need more time, and for those of you just coming, thank you for joining. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button to be notified when there are more videos in this series. Let's take a look straight at the answer given. The answer to this is C, include the customer in Agile training sessions. The rationale is including the customer in Agile training sessions helps align their understanding of Agile values with the teams, leading to a shared mindset and improved collaboration. Inviting the stakeholders to retrospectives and the daily Scrum are not the best options because this is generally not done in Agile. It could be done as an exception, but when you take a look at the reasoning, it says invite them to the daily Scrum event to share ideas. We don't share ideas from the customer in the daily Scrum. It is not for that. And the other option about the retrospectives in a relaxed setting, some retrospectives get pretty heated. And inviting the stakeholders to the retrospective is not sensible when you are trying to get the understanding of the team and the customer to be aligned with Agile values. It's not the place for that. A better place to do that is definitely in training, hence option C. Let's go to our next question. You're a product owner in a large organization transitioning to Agile. Some teams struggle with Agile principles. What should the product owner do to support the transition to Agile and ensure teams understand and apply Agile practices effectively? Is it A, coach team members to practically apply Scrum values and structure to their project? Is it B, enforce Agile practices with minimal team disruption? Is it C, collaborate with teams to identify and address challenges? Is it D, allow each team member to adopt Agile at their own pace and confidence level? Hit the pause button for more time on this one. Let's take a look at the answer straight away. The best answer to this one is given as C, collaborate with teams to identify and address challenges. The rationale is collaborating with teams to identify and address challenges is essential to support the transition to Agile and promote a shared understanding of Agile practices. Scrum values are great, but not the same as the Agile Manifesto, which this question is about. Look again. It said, large organization transitioning to Agile. What should the product owner do to support the transition to Agile and ensure teams understand and apply Agile practices? It also said the team is struggling with Agile principles. So, coaching the team for Scrum is a different thing. We're not coaching the team in Agile practices in option A, so it's not the best option. Also, Scrum values are different from the Agile principles, even though they are aligned. Okay? And that is why, my friends, the best option is none other than C, collaborate, collaborate. Option D, allowing each team member to adopt Agile at their own pace, could be very destructive because you're saying some team members will follow Agile thinking and others won't. That's not the best way for you to get them on the same page. You need to ensure the team understands and applies it effectively. So you got to collaborate, you got to dialogue, you got to discuss, and that's why option C is the best. Let's go to the next one. Question 4. As a project manager in a new Agile project, some team members are unfamiliar with Agile terminology and practices. What should you do to ensure a common knowledge of Agile practices and terminology within your team to improve project effectiveness? Is it A, maintain strict control over information and restrict access to Agile resources? Is it B, share real-life examples of Agile principles without discussion? Is it C, conduct training sessions on Agile terminology and practices? Or is it D, ignore team members' lack of understanding and proceed with Agile implementation? Hit the pause button if you need more time, and let's jump into the answer straight away. The answer to this question is C, conduct training sessions on Agile terminology and practices. The key word is common knowledge. Conducting training sessions on Agile terminology and practices helps team members develop a common knowledge base, enabling them to work effectively. If you choose A, strict control, that is not in the interest of Agile, and it doesn't make sense restricting access to Agile resources. Option B, sharing real-life examples without discussion, does not do much good because people could hear examples and still be stuck. Option D, ignore team members' lack of understanding and say, well, let's just go ahead, is destructive because people will do without knowing the why. So the most Agile answer is C. Moving on to question 5, our final one for today. You are a Scrum Master in a product development project. The team lacks a shared understanding of the core Agile values. How can you help the team understand Agile values and principles, fostering a shared mindset? Is it A, promote unconditional adherence to Agile practices and leave out the values? Is it B, encourage open discussions on Agile principles without taking any further action? Is it C, encourage team members to individually explore new techniques? Is it D, share a glossary of Agile terms without facilitating discussions? What do you think? Hit the pause button for more time. All right, my friends, let's take a look. And for those of you just coming, I would appreciate if you hit the like button and subscribe so that you will be notified when there are more videos, and so that you can encourage me to create more videos to help you in your PMP journey or your Agile journey. Truth be told, these questions are at the ACP level. So if you are able to answer these questions, you have a solid understanding of the concepts. All right, let's jump straight into the answer. The answer to this is B, encourage open discussions on Agile principles. But let's take a look at B. It says, without taking any further action. This is all about giving the team the environment and support they need and trusting them to get the job done. So if you take a look here, open discussions on Agile principles foster a deeper understanding and promote a common knowledge of these principles. Give the team the environment and support they need. Trust them to get the job done. Thank you for joining me today on 5-Minute Agile. This is where we will continue to journey together for many moons to come in the world of Agile. And even if you are a PMP, these questions will keep you straight, whether you're a CSM, PSM, whatever you might be. These Agile questions will keep you sharp and in the zone. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next episode.
Hello, my awesome project managers. How you doing today? It's time once again to talk about earned value management. It gets better with time, right? I've got so many videos out there, but as the exam begins to morph and change, I hear more and more things from students and on social media. So I try to make it very clear. The bottom line is this. You have 4 metrics: cost performance index, cost variance, schedule performance index, and schedule variance. So your metrics revolve around cost, all right? These two are cost, and this is schedule, just like this one, right? Now, the only difference is that the cost performance index has to do with indices, right? An index. The schedule performance index has to do with an index, which means there's no currency. It's just a number like 1.2 or 0.5 or 0.8, things like that. On the flip side, when it comes to the variance related metrics, the cost variance is a number. So it could be a minus $10, or it could be a minus $10,000, or it could be a plus $5 or a plus $50, and so on. Schedule variance, same thing. It's a dollar amount. So it could be a plus 100, it could be a minus 2, and things like that. For your exam, you need to be able to interpret what the numbers mean. That is the main thing. Don't go crazy on the formulas, because I have learned from a number of folks that is not very paramount anymore. And I've also heard that the graphs, they don't even really appear anymore. They used to, not anymore. So even though I teach it still, you probably will not get a graphical question on earned value. But as people say, you just hope you won't. Who knows? So this is what I want us to do today. If I tell you the schedule performance index is equal to 0.6, this means you are only 60% efficient schedule-wise. What does that mean? That means if you are going to get something done on your project in a day, you promise, I'm going to get all of this stuff done.
When all is said and done, you would only get 60% of the scheduled work done. So if you planned to get 100 blocks moved, at the end of the day, you only got 60 blocks moved. You understand? So think about it. If I planned to get 100 things done, right, within a time box, that's the key thing. We're dealing with a time box. Okay, let's say it's a 1-day time box. I said I would get 100 done, but when all was said and done, I only got 60 done. See, you're only 60 out of 100 in terms of the time box, what you said you would do within the time box. Let me give you another example. SPI of 0.8. What this means is, for example, if on a project I said I would dig 10 trenches in, let's say, 5 days, but at the end of 5 days, I had only dug 8 trenches, 8 out of 10 within the time box. That's what the SPI means. So the SPI, when you boil it down, is really looking at the work done divided by the work that you scheduled. See it? How many did I do? 8. How many did I schedule? 10. SPI is 0.8. How many story points did I say I would get done? I said I would get 150 story points done for my team, with my team. How many did I actually get done? I only got 75 story points. This is what I did. This is what I planned. You get it? And that's the schedule performance index. But they're not really going to ask you a lot of calculations. They're just going to give you numbers on the exam. What about cost performance index? What does this mean? Cost performance index is the earned value divided by the actual cost. It's how much you did versus how much you spent. As far as the schedule variance, in my example, let's say you had the earned value, because that's what it is, right? Let's say the earned value was 8 and the planned value was 10. Then in this case, you can see you got a negative, you got minus $2. That means you are behind schedule, right? That's what that means. Okay, let's go to cost variance. In the cost variance example, cost variance is earned value minus actual cost. If your earned value, again, let's say it's $8 and your actual cost is $12, your cost variance is minus $4. See that? That means you are $4 over budget. So you got to be specific with the over budget, behind schedule, under budget, ahead of schedule, whole mantra, right? So just remember, if you are late, you are behind schedule, right? If you're early, you are ahead of schedule, right? Also remember, in terms of budget, if you have spent more, right, you're over budget in the hole, as they say. This is a bad situation. Or you could be under budget, which is not a bad situation, right? Under budget could be looked at as a good or favorable situation, depending, right? But the PMI isn't going into the minutia of how much over budget or under budget are you. You're over budget, you're over budget. You're under budget, you're under budget. So let me give you a few very quick questions. So if your SPI is 0.75, you tell me, is this good or bad? You tell me. If your CPI is 1.14, you tell me, is it good or bad and what it means? If your schedule variance is minus $700, you tell me what that means. And if your cost variance is $6.50, you tell me what that means. All right, if you need more time, hit the pause button, and I'm going to explain these, and we're going to wrap this up. Okay, so this is what it means. For the very first one, this is bad, right? Poor performance. And what this means is you're only getting 75% of the work scheduled. 75% of the work scheduled was done. No boss is going to smile at you with that one because you're late. You're not necessarily over budget at this point. We don't know that. But what we do know from an SPI is in terms of schedule. So you are behind schedule. That's really what it means, right? So you are behind schedule. What about CPI of 1.14? This means you are ahead of schedule, right? It's a favorable situation. And that means you got $1.14 work done for $1. That is not bad, is it? It's not bad. However, if you work for certain bosses, they would say, how did you get so much done for $1? What did you do in your estimate? Did you pad? Did you tell us it will cost more when you really knew it would cost less? So you got to be careful in the real world, especially working with government. If you look too good, you're going to be in trouble. They're going to rattle your chain a little bit. All right. Schedule variance minus 700. When we have a negative number, anything under 0 is bad, right? So equal to 0 is right on target for the variances. Less than 0 is bad. Greater than 0 is good. So this is behind schedule. Anything negative is bad. So you got to get your convention straight. Even though it's negative, it's not. You're not ahead. You are behind schedule in this case. In fact, this one is a little bit easier than the cost one of variances. So a negative is bad. You're behind schedule. So this, I'll just say, is unfavorable. That's the language. Unfavorable. You are late. You are late. And we could just say there is $700 of work outstanding for you. That is not a good thing. All right, so it's unfavorable. All right, let's take a look at the final one. Final one is cost variance. You got a cost variance of $6.50. So this is good. You are under budget. Okay. And that's the story, pretty much, about earned value management. I'm hoping that these examples are going to help you, because I know some folks, they are studying a lot of earned value, too much earned value. I don't want you to study earned value needlessly. I want you to study it just enough to understand what the exam could be like. But I definitely don't want you doing it ad nauseum, because the law of diminishing returns could kick in. You know, there's only so much earned value you should study for the exam before it becomes redundant. So let me show you, in closing, I'll show you the summary here, what you should do before your test. Let's go here. And this is really a shout out to one of our friends, Vicky, who just joined the Praizion honorary group on YouTube. If you look in our videos, you'll always see a button that says join. You can join, and then you can ask when you've joined for videos of whatever you are stuck on, and we always give you preference because you're one of our honorary members on YouTube. So right here, we can see what SPI, CPI, SV, and CV numbers should be thought of as. We can see if you're less than 1 on the far right of the screen. I'm just going to put a box around it. If you're greater than 1, you're ahead, less than 1 behind, equal to 1 on target. See, same thing with these, under budget, over budget, on target. So if you get these conventions straight, what it means when you have a SPI, CPI, CVSV less than 1, greater than 1, zeros for the variances. So the variances are all about the 0, right? Because they're variances. The indices are all about the 1, okay? Highly advise you take a screenshot of what I'm showing you on the screen right now, okay? And then also do this little exercise, okay? Do this little exercise, okay? As I go through them one by one, take a second and hit the pause button. Good, bad, or something else. Good, bad, or something else. Hit the pause button, train yourself on this stuff. Good, bad, or something else. Good, bad, or something else. Good, bad, or something else. That one is suspicious. That means you're 3 times as efficient as you said you would. There could be a problem. Okay. All right. Now the exam won't go that far, like I did just now, challenging. What does it mean? Maybe, you know, that kind of questioning your high SPI. It may not be like that on the test. I think it's going to be a lot easier. A lot easier. All right. Here we go. Good, bad, or something else. Good, bad, or something else. What do you think? Good. What about this? Highly suspicious. What about this? All right, my friends, that is it for earned value management. That is as far as I'm going to go. I think adding anything else, doing anything more than this is just a waste of time. My last students who got certified, I believe I spent maybe 15 minutes with them on earned value. They've forgotten their PMPs now. They've forgotten their PMPs. So that's all for today, my friends. I hope this helped. Vicky, I hope this helps you. Don't sweat the graphs, okay? I know there's graph training here on YouTube. Don't sweat the graphs. Focus on what I've trained you on today. You'll be good, okay? You take care, and I'll speak to you soon.
Hello and welcome to another episode of the PMP exam situation room. Today we're taking a look at questions 11 to 20. The way this works is I show you the question, you take some time out, try to get the right answer written, and we move on through 10 questions. At the end, I will show you all the answers. Let's begin. The project team has misunderstandings about the project goals, leading to misaligned efforts. What is the best course of action for the project manager? Hit the pause button for more time, as I will move swiftly to the next question. Question 12. After a project kickoff, some team members are still unclear about their roles. What should the project manager do? Hit the pause button for more time. Question 13. A junior team member shows potential, but is hesitant to take on more complex tasks. How should the project manager mentor this individual? Question 14. During a project review, the project manager notices a talented team member being overshadowed by more vocal colleagues? What mentoring strategy should be employed? Question 15. A project team member is consistently underperforming, and the project manager suspects personal issues might be a factor. What is the most emotionally intelligent approach? Moving on to question 16. Remember to hit the pause button for more time. 16. The project manager notices tension between two team members affecting their collaboration. What emotionally intelligent action should the project manager take? Moving on to 17. The project is on a tight deadline, but the project manager observes signs of burnout among the team. What should be done to support team health? Question 18. A team member approaches the project manager, expressing stress and fatigue. How should the project manager respond? Moving on to 19. The project faces unexpected setbacks, and the team's morale is low. How should the project manager foster resilience? Be sure to write down your answers to make the most of this exercise. Final question. 20. A key project milestone was missed, leading to disappointment in the team. What approach should the project manager take to maintain team resilience? Now that all the questions have been answered, let us review the answers one by one. Question 11. The answer to question 11 is D. Organize a workshop to clarify project goals and ensure a shared understanding. Let's move on to question 12. I am hoping that as you take time out to read the rationale, it will make sense to you for each of the questions. So again, question 11, D. Question 12, B. Conduct individual meetings to clarify roles and address any confusion. Next question is 13. The answer to question 13 is D. Provide opportunities for challenging tasks along with guidance and support. The next question was question 14. The answer to 14 is A. Create opportunities for the team member to showcase their talents in a comfortable setting. Hit the pause button to read the rationale in full and understand why the other options are not appropriate. The next question is 15. And the answer to 15 is B. Have a private, empathetic conversation with a team member to offer support. The next question was 16. And the answer to 16 is C. Facilitate a mediated discussion between them to resolve the tension. The next question was 17. And the answer is C. Implement strategies to promote work-life balance, such as flexible scheduling. Question 18. The answer to question 18 is B. Discuss with a team member to find ways to alleviate stress and manage workload. The next question, 19. And the answer, A. Hold a team meeting to acknowledge the setbacks and discuss strategies for moving forward. Remember to hit the pause button to read all of the rationale. And finally, question 20. The answer to question 20 is A. Analyze the reasons for missing the milestone and involve the team in developing a recovery plan. I hope you enjoyed the PMP exam situation room. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe for more videos of this nature. All the best on your exam. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to Predictive Project Management Terminology Flashcards. This is our 6th episode, and we're diving into the letters N, O, and P. And my goodness, do we have a treasure trove of definitions. When I put this together, my main goal was to give you just one sentence long so that it's not as overbearing as other books that have 5-6 lines long for one word to be defined. So let's jump straight into the very first word, network. Schedule diagram of activity dependencies. Networking, establishing connections. Network logic, activity dependencies in a schedule diagram. Network path, sequence of activities connected in a diagram. Node, a point where dependency lines connect in a diagram. Nominal group technique, voting process to prioritize ideas. Objective, work direction, strategic position, purpose, result, product, or service. Opportunity, risk with a positive impact on one or more objectives. Organizational breakdown structure, OBS, project organization hierarchical representation. Organizational learning, discipline for developing knowledge in individuals, groups, or organizations. Organizational process assets, plans, processes, policies, procedures, knowledge specific to the performing organization. Output, product, result, or service generated by a process. Overall project risk, effect of uncertainty on the project arising from all sources. Next, we go into the letter P, and this is a very long one. First of all, we have parametric estimating. Algorithm-based cost or duration estimation using historical data. Path convergence, a schedule activity with multiple predecessors. path divergence, a schedule activity with multiple successes. Percent complete, work completed, estimate expressed as a percentage. Performance measurement baseline, PMB, integrated scope, schedule, and cost baselines. Performance reviews, a technique to measure, compare, analyze actual performance. Perform integrated change control, review, approve, manage change requests. Perform qualitative risk analysis, prioritize project risks for analysis or action. Perform quantitative risk analysis, again a process, numerical analysis of project risks and uncertainty. Phase gate, review at a phase end to continue, modify, or end the project. Plan communications management, again a process. Develop an approach and plan for project communication. Plan cost management, a process. Define project cost estimation, budgeting, monitoring, control. Planned value, PV. Authorized budget for scheduled work. Planning package, a WBS component below the control account with known work content. Planning process group. Establish project scope, refine objectives, define costs. Plan procurement management, a process. This is where we document procurement decisions, specify an approach, and identify sellers. Plan quality management, identify quality requirements or standards for project or deliverables. Plan resource management, define estimation, acquisition, management, or utilization of resources. Again, it's a process. Plan risk management, a process where we define risk management activities for the project. Plan risk responses, a process where we develop options, select strategies, and agree on actions. Plan schedule management, a process where we establish policies, procedures, and documentation for the project schedule. Remember, this is planning how to develop the schedule. Plan scope management, again a process where we create a scope management plan and requirements management plan for the project or the product. Plan stakeholder engagement, a process where we develop approaches to involve project stakeholders. Plurality. This is a decision-making approach where the largest block makes decisions regardless of majority. Policy. Organizational actions based on principles to govern conduct. Portfolio. A group of projects, programs, and operations to achieve strategic objectives. Portfolio management. Centralized management of one or more portfolios. Practice. Professional or management activity that contributes to processes. Precedence diagramming method, PDM, a schedule model technique. Precedence relationship, logical dependency used in the precedence diagramming method, PDM. Predecessor activity, an activity before a dependent activity in a schedule, from the word precedes. Predictive life cycle, project scope, time, and cost determined early. Preventive action, activity ensuring future performance is aligned with a plan. Probability and impact matrix, a grid mapping risk probability and impact. Procedure, an established method of consistent performance or result. Process, systematic series of activities producing outputs. Procurement audits, review of contracts and contracting processes. Procurement documents, documents used in bid and proposal activities. Procurement documentation, documents used in signing agreements. Procurement management plan, a plan for acquiring goods and services. Procurement statement of work, describes item for sellers to determine capability. Procurement strategy, an approach to determine delivery method and agreements. Product, quantifiable artifact or component, item, material, or goods. Product analysis, a tool for defining scope by asking questions. Product lifecycle, phases representing evolution of a product. Product scope, features and functions of a product, service, or result. Program, related project, subsidiary programs coordinated for benefits. Program management, application of knowledge, skills, and principles to a program. Progressive elaboration, iterative process of increasing plan detail. Project, temporary endeavor to create a unique product, service, or result. Project calendar, identifies working days and shifts for activities. Project charter, formal authorization and resources for project activities. Project communications management, processes for timely communication. Project cost management, planning, estimating, budgeting, controlling project costs. Of course, you do recognize that these are knowledge areas. The next, project funding requirements. This is not a knowledge area. This is forecasted project costs to be paid. Project governance, framework, functions, and processes guiding project management. Project initiation, launching a process that can result in project authorization. Project integration management, a knowledge area, identifying, defining, and coordinating project management activities. Project lifecycle, a series of phases from start to completion. Project management, applying knowledge, skills, tools to meet project requirements. Project management body of knowledge, knowledge within the profession. Project Management Information System, PMIS, tools to gather and integrate project management processes. Project Management Knowledge Area, identified area defined by its knowledge requirements. Project Management Office, PMO, standardizes project-related governance processes and facilitates resource sharing. Project Management Plan, a document describing project execution, monitoring, and control. Project Management Process Group, logical grouping of project management inputs, tools, and techniques. Project Management System, processes, tools, methodologies, and resources to manage a project. Project Management Team, members directly involved in project management activities. Project Manager, PM, leader of the team responsible for achieving project objectives. Project Organization Chart, a graphical depiction of project team members and their interrelationships. Project Phase, collection of logically related project activities. Project Procurement Management, it's a knowledge area, processes to purchase or acquire products, services, or results. Project Quality Management, a knowledge area, processes for planning, managing, and controlling project and product quality. Project Resource Management, a knowledge area, processes to identify, acquire, and manage project resources. Project Risk Management, processes to manage risk on a project. Project Schedule, output of a schedule model presenting linked activities. Project Schedule Management, a knowledge area, processes required to manage project completion. Project Schedule Network Diagram, graphical representation of logical relationships among project schedule activities. Project Scope, work performed to deliver a product, service, or result. Project Scope Management, a knowledge area, processes to ensure project work is complete. Project Scope Statement, it's a document, a description of project scope, deliverables, assumptions, and constraints. Do recall, though, that the major thing in the project scope statement is inclusions and exclusions. This is also where we validate that the assumptions and constraints previously collected are indeed still correct and in line with the scope. Project Stakeholder Management, a knowledge area, processes to identify, analyze, and engage stakeholders. Project Team Directory, documented list of project team members and their communication information. proposal evaluation techniques, reviewing proposals to support contract award decisions. Prototypes is our final one, and this is a working model of expected product for early feedback. So far, my friends, we covered over 100 definitions extremely rapidly. You know what I want you to do. I want you to go back. I want you to go over all of this information again. I want you to make sure that you get it all down pat. If you've got questions, I want to see your questions in the comments below. If you have any queries about tools or documents, templates that you want to see for any of these things, I need you to put a comment below. Go on down to the website, Praizion.com. If you're looking for training, coaching, books, materials, help for you or your team as you get ready for the PMP exam, I would absolutely like to know. Thank you very much. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, hit the bell icon so you'll be notified when I have another video about this stuff available. Thank you very much, and bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to part 2 of Predictive Project Management Terminology Flashcards. Today, we're starting off from where we stopped, the letter C. Letter C has over 50 words that you need to know for your PMP exam. So let's jump into the very first one, cause and effect diagram, decomposition technique for root cause analysis, change, modification to project plan, deliverable, or document. Change control, a process to identify, document, and approve project modifications. Change control board, CCB, a group responsible for approving project changes. Change control system, procedures for managing project modifications and documentation. Change control tools, manual or automated tools for change management. Change log, a list of project changes and their status. Change management plan, component for project plan for change control. Change request, formal proposal to modify project element. Charter, a document that authorizes a project or phase and identifies the project manager. Checklist analysis, systematic review using a checklist. Check sheets, tally sheet used for data gathering. Claim, request for consideration or compensation under contract terms. Claims administration, processing and communication of contract claims. Close project or phase, finalizing activities for project phase or contract. Closing process group, processes to formally close a project or phase. Code of accounts, a numbering system for work breakdown structure components. Collect requirements, determine and document stakeholder needs. Co-location, project team physically located near each other. Communication methods, procedure to transfer information among stakeholders. Communication models, representation of communication process. Communication requirements analysis, analytical technique to determine stakeholder information needs. Communications management plan, a plan for administering and disseminating project information. Communication styles assessment, a technique to identify preferred communication method and content. Communication technology, tools for transferring information among stakeholders. Conduct procurements, a process where we obtain seller responses and award contracts. Configuration management plan, a plan for managing and accounting for project artifacts. Configuration management system, procedures for tracking project artifacts and changes. Conformance, meeting acceptable variation for quality requirement. Constraint, a limiting factor affecting project execution. Context diagrams, visual depiction of product scope and business system. Contingency, an event or occurrence
that may affect project execution. Contingency reserve, time or money allocated for known risks. Contingent response strategies, responses to specific triggers, risk triggers. Contract, mutually binding agreement between the buyer and the seller. Contract change control system, a system for collecting, tracking, and communicating contract changes. Control, comparing actual with planned performance and recommended corrective action. This is a term you hear in industry under project controls, for example. Control account, management control point for scope, budget, cost, and schedule. Control chart, graphic display of process data against control limits. Control cost, monitoring project status and managing cost changes. Control limits, area composed of 3 standard deviations on either side of the center line or mean of data distribution. Remember, we have the upper control limit, the lower control limit. Control procurements, managing procurement relationships and contract performance. Control quality, monitoring and recording quality management results. Control resources, ensuring physical resources are available and monitoring utilization. Control schedule, monitoring project status and managing schedule changes. Control scope, again a process for monitoring project and product scope and managing changes. Corrective action, intentional activity realigning project work with a plan. Cost aggregation, summing cost estimates for work packages or cost control account. Cost baseline, approved time-phased project budget for comparison to actual results. Cost benefit analysis, a financial tool to compare project benefits with cost. Cost management plan, a component of the project plan for managing cost. Cost of quality, COQ, costs for preventing, appraising, and failing to meet quality requirements. Cost Performance Index, CPI, a measure of cost efficiency for budgeted resources. Cost Plus Award Fee Contract, CPAF. Payments for completed work and seller profits are made. Understand there's a cost plus an award fee. Cost Plus Fixed Fee Contract, CPFF. Reimbursement for allowable cost and a fixed profit. The fixed fee does not change. It is pegged in the beginning of the arrangement. Cost Plus Incentive Fee Contract, CPIF. Reimbursement of allowable costs and seller profits based on performance criteria. The incentive fee is based on performance criteria. Cost Reimbursable Contract. Payment to seller for actual cost and fee. In general, this refers to all the cost reimbursable type contracts discussed. Cost variance, CV. Budget deficit or surplus at given point in time. Crashing, a technique used to shorten the schedule duration for the least incremental cost by adding resources. Critical chain method, CCM, a schedule network analysis technique that modifies the project schedule to account for limited resources and uncertainty by adding buffers to protect the project completion date. Now, the critical chain method is not discussed in the 7th edition the way it was discussed in previous editions. It might not even be there, but awareness of the critical chain is helpful in your project management journey. Critical path, the sequence of activities that represents the longest path through a project, which determines the shortest possible duration. Critical path activity, any activity on the critical path in a project schedule. Critical path method, CPM, a method used to estimate the minimum project duration and determine the amount of schedule flexibility on the logical network path within the schedule model. Cumulative cost curve, a graph of cumulative cost plotted against time. Cumulative frequency diagram, a chart showing the cumulative frequency of observations in successive intervals of a variable. Customer, the person or organization that will use the project's product or service. Customer acceptance, formal notification that the deliverables submitted by the project satisfies the acceptance criteria and that the deliverable is accepted by the customer. Final one in the letter C is customer satisfaction, a term used to describe how well the project's product met the customer's requirements and expectations. So far, we've been covering over 50 definitions for your PMP exam. Be aware that the PMP exam has got over 500 definitions, and in the next series of videos, we're going to be taking down all those letters one by one. So far, we've covered A, B, and C. Bear in mind that the key goal here is not to cram. The key goal is to use this as a checklist and to ask the question, do I remember that? Do I understand that? And if the answer is no, open up the relevant PMBOK guide 6 or 7, or do a Google search or a ChatGPT probe to find out what is it that I'm thinking. Perhaps I don't really know these definitions as well. Validate your learning and you'll be laughing all the way to the score bank. Remember, you can go on down to www.praizion.com, check out our training options, and it will be a pleasure to see you in one of our classes. Thank you and talk to you soon. Remember to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and hit the bell icon so you'll be notified when I have another video about these definitions. We're taking down every single one of the 500 plus across predictive and agile. See you in the next video.
Hello, my awesome friends. It's time for us to take a look at predictive project management terminology flashcards again. The purpose of this series is to comb through over 500 definitions in predictive and agile. I first cover the predictive components, and then I cover the agile components in a future episode. Right now, we're going through the alphabetical arrangements from A to Z. Today is from letters F and G. Let's jump straight into it. Letter F, fallback plan, alternative set of actions in case of issues. To really understand the fallback plan, I want to take you back to your studying of risk management, where we also talk about a contingency plan. A contingency plan is another terminology that is used in place of fallback plan. They mean the same thing. Contingency plan, fallback plan, same thing. Alternative set of actions in case of issues. You could also say, if a risk does materialize, you've got a fallback plan, because a realized risk is, after all, an issue. Moving on. Fast tracking, parallel performance of sequential activities. In other words, these activities should have been sequential, but now you're doing them in parallel. That could lead to increased risk. Fee, profit component of seller's compensation. Finish date, time of activity completion, actual or planned. Finish to finish, FF. Successor cannot finish before the predecessor. When you are scheduling in a tool like MS Project, you can set up task A and B with a finish to finish relationship, which means task B cannot finish except task A has finished. But you could set them up such that the finish of A immediately kicks in to help B finish. It's a finish to finish relationship. The next one is finish to start, FS. This means the successor cannot start before the predecessor. In other words, the finish of A is necessary before task B can start. B is the successor, A is the predecessor. So B, the successor, cannot start before A, the predecessor, ends. Firm fixed price contract, FFP. Set payment regardless of cost.
When we say it's a firm fixed price, it means the payment is set and it is not changing regardless the cost. In other words, the seller is going to incur whatever those costs are, whether they make a profit or not. Fishbone diagram, same as cause and effect diagram. It's a diagram that shows you causes of an effect. Fixed price contract, payment is set regardless of cost. So a fixed price contract is a general term used for firm fixed price incentive fee, and fixed price with economic price adjustment, and we'll talk about some of those. Fixed price incentive fee contract, a fixed price contract with a bonus for meeting criteria. That's the incentive fee. Fixed price with economic price adjustment contract, FP-EPA. Adjustments are allowed for changing conditions such as price of commodities and inflation and interest rates. Float. Time activity can be delayed without successor impact. In other words, how much time can you delay an activity without affecting its successor? We could also expand this definition to say, how much time can you delay an activity without messing something else up, such as the end date of the entire project? This is why you need to read the wider spectrum when you're looking at float. There's total float, there's free float, and there's project float. Now take some time out to explain these. Free float is how much time you can delay an activity without affecting its successor, but that's just free float. There's total float. How much time can you delay an activity without affecting the end date of the project? And lastly, there's project float, and that's how much time can you delay the start of the project or the project in some way without affecting the customer required due date. Lots of subtleties. This is probably the most in-depth set of definitions so far. So you might want to rewind it, listen to it again as I expand on some of these, because my intent was to give you a one-sentence definition to kick your memory, jog your memory so that you remember the associated terms. Flowchart, diagram of inputs, process actions, and outputs. Focus groups, a technique to learn stakeholder expectations and attitudes. Forecast, prediction of project's future conditions and events. Forward pass, a technique for early start and finish date calculation. This used to be big on the exam back in the day, not anymore. I haven't heard anyone say they needed to use a forward pass or a backward pass to solve a network diagram problem. So don't sweat it, just understand the definition at a high level. Free float, delay time without successor impact or constraint violation. We just talked about this. The amount of time that you can delay an activity without affecting the successor. Functional organization, a staff group by specialization, and there's limited project manager authority. Funding limit reconciliation, comparison of planned versus committed funds. Now, when we talk about FLR, this means if there's a funding limit in your firm, for example, any project cannot exceed $1 million of funds within a month. If that's the rule and your project is tending towards, for example, 2.5 million, then you've got a 1.5 million differential between what is allowed and what you are computing. For that reason, you need to reconcile the funding limit of 1 million with the planned amount on paper of 2.5. There needs to be a reconciliation. Either you distribute the work out so that that extra 1.5 is distributed over months where there's not as much spend. Gantt chart, bar chart with activities, dates, and durations. Grade, rank for quality requirements of same functional items. Ground rules, expectations for team behavior. histogram, a bar chart of numerical data. Historical information, documents and data of prior projects. Identify risks, identification and documentation of risks. Remember, this is a process. Identify stakeholders, again, a process. Analysis and documentation of stakeholder information. Implement risk responses, implementation of risk response plans. Impose date, a fixed schedule activity or milestone date. Incentive fee, financial incentives for seller performance. Incremental life cycle, deliverable produced through iterative additions. Independent estimates, third-party analysis of cost, schedule, or other items. Influence diagram, graphical representations of causal influences and relationships. Information, processed and structured data for specific contexts. Information management systems, facilities for information distribution. Initiating process group, processes for project or phase definition. Input, required item for process, internal or external. Inspection, examination of work product for conformity. Interpersonal and team skills, skills for team interaction and leadership. Interpersonal skills, skills for relationship building. Interviews, formal or informal stakeholder information elicitation. Invitation for bid, IFB. This is a request for proposal in some areas. When you boil it down, this type of bid document is all about the price. This is why you go for IFB as opposed to an RFP. So even though it's a request for a proposal, the proposal is heavily weighed on the bid amount. That is the difference between selecting an IFB, where it is money sensitive and contingent for the most part, versus an RFP. Issue, condition impacting project objectives. Issue log, document for issue recording and monitoring. Iterative life cycle, scope determined early, time and cost estimates modified. Knowledge, mixture of experience, values, beliefs, and intuition. With that, my friends, we have come to the end of our series today, where we took it all the way to the letter K. If you are looking for training, coaching, or help, go on down to Praizion.com. It'll always be a pleasure to work with you towards your certification. And if you are certified or you need mentoring or coaching, go on down to our website. It's PMAnonymous.com. And you can receive one-on-one coaching and mentoring towards whatever your goal is. So my friends, thank you very much. We covered quite a number of items today. We started off with the letter F and we got all the way down to the letter K. And that's approximately 50 new terminologies. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, share with your friends, and hit the bell icon so that you'll be notified when more videos are available. Thank you very much, and bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to Project Management Terminology Flashcards, where we take a look at over 500 definitions for project management. For your PMP exam, CAPM exam, or any project management exam, it is important that you have these definitions at your fingertips, not because the exam is entirely made up of them, but because they appear in the setup for the question, or they appear as potential answers.
And if you don't understand the scenario where certain language is used, you'll find it hard to answer the question. But if you do know the definitions, it's a piece of cake to understand what exactly the question is talking about to begin with. So over the past number of episodes, we've covered A all the way to P, and we're over halfway there. We've got just Q to Z left. Today, we're going to tackle Q and R. We got about 60 definitions. They're going to go pretty quick. Number one, quality, the degree to which inherent characteristics fulfill requirements. Quality audits, structured process to determine compliance with policies and procedures. Quality checklists, structured tool to verify required steps. Quality control measurements, documented results of quality control activities. Quality management plan, a component of the project management plan to achieve quality objectives. Quality management system, organizational framework for quality management. Quality metrics, a description of a project or product attribute and how to measure it. Quality policy, policy for project quality management knowledge area. Quality report, document including quality issues, recommendations for corrective actions, and findings. Quality requirement, a condition or capability used to assess conformance. Questionnaires, written sets of questions to accumulate information. Now we move into the letter R. RACI chart, also called RACI chart. Responsibility assignment matrix to define stakeholder involvement. Regression analysis, analytical technique to develop a statistical relationship. Regulations, requirements imposed by a governmental body. Request for information, RFI, procurement document for seller information. Request for proposal, RFP, a procurement document to request proposals. RFQ, document for price quotes from sellers of products or services, also called request for quotation. Requirement, necessary condition or capability for satisfying business needs. Requirements documentation, description of how requirements meet business needs. Requirements management plan, describes how requirements are managed. Requirements traceability matrix, links requirements to deliverables, also links requirements to their origin. In other words, who asked for this requirement. Reserve, a provision in the project management plan to mitigate risk or deal with uncertainty. Remember, a reserve can also help if a risk is accepted. Contingency reserves of schedule, cost, or resources. Reserve analysis, analytical technique to establish project reserves. Residual risk, remaining risk after implementing risk responses. Resource, team member or physical item needed for the project. Resource breakdown structure, hierarchical representation of resources. Resource calendar, identifies working days and shifts of resources. Resource histogram, a bar chart showing resource scheduled work over time. Resource leveling, adjusting the schedule to optimize resource allocation. Resource management plan, describes how project resources are managed. Resource manager, an individual with authority over project resources. Resource optimization technique, balances demand and available supply. Resource requirements, types and quantities of resources needed for activities. Resource smoothing, resource optimization technique using free and total flow. Responsibility, a delegated assignment within the project management plan. Responsibility assignment matrix, RAM, a grid showing resources assigned to work packages. Result, the output from project management processes and activities. Rework, action to bring non-conforming component into compliance. Risk, uncertain event or condition with positive or negative effect on the project's objectives. Risk acceptance, acknowledging risk and not taking action. Risk appetite, degree of uncertainty willing to be accepted. Risk audit, an audit to evaluate the effectiveness of risk management processes. Risk avoidance, eliminating a threat or protecting the project from the impact. Risk breakdown structure, RBS, a hierarchical representation of potential risks. Risk categorization, organizing risks by sources or project areas affected. Risk category, group of potential causes of risk. Risk data quality assessment, a technique to evaluate the usefulness of risk data. Risk enhancement, increasing probability of occurrence or impact of opportunity. Risk escalation, acknowledging risk outside of sphere of influence and shifting ownership. Risk exploiting, ensuring opportunity occurs as a risk response. Risk exposure, aggregate measure of potential impact of risks. Risk management plan, describes how risk management activities will be performed. Risk mitigation, decreasing probability of occurrence or impact of a threat. Risk owner, the person responsible for monitoring and implementing risk response strategy. Risk register, repository for recording risk management process outputs. Risk report, project document summarizing individual project risks and overall risk. Risk review, a meeting to examine and document the effectiveness of risk responses. Risk sharing, allocating ownership of opportunity to a third party. Risk threshold, level of risk exposure above which risks are addressed. Risk transference, shifting threat impact and ownership to a third party. Role, defined function of project team member. Rolling wave planning, iterative planning technique for near and future term work. Root cause analysis, analytical technique for determining underlying cause of variance, defect, or risk. And with that, my friends, we have come to the end of our words for today, our letters from Q to R. In our next episode, we will be diving into the letter S. Remember, if you are stuck or in need of project management coaching or help, go on down to our website. It's Praizion.com. It's your one-stop shop for all things project management, books, courses, online, what have you. Thank you. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe. It helps me and the algorithm so people can find these videos. You take care and bye for now. Welcome, my friends, to episode 4, Predictive Project Management Terminology Flashcards. We're into 180 definitions. Let's move on to the letter L. Remember, the key goal is to take a look at a word. One sentence is all I need to jog your memory. And if you don't know it, I need you to go open up the PMBOK 6, 7 or the Agile Practice Guide. Let's jump in. Late finish date. Latest possible finish date for an activity. Late start date. LS. Latest possible start date for an activity. Lead. The amount of time by which a successor activity can be advanced. Lessons learned. Knowledge gained for improving future performance. Lessons learned register. Document recording knowledge gained during the project. Lessons learned repository. Historical information on lessons learned. Level of effort, LOE. Activity measured by the passage of time and not end effort. Now, this may sound a little bit nebulous, so let me break it down a little bit more. When we talk about the level of effort refers to work that doesn't have a specific deliverable or outcome and is instead
required to support the overall project or specific activities. It's great for service-oriented work, and it's a way that earned value is measured. Let's move on. Life cycle. Stages of a project from start to finish. Log. A document used to record selected items in a process. Logical relationship. Dependency between two activities or milestone. Make or buy analysis, going into the letter M. Evaluating options for product development. Make or buy decisions, deciding whether to purchase or manufacture a product. Manage communications, ensuring timely distribution of project information. Management reserve, budget reserved for unforeseen work. Remember, the difference between management reserves and contingency reserves is that management reserves are for unknowns. Contingency reserves are for things that we have already taken note of, but we don't have a risk approach in place to deal with those things, so we use a contingency. Think about it like this. An accept strategy for risk could be backed up with a fallback plan, a contingency plan. So we're accepting the risk. If this happens, then we're going to use the contingency. A contingency reserve is thought about in advance. Management reserves are not, and management reserves need management permission to be used. So even though it's a budget that's reserved for unforeseen work, it's budget that needs to be released into the baseline before it's used. Moving on, management skills. Abilities to plan, organize, direct, and control. Manage project knowledge, using knowledge to achieve project objectives. Manage quality, executing the quality management plan. Manage stakeholder engagement. It's a process working with stakeholders to meet needs. Manage team, a process tracking team performance and optimizing project performance. Mandatory dependency, contractually required or inherent relationship. You got to remember the different dependencies. Mandatory, discretionary. Mandatory, hard logic. Discretionary, soft logic, preferred logic, or preferential logic. Master schedule, summary level project schedule. Matrix diagrams, quality management tool for data analysis. Matrix organization, project manager shares responsibility with functional managers. Methodology, a system of practices and procedures used in a discipline. Milestone, significant point or event in a project. Milestone schedule, schedule with planned milestone dates. Mind mapping, consolidating brainstormed ideas into a single map. Monitor, collecting project performance data and producing measures. Monitor and control project work, a process for tracking, reviewing, and reporting project progress. Monitor communications, ensuring information needs of project and stakeholders are met. Monitoring and controlling process group. This is the process group where there are processes to track project progress and initiate changes. Monitor risks, monitoring risk response plans and identifying new risks. Monitor stakeholder engagement, monitoring stakeholder relationships and engagement. Monte Carlo simulation, computer model analysis for range of possible outcomes. Finally, in the letter M, we will end with multi-criteria decision analysis, analyzing and ranking many ideas using a decision matrix. When you boil your PMP adventure down, there's various components you should be aware of, and one of the components is the definitions. If you don't know the definitions, you can't solve problems where these definitions are, which is why we're going through all 500. When we get done with traditional, we're moving into the world of Agile. So I encourage you to smash that like button, subscribe, so that you will be notified when the next video of these definitions is out. And the hope is that you would have covered 500 definitions unravel the mystery, and know them for your exam. But the definitions are just one component. The second component is the comprehension of what exactly these definitions plus a scenario implies. And that goes to the final one of problem solving. You got to know the definition, then you got to understand what is this actually asking, and then you got to solve the problem. So these definitions are key for success. They're very important. I'd like for you to go back, watch all the other videos if you missed any. And in the next episode, we're going to start with the letter N. If you need help in any way towards your exam, or you're looking for a course to get you to that next level, go on down to Praizion.com. That's the website on the screen, and you'll be able to find materials to help you on this channel. And on PMRadio.org, we have thousands of videos and audio content for you to use towards your exam prep. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support. Don't forget, smash the like button, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next episode. Bye for now. Hello, welcome to episode 3 in a long series of videos to get you ready for the PMP exam. This is where we take down every letter of the alphabet as far as definitions are concerned. What I want you to do is use it as a checklist and ask the question, do I know what this is? Do I remember this thing? If you remember it, awesome, move on. If not, I need you to close those gaps before your exam. So today we're going to take a look at the letter D and E. Let's jump straight into it. Data analysis. It's a technique used to systematically examine data using analytical and logical reasoning to determine its meaning and implications. Data gathering techniques. A set of techniques used to generate ideas or alternatives, explore possibilities, or increase understanding of a particular issue or question. Data representation. A technique used to depict data visually or graphically. Now, what you realize from these definitions so far is that I have made them extremely short. I have intentionally made them one sentence or thereabouts. Very different from the unwieldy definitions in the PMBOK guide. For more information about any of these, I highly recommend cross-checking with the PMBOK guide or other sources. Let's move on. Data validation. The process of ensuring that data inputs and outputs are correct and complete, and that they comply with the requirements of the data model. Decision. A choice made from available alternatives using a defined process to achieve a specific goal or objective. Decision tree analysis. A technique used to evaluate multiple options by projecting possible outcomes and associated risk to visualize the decision-making process. Delegation. The act of assigning responsibility and authority for achieving specific outcomes to another person while retaining accountability for the results. Deliverable. Any measurable, tangible, verifiable item produced as a result of completing a project or project phase. You hear a deliverable being referred to as a product, service, or result, so keep that in mind. Dependency. A logical relationship between two activities or between an activity and a milestone. Design of experiments, DOE, a statistical method to identify which factors may influence specific variables of a product or process under development or in production. Develop project charter, the process of developing a document that formally authorizes a project or project phase. Develop project management plan, the process of defining, preparing, and coordinating all plan components and consolidating them into an integrated project management plan. Develop schedule, the process of analyzing activity sequences, durations, resource requirements, and schedule constraints to create the project schedule. Development approach, the planned, systematic, and repeatable process followed during the development of the project's product or service. Direct and manage project work, the process of leading and performing the work defined in the project management plan and implementing approved changes to achieve project objectives. Direct costs, costs that can be specifically identified with a particular project, program, or operation. Discrete effort, an activity that can be planned and measured and whose duration can be estimated using a defined methodology. Discretionary dependency, relationship based on best practices or desired sequence. Documentation reviews, gathering and reviewing information for accuracy and completeness. Duration, total work periods required for activity or component completion. Early finish date, EF, earliest possible completion based on schedule logic. Early start date, ES, earliest possible start based on schedule logic. Earned value, work performed expressed in authorized budget. You may also hear earned value being defined as the budgeted cost of work performed, keyword being performed. Earned value management, methodology combining scope, schedule, and resource measurements. Effort, labor units needed to complete activity or component. Now you got to remember, effort is generally measured in some form of hours or similar. So when we talk about the effort needed to get a job done, it's usually in hours. Emotional intelligence, ability to manage personal and group emotions. Enterprise environmental factors, external conditions that influence the project. Estimate, quantitative assessment of project variables. Estimate activity durations, estimating work periods needed for individual activities. Estimate activity resources, estimating team resources and necessary supplies. Estimate at completion, EAC, the expected total cost for project completion. Estimate costs, approximating monetary resources needed for the project work. Estimate to complete, ETC, expected cost for remaining project work. Execute, directing and performing project work, delivering results. Executing process group, processes to complete project work. Expert judgment, opinion based on specialized knowledge and experience. Explicit knowledge, codified knowledge using symbols like words and numbers. External dependency, relationship between project and non-project activities. And with that, my friends, we have come to the end of today's section. It's a bite at a time. I don't want to overwhelm you by reading 500 definitions, so I have broken them down into alphabetical order. We did A and B, then we did C, now we're doing D and E, and we're going to move accordingly. If you found value from this, hit the like button, subscribe, share with your friends, and hit the bell icon so you'll be notified when the next video is available. Go on down to the website praizion.com if you need additional help in your project management, or if you're looking for a course that can help demystify the PMBOK guide and the PMP exam or CAPM exam for you. Thank you very much, and bye for now. Hello, my fellow project managers. Welcome to terminology flashcards for the PMP exam. You may not know that there are 500 plus definitions that you need to know for the PMP exam. Let's jump into the very first one. It's acceptance criteria. Conditions required for deliverables to be accepted. Remember that in the world of Agile, acceptance criteria pertains more to the stories, the user stories, but in the world of predictive, we talk about the deliverables. Accepted deliverables, products or results validated by the project customers or sponsors. Accuracy, assessment of correctness within a quality management system. Acquire resources,
This refers to obtaining necessary resources to complete project work. Activity, a scheduled portion of work during a project. Activity duration, time between start and finish of a scheduled activity. Activity list, documented tabulation of scheduled activities. Adaptive life cycle, iterative and incremental project life cycle known as Agile or change-driven life cycle. Agreements, documents or communication defining project intentions. Alternative analysis, a technique to evaluate options for project execution. Analogous estimating, estimating using historical data from similar activities or projects. Analytical techniques, techniques to evaluate, analyze, or forecast outcomes. Assumption, a factor considered to be true without proof. Attribute sampling, measuring quality by noting presence or absence of characteristics. Authority, right to apply project resources, make decisions or approvals. Let's move to letter B, backward pass, scheduling technique to calculate late start or finish dates. Bar chart, graphic display of schedule-related information, also called Gantt chart. Baseline, approved version of work product used as a basis for comparison. Basis of estimates, supporting documentation outlining project estimates. Benchmarking, comparison of products, processes, or practices to identify best practices. Benefits management plan, documented explanation of creating, maximizing, and sustaining project benefits. Bid documents, document to solicit information or proposals from prospective sellers. Bidder conference, meetings with prospective sellers prior to bid preparation. Bottom-up estimating, estimating by aggregating lower-level WBS components. Budget, approved estimate for project or WBS component or schedule activity. Budget at completion, BAC, sum of all budgets established for work to be performed. Business case, economic feasibility study to establish validity of benefits. Business value, the quantifiable or intangible benefits that a project or program delivers to its stakeholders. Over the past number of minutes, I've been giving you these definitions with one sentence. That's the whole idea. One sentence per definition. That concludes our first part, where we have examined over 20 definitions from the letter A and B. In our next video, we'll be tackling the letter C, and it's a big one. Hit like, subscribe, make sure you're notified with the bell icon when more videos become available. I'll see you in the next video.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to the 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. And this is MMA Day, where we focus on models, methods, and artifacts. Now, if you haven't been paying attention to the 7th edition, we have models, methods, and artifacts documented in there. And today, I'm going to take you all the way through them. Now, you might remember this model table in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. We're going in on this table, and we're going to start off with the situational leadership model. But let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about what exactly a model is. A model is a thinking strategy to explain a process, framework, or phenomenon. So let's start off with the situational leadership models. Situational leadership models are a subset of the vast array of models out there. And the basic concept is you cannot and should not lead two people the same way. Everyone needs a unique approach and insight as to how they should be led. Situational leadership models describe ways to tailor one's leadership style to meet the needs of individual and project team members. So let's take a look one by one. We're starting off with one of my favorites. It's the Situational Leadership 2. This is Ken Blanchard's Situational Leadership 2 model. To be quite honest, Paul Hersey and Ken Blanchard worked on this way back. But the PMBOK Guide 7th reads, This measures project team member development using competence and commitment as two main variables. So think about it. If someone is very competent, you don't need to direct them a whole lot. And if someone is committed all in, you don't need to motivate them a whole lot. But if someone is not competent and not committed, then you're going to have to give them a whole lot of inspiration, a whole lot of direction. And that's the basic concept. If you Google it, you'll be able to find imagery on it. There's no imagery in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition, just the blurb there. And let's go to the OSCAR model. The OSCAR model is a coaching and mentoring model, and it has 5 contributing factors: outcome, situation, choices or consequences, actions, and review. It helps individuals adapt their coaching or leadership styles to support individuals who have an action plan for personal development. And those are the 5 contributing factors. An outcome identifies long-term goals of an individual. A situation enables conversation about current skills, abilities, and so on. Choices or consequences identify all the potential avenues for attaining the desired outcome. Actions commits to specific improvements by focusing on immediate and attainable targets. And review, all about holding regular meetings, and that offers support and helps ensure that individuals remain motivated and on track. Let's go to the next one. This is communication models. Very straightforward stuff that honestly all you would need is a few words. Cross-cultural communication model was developed by Brauways and Price, and incorporates the idea that the message itself and how it is transmitted is influenced by the sender's current knowledge, experience, language, thinking, and communication styles, as well as stereotypes. You've already heard a little bit about this in the 6th edition if you've read it. The way we perceive a message is as a result of a variety of variables, such as those mentioned: language, thinking, communication styles, and so on. Let's go to the next one. Next one under communication models is effectiveness of communication channels. Now, Alistair Coburn developed a model that describes the communication channels along with the axes of effectiveness or richness. If you look through my videos, you see where I have actually explained this model. Media richness is a function of various characteristics, including the ability to handle multiple information cues simultaneously, facilitate rapid feedback, establish a personal focus, and utilize natural language. As you move from just having a simple text-based communication approach all the way to add in more and more variables such as voice and video conferencing, the richness just goes up all the way to face-to-face communication. That's the general idea. Let's move to the next one. The next one is gulf of execution and evaluation. Donald Norman described the gulf of execution as the degree to which an item corresponds with what a person expects it to do. Said another way, it is the difference between the intention of a user and what the item allows them to do or supports them in doing. The gulf of evaluation is the degree to which an item supports the user in discovering how to interpret the item and interact with it effectively. Let's take a look at an example. A car that has the ability to parallel park itself would have a gulf of execution if the driver expected to push a button labeled park and have the car park itself, and the car did not park itself. That's a gulf of execution. The same parking example would show a gulf of evaluation if the controls were not designed in such a way that the driver could easily determine how to initiate the self-parking function. So we have the gulf of execution and the gulf of evaluation. Let's move to the next one. Moving on, we have motivation models. Under motivation models, we have the well-known hygiene and motivation factors, Herzberg's hygiene factors. He simply states that these hygiene factors are not the motivators. The motivators are different. He said hygiene factors related to work are company policies, salary, physical environment. If hygiene factors are insufficient, they cause dissatisfaction. And he talked about the real motivators. The real motivators are things that relate to the work, such as success and achievement, growth, advancement, and so on. So there's a difference between the hygiene factors and the real motivators. That was his main point. Next, we have intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. And The overall idea about this, it dates what is referenced here. People are either motivated from within or without. That's it. Daniel Pink published several books about intrinsic factors that motivate people. He stated, while extrinsic rewards such as salary are motivators to a certain extent, once a person is paid fairly for their work, the motivational power of extrinsic rewards ceases to exist. Goes very much in line with what you heard about hygiene factors. Daniel Pink identifies 3 types of intrinsic motivators: autonomy, mastery, and purpose. Let's move on. Theory of needs. The theory of needs is David McClelland's model, and this has been around for a while and talked about in PMI, PMP space. People are motivated primarily by 3 needs: achievement, power, and affiliation. Achievement, people want to reach a goal. Power, people like to organize, motivate, and lead others. And it's not a bad thing to be motivated by power. It could also be looked at as someone having a propensity to lead others. They are motivated by increased responsibility. It's not a bad thing. And then we have affiliation. People who are motivated by affiliation seek acceptance and belonging. They are motivated by being part of a team. Absolutely nothing wrong in that. And last but not least, we have the famous McGregor's X and Y theories coupled with theory Z. So let's talk about them one by one. The theory X mindset is far-reaching across organizations, and the theory X mindset is one of micromanagement. It's bad. It's a top-down approach. Now, some people say there's a place for it, but when you really boil down theory X, it's so bad on every side that even when you look to reward your people, you're doing so because you believe they cannot be trusted, they cannot manage, they work on their own, and they need supervision, a whole lot of supervision. This management style is often seen in a production or labor-intensive environment, or one with many layers of management. Theory Y, on the flip side, is one in which the individual, or it's a group think, an entire company think. The theory Y mindset is one that looks at you as being able to fulfill the work obligations, one who can work without supervision, one who is able to lead themselves. The theory Y manager encourages creativity and discussion. We could say the theory X manager is an impediment to the employee's morale. The theory Y manager, on the flip side, is a boost to the employee's morale. Then we have theory Z. Theory Z is a transcendent dimension to work where individuals are motivated by self-realization, values, and a higher calling. William Auchi's version of theory Z focuses on motivating employees by creating a job for life, where the focus is on one's well-being. This style of management seeks to promote high productivity, morale, and satisfaction, so it's good. Abraham Maslow saw theory Z as a transcendent dimension to work where individuals are motivated by self-realization. You know, we talk about self-actualization in Maslow's pyramid. That's it. All right, let's move on. We're moving on to our next model, and we're going pretty quick here. Hope you're able to keep up. Let's talk about change models. So change models, we have managing change in organizations by the PMI. I think this is one of PMI's better works. It's called Managing Change in Organizations, brilliant publication. I call it the FEPIMS model that they have here. They talk about formulating the change, planning the change, implementing the change, managing the transition, and sustaining the change. And these are ways you can approach change at a higher level in organizations. Formulating the change is all about building the rationale to help people understand, like sense making. Planning the change is all about identifying activities that help people prepare for the transition from the current state to the future state. Implementing the change is where you focus on demonstrating the future state capabilities, checking to ensure capabilities are having the intended impact. And then we have managed the transition. And this element considers how to address needs related to the change that may surface once the future state is achieved, and sustaining the change. And this element seeks to ensure that the new capabilities continue and previous processes or behavior cease. And that's pretty much what I call the FEPIMS model. PMI calls it Managing Changes in Organizations. It's an entire standard or guide, if you will, to change. Then we have the ADKAR model. The ADKAR model is very human-centric, humanistic. It talks about the awareness, identifying why the change is necessary, create a desire in the individuals, create some fire. There needs to be a desire to be part of supporting that change. And then knowledge, people need to understand how to change. This includes understanding new processes and systems. And then we have ability. In this step, knowledge is supported with hands-on practice and access to exercise and help, expertise and help as needed. And the last one is reinforcement. And reinforcement supports the sustainment of the change. And this can include rewards, recognition, feedback, and measurement. So it's very human-centered. If you take a look, this model created by Jeff Hyatt compared with managing change in organizations is more people-centered. The managing change in organizations is more process-centered, but together they could work really, really well. The next one is John Cotter's model, and this again is another great model. And John Cotter introduced the 8-step process for leading change for transforming organizations. It's a top-down approach, though, where the need for an approach to change originates at the top levels of the organization, and that's okay, because the top levels need to understand and buy into that change first, know why we're doing what we're doing, and then it permeates down. So 1, create an urgency for the change, form a powerful coalition. You definitely want to have allies. You definitely want to have people that are for the change, create a vision for the change, communicate the vision, remove any obstacles, create short-term wins, build on the change, and anchor the changes in corporate culture. So these are not bad. These are just different from the managing change in organizations and ADKAR slightly. Let's talk about the last one, the Virginia Satter change model. This change model is a model of how people experience and cope with change. If you've taken a look at the J curve, you might appreciate this. It's based on a number of states. So let's read. It says, its purpose is to help project team members understand what they are feeling and enable them to move through change more efficiently. So we have late status quo. This initial stage is when everything feels familiar and can be characterized as business as usual. Then we have the foreign element. Something happens, there's a shift in the status quo. Then this chaos, people are in this crazy unfamiliar territory. There's a transforming idea. People come to a point where they come up with an idea that helps them make sense of the situation. They begin to see how they can find a way out of the chaos. And then we have practice and integration. People try to implement their new ideas or behaviors. There may be setbacks and a period of trial and error. And then we have new status quo. People get used to their new environment. They're like, oh, I'm here. I can survive. I can actually live in this environment. Eventually, the new status quo becomes the new normal. All right, let's move on to talk about the transition model, which is actually our final one. It seems as though the Virginia Satter change model didn't make its way in here. So I'm going to squeeze it in here real quick. And there we have it now included. So if you take a look at the table in the PMBOK Guide 7th, you'll see that the Virginia Satter model is missing. So it's in there now. Let's talk about the transition model. And this is the William Bridges transition model. The William Bridges transition model is very similar. The model identifies 3 stages of transition associated with change. It's ending, losing, and letting go. Then we have the neutral zone, and then we have the new beginning. So let's back up a little bit. William Bridges' transition model provides an understanding of what occurs to individuals psychologically when an organizational change takes place. This model differentiates between change and transition. Change is situational and happens whether or not people transition through it. Transition is a psychological process where people gradually accept the details of the new transition, the new situation that comes with the transition. The model identifies 3 stages. Like I said, 1, ending, losing, and letting go. 2, the neutral zone, and 3, the new beginning. The ending, losing, and letting go is often associated with fear, anger, upset, uncertainty, and this is where people have some resistance to the change. Then we have the neutral zone. The change is happening in this stage. In some instances, people feel frustration, resentment, confusion, and anxiety. Productivity may drop. And then eventually people go through, that valley in the J curve, and there's the new beginning. And at this point, people accept and even embrace the change. They are more adept at the new skills and new ways of working, and people are often open to learning and are energized by the change. All right, and that's it for the change models. That was a bit of a long one. Let's go to complexity models real quick. first complexity model that we have here is a sign-fin framework. Now let's take a look at what that looks like. And this is here in the 7th edition, and it was created by David Snowden. It's a conceptual framework used to diagnose cause and effect relationships as a decision-making aid. The framework offers 5 problem and decision-making contexts. We have the following. Where there's obvious cause and effect relationship, best practices are used to make decisions. Complicated relationships exist where there's a set of known unknowns or a range of correct answers. In this situation, it is best to assess the facts, analyze the situation, and apply good practices. We have complex relationships, including unknown unknowns. In chaotic environments, the cause and effects are unclear. There's too much confusion to wait to understand the situation. In these situations, the first step is to take action to try to stabilize the situation, then sense where there is some stability and respond by taking steps to get the chaotic situation to a complex situation. And then we have disordered relationships which lack clarity and may require breaking them into smaller parts whose context links with one of the other 4 contexts. And those are the 5 things. You can take a look at that in the 7th edition. And let's move on to the next one, which is my favorite. And this is the Stacy model, the Stacy matrix. Ralph Stacy developed the Stacy matrix, which is similar to the sign-fin framework, but it looks at 2 dimensions. You might have seen this in the Agile Practice Guide on page 14. It looks at the relative uncertainty of the requirements of the deliverable and the relative uncertainty of the technology. And based on what you have in terms of high uncertainty of the technology, high uncertainty of the requirements, then that makes a case for you definitely to move more into some agile practices of iterative and incremental. It's quite a remarkable one that I would advise you to look at. It explains the business case for agile very well. We have different zones in there. We have chaos, we have complex zone, and we have the simple zone. Definitely know those. That could help you on your exam. Let's move into project team development models. The first one is Tuckman's ladder, which many of you know too well. Have the 5 stages of team development: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. And depending on the team, you could get a team that has moved all the way to performing and a new person joins, and that takes them steps back, could even take them back to the beginning again. And then we have the adjourning stage, which is undesirable because in the world of Agile, we look at our teams as carrying all this equity and all this time and people investment that we don't want to disband the team. So when we adjourn, the work disperses, the team disperses to work on other things. But what a waste of all that relationship investment, because now we have to start all over again from ground zero. So we don't like the adjourning stage in the world of Agile. All right, let's move on to the next one. You might get a longer video of this one on YouTube. Actually, you can find my videos on Tuckman's ladder and the Drexler-Sibet team performance model. So we have other models. So we have conflict model. And the conflict model talked about here is one that we know as a Thomas Kilmann conflict mode instrument. If you've read the 6th edition, you're familiar with force or direct, avoid or withdraw, smooth or accommodate, compromise or reconcile, and stuff like that. Those are the pieces talked about. Now, in the 7th edition, unfortunately, we have a little bit of muddy water here. We have confronting and problem solving, but remember, confronting and problem solving in the business world are known also as collaborating. So we have PMI breaking down these 2 as separate. Confronting, problem solving, collaborating. Collaborating and problem solving were the same in the 6th edition. So I don't know why they've done this. This is not how it's broken down in the actual Thomas Kilmann website. So I find it a little bit strange it's broken down this way. We have compromise, smooth or accommodate, force. And here in the 7th edition, they don't give you the breakdown of what the other terms are. So let me go over them really quick, the way I see them. Confront, problem solve, collaborate, all same thing. Compromise or reconcile, same thing. Smooth or accommodate, same thing. Force or direct, same thing. Withdrawal or avoidance, same thing. And those are defined. You just need to make the connections as to what is what. All right, the next one we have here under other models is negotiation. So under negotiation, the models that you typically see are win-win, win-lose or lose-win, and lose-lose. Win-win, this is the optimal outcome that we should be going for. Win-lose or lose-win, this describes one person winning and another losing. Lose-lose, this is when both parties lose. This outcome can occur when win-win outcomes may have been possible, but competition overwhelms collaboration. This scenario, everyone ends up worse off. A win-win perspective is found when the following characteristics are present. People have character, have trust, and as far as approach, each party is willing to look at the situation from the other's point of view. Really good one to know and espouse, especially in the world of Agile, where we always look for everyone to be happy, win-win, consensus, group direction, that kind of thing. All right, let's talk about planning. So here under planning, it says, Barry Boehm developed a model that compares the time and effort invested in developing plans to reduce risk, including the delay and other costs associated with over-planning. By taking more time to plan up front, many projects can reduce uncertainty, oversights, and rework. However, the longer time, the time spent planning, the longer it takes to get a return on investment. Common sense, right? The sweet spot is different for every project. Therefore, there's no correct answer for the right amount of planning overall. This model demonstrates that there's a point where additional planning becomes counterproductive. Pretty much common sense. All right, the one you've all been waiting for, process groups. This is PMI's logical ordering of processes. It's a logical ordering of groupings of processes in big buckets. And the big buckets are initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing. The process groups interact within each phase. So you can have development having its own initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing. You could have the design having its own 5 process group interactions in there. And honestly, this is so scalable. A lot of people think it has to be big and huge. It doesn't have to be big. You can scale this. Really dependable model that's been around for a while. All right, let's take a look at the next one here. And this is a salience model. The salience model is all about stakeholders. Salience means prominent, noticeable, or perceived as important. This model was proposed by Ronald K. Mitchell, Bradley R. Agile, and Donna J. Wood. The authors denoted a stakeholder identification based on 3 variables. I call it the pull factor, but it's really power to influence, the urgency of the stakeholders' claim on the project for stakeholder engagement, and legitimacy. So power, urgency, and legitimacy is what the salience model is all about. I call it the pull factor, PUL. And that, my friends, concludes our manic review of part 1, just the models. You can see there's a boatload of content here, my friends, and I've helped you go through it pretty quick. We still, in the next video, have to go over the methods. It's a lot of content, but in part 2, we will be covering all the methods, the data and analysis methods, and we'll be covering the data gathering methods. So just stay put. In the next video, we'll begin covering them one by one. I look forward to seeing the next video. If you got any questions about any of this, put it in the comments below, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Remember, the artifacts have already been covered. We have all 76 of them. So if you're looking for that video, just search the channel or look for the link below. I'll do my best to include it. You take care, and bye for now. And of course, don't forget to hit like and share with your buddies. Talk to you soon.
Hello, my most awesome project managers. Welcome to MMA2. We took a look at the models previously. Today, we're taking a look at methods. This is all about PMBOK Guide 7th edition. It's going to go very rapidly. We're going to take a look at all of the methods talked about on page 174 forward. In the last episode, we talked about all of the models. So let's jump into them one by one. The very first one is alternatives analysis, and this is looking for alternatives to tackle a problem or situation. The next one is assumption and constraint analysis, and it's analyzing assumptions and constraints for completeness to better understand them and their effect on the project. The next one is benchmarking. Benchmarking is using a previous project, or it could be an organization or process from a similar company or your company as a basis for improvement or achieving a certain standard. Next one is business justification analysis. These analyses methods are associated with authorizing or justifying a project or a decision. Some of the ones you're more familiar with are payback period, IRR, internal rate of return, return on investment, net present value, and cost benefit analysis. Now, while these are not explicitly tested on the exam anymore, they used to be. And understanding them at a high level is helpful. So for payback period, the shorter the better. For internal rate of return, the higher the better. For return on investment, the higher the better. Net present value, if it is positive, that shows you could gain something from the investment or the project. If it's negative, that shows you would lose, so don't do it. If it's right on 0.0, then there needs to be a greater reason for pursuing the opportunity. And cost benefit analysis is the ratio of benefits or revenue to cost. Again, the higher the better. So we've talked about payback period, internal rate of return, return on investment, net present value, benefit cost ratio, also called cost benefit analysis. Same thing. Now, note of caution, as you read through the table in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition where everything is summarized, you follow me to page 182, you see a tiny little discrepancy in the terms used, but we know that benefit cost ratio, cost benefit ratio, the same thing, right? But page 182 listed as cost benefit ratio. If you take a look at page 175, it's listed as cost benefit analysis, but same thing. Next one is check sheet. A check sheet is a tally sheet that can be used as a checklist. So it performs two tasks. One, you use a check sheet to check off on what you're inspecting, and two, you use the check sheet to record data. Next one is cost of quality, known as COQ. It's the cost of quality that is incurred throughout the life of the product by investing in prevention costs and appraisal costs. The next one is decision tree analysis. Decision tree analysis is a diagramming technique used to explore and understand options and take a look at what an influence diagram looks like. Vacation activity. There are two uncertainty nodes, as they are referred to here, the weather condition and the weather forecast. And there are two functional arcs ending in satisfaction. That is enough of an example because, to be quite honest, this is not a hot topic on the exam. So let's move on to the next thing on the list. Next on the list, we have life cycle assessment. This assessment is a tool used to evaluate the total environmental impact of a product, process, or system. It includes all aspects of producing a project deliverable, from the origin of materials used in the deliverable to its distribution and ultimate disposal. Next one is a make or buy analysis. It's a simple analysis of whether you can make something yourself as the performing organization or whether you need to buy it. In that case, you become a requesting organization. So it's the process of gathering and organizing data about product requirements, assessing and analyzing if you can make that thing all by yourself or whether you need additional assistance, either services or sub-deliverables. Next one is probability and impact matrix. Probability and impact matrix is a grid for mapping the probability of occurrence of a risk and its impact, and it's often referred to as a P times I matrix. The next one is a process analysis. This is an analysis of a process, looking for steps and procedures that could do with some improvement or not, and just analyzing, is this process working or is it not? The PMI call it a systematic review of steps and procedures to perform an activity. When you carry out a process analysis, most times you're looking to see if there are opportunities for improvement or if the process should remain as is. Next, we have regression analysis. A regression analysis is an analytical technique where a series of input variables are examined in relation to their corresponding outputs in order to develop a mathematical or statistical relationship. Now, the short version of a regression analysis is it's an analysis to better understand why we got the results we did, whether the results are good or bad. Root cause analysis examines a situation or problem looking for the root cause of that problem. Moving on, we have sensitivity analysis. And sensitivity analysis is a technique used to determine which individual project risks or sources of uncertainty have the most potential impact on project outcomes. And we could say which risks are the most sensitive on the project. Moving along, we have one that was omitted from the general table where everything appears on page 182, and I've inserted it after sensitivity analysis. This is reserve analysis. Reserve analysis is looking to understand reserves that have been assigned to a task. It's the analytical technique used to evaluate the amount of risk on the project and the amount of schedule and budget reserve to determine whether the reserve is sufficient for the remaining risk. After reserve analysis, we have simulation. And simulation is an analytical technique that uses models to show the combined effect of uncertainties on the project. It runs several different situations using a computerized algorithm, a computer model, to develop a probability distribution of a range of outcomes. So in other words, through the simulation, you understand what the likelihood of getting to your budget goal or schedule goal could be. Next one is stakeholder analysis. This technique involves systematically gathering and analyzing quantitative and qualitative information about stakeholders to determine whose interests should be taken into account through the project. One of the ways we do this is by using things such as a power interest grid and influence impact grid and so on. Next, we have SWOT analysis. SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. A SWOT analysis assesses the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of an organization, a project, or an option. Next one is trend analysis, and a trend analysis uses mathematical models to forecast future outcomes based on historical results. Next one is value stream mapping. It's a lean enterprise method used to document, analyze, and improve the flow of information or materials required to produce a product, service, or result for a customer. Next one is variance analysis, and this is used to determine the cause and degree of difference between the baseline and actual performance. When we talk about baseline and actual performance, we could look at a scope baseline, a scope baseline, a cost baseline, or a schedule baseline. Next one is what-if scenario analysis. This analytical technique evaluates scenarios in order to understand the effect on project objectives. In other words, what if this happens? What will the results be? And that concludes the data and analysis methods. Let's move on to the next set of methods, which is estimating methods. You can find these from page 178. So the very first one here is affinity grouping. Affinity grouping is grouping together things of like nature. It involves classifying items into similar categories or collections based on their likeness. Common affinity groupings include t-shirt sizing and Fibonacci numbers, but that's not the only place you can use the affinity grouping approach. You could use an affinity diagram by looking for areas of improvement and grouping those areas of improvement, or looking for problems and grouping those problems as far as areas are concerned. The next one is analogous estimating. Analogous estimating uses a previous project as an example to estimate a current project. It uses it as a basis, using that historical data from a previous similar project or activity. Now, the only downside with analogous estimating is it is largely inaccurate, and it spans all the way from minus 25 to plus 75% accuracy. So you want to be careful when you use it, because it should be tweaked as you proceed with more information becoming available. So right up front in the very early stages,
of an endeavor, it is okay to use an analogous estimate, but as time progresses, you should fine-tune that estimate to be more precise. The next one is function point. A function point is an estimate of the amount of business functionality in an information system. Function points are used to calculate a functional size measurement of a software system. The next thing is multi-point estimating. The same way you can estimate using just one reference point, you can estimate using multiple reference points. Multi-point estimating assesses cost or duration by applying an average or weighted average of optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely estimates. So you might have heard of P plus O plus M divided by 3, or P plus 4M plus O divided by 6. The latter is an example of a weighted average because you're weighting the most likely estimate more than the other points. And that's multi-point estimating. The next one is parametric estimating. It uses an algorithm to calculate cost or duration based on historical data and project parameters. Key thing about parametric estimating is you're using that algorithm or computerized approach to calculate cost or duration. The next one is relative estimating. Relative estimating is used to create estimates that are derived from performing a comparison against a similar body of work, taking effort, complexity, and uncertainty into consideration. The next one is single point estimating. Like I said, you can estimate using a single point, or you could estimate using multiple points. The downside about single point estimating is that it is not as reliable. Once it's off, it is entirely off. But if you use multiple points of reference, then you're less likely to go completely off. Story point estimating. Let's go to the next one. Story point estimating involves project team members assigning abstract but relative points of effort required to implement a user story. It tells the project team about the difficulty of the story, considering complexity, risks, and effort involved. Now, you talk about story points, remember not to equate story points to days or hours or things like that. Story points are meant to be an abstract way of measuring by taking away the concept of duration and focusing more on the complexity needed to get the work done and the effort. The next one is wideband Delphi, also known as planning poker. That's really what most people know it as. It's a variation of the Delphi estimating method where subject matter experts complete multiple rounds of producing estimates individually with a project team discussion after each round. When we say Delphi technique, it means anonymous experts, but in many cases, the experts aren't anonymous. They just don't know what the other expert is doing. All right, going into meetings and events, the first thing we talk about here is backlog refinement. Backlog refinement ceremonies are typically held in the middle of a sprint, and they're used to refine the backlog. The backlog should be progressively elaborated and reprioritized all throughout the sprint and beyond. And in the Scrum Guide, this is not a recognized ceremony or event, but a lot of organizations put time aside to do this, and it's just good practice. The Scrum Guide, however, does mention it, just doesn't recognize it as an event. The idea is that the product owner should be carrying out backlog refinement constantly, with or without the team's help. The next thing is bidder conference. The bidder conference is a meeting with prospective sellers prior to the preparation of a bid or proposal to ensure that everyone is on the same page. The next one is a change control board. A change control board includes a group of people who are accountable for reviewing, evaluating, approving, delaying, or rejecting changes to the project. In other words, change request. The decisions made at this meeting are recorded and communicated to the appropriate stakeholders. The next thing is a daily stand-up. You may have heard about this in Scrum, a daily Scrum. Well, a daily stand-up, daily Scrum, whatever you want to call it, it's a collaboration sync-up meeting. The purpose is to sync up, and it reviews progress from the following day, from the previous day, and intentions for the following day or the current day, and it highlights any obstacles encountered or anticipated. Key thing about the daily stand-up is you do not want to use this as a problem-solving meeting. It is used to uncover problems, but the meeting is not for solving the problems. Problems are solved outside of the meeting. Next one is iteration review. Iteration review is just another name for sprint review. In the world of Scrum, we call it a sprint. In the world of Agile, broadly, we call it an iteration. So an iteration review is held at the end of an iteration to demonstrate the work that was accomplished during the iteration. This meeting may also be referred to as a sprint review. You may also hear it being called a demo. We don't want to relegate it just to a display of work. We want to use it productively to collect new data that may be of relevance, to generate and collect new user stories if there's a need to do so as a result of the meeting. Okay, the next thing we have here is iteration planning, also known as sprint planning. An iteration planning meeting is used to clarify the details of the backlog items, acceptance criteria, and work effort required to meet an upcoming iteration commitment. The meeting may also be referred to as a sprint planning meeting. Now, in the world of Scrum, we call it sprint planning, but in the world of Agile, we could call it iteration planning. The next one is kickoff. We all know this one, hopefully. It's a meeting where we gather team members and other key stakeholders at the beginning of a project to formally set expectations. Now, depending on the size of the project, this may take place after initiating, or it may take place after planning. Quoting from the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, the kickoff meeting on small projects occurs shortly after initiating. On large projects, the kickoff meeting takes place after planning within the executing process group processes. Let's move on to the next one. The next one is lessons learned. A lessons learned meeting is used to identify and share the knowledge gained during a project phase or iteration with a focus on improving project team performance. This meeting can address situations that could have been handled better in addition to good practices and situations that produce very favorable outcomes. I often tell people the difference between a lessons learned meeting and a retrospective is that the retrospective actively and intentionally looks for items of improvement to carry out as actionable items in the next sprint, the very next sprint. So doing a lessons learned at the end of the project, while it's not bad, is not as proactive as a retrospective at the end of each sprint. Next, we go into planning. A planning meeting is a meeting used to create, elaborate, or review a plan or plans and secure commitment for the plans. Next one is a project closeout meeting. A project closeout meeting is used to obtain final acceptance of the deliverables, the delivered scope from the sponsor, product owner, or client. This meeting indicates that the product delivery is complete. Next one is a project review. Project review meeting is an event at the end of a phase or project to assess the status, evaluate the value delivered, and determine if the project is ready to move to the next phase. Next thing here is release planning. Release planning meetings identify a high-level plan for releasing a product, deliverable, or incremental value. The next one is a retrospective, which I've talked about previously. It's a regularly occurring meeting in which participants explore their work and their results in order to improve both process and product. Retrospectives are a form of a lessons learned meeting, the PMI say, but it takes it to the next level by getting those actionable items. The next one is a risk review. It's a meeting to analyze the status of existing risks and identify new risks. Status meeting. A status meeting is a regularly scheduled event to exchange and analyze information about the current progress of the project and its performance. Next one is steering committee. It's a meeting where senior stakeholders provide direction and support to the project team and make decisions outside of the project team's authority. So now we're done talking about meetings and events. We're going to the final section. And the final section is called Other Methods. And the first thing we have here is impact mapping. Impact mapping is a strategic planning method that serves as a visual roadmap for the organization during product development. Next one here is modeling. Modeling is a process of creating simplified representations of systems, solutions, or deliverables such as prototypes, diagrams, or storyboards. Modeling can facilitate further analysis by identifying gaps in information, areas of miscommunication, or additional requirements. The next one is a Net Promoter Score. It's an index that measures the willingness of a customer to recommend an organization to others. Next one is prioritization schema. Prioritization schema are methods used to prioritize portfolio, program, or project components, as well as requirements, risks, features, or other product information. Examples include a multi-criteria weighted analysis. In other words, taking a look at multi-criteria and weighting those criteria when trying to make a decision about prioritization. Another one is the Moscow approach: must have, should have, could have, and won't have. Some people substitute that with would like. We also have the Kano approach, which is not talked about here. But those are examples of prioritization schema. Final one is time box. Time box is a short, fixed period of time in which work is to be completed, such as 1 week, 2 weeks, or 1 month. Over the past number of minutes, we've been going over methods. Bear in mind that the PMBOK Guide 7th edition also breaks down these methods across domains. In my mind, the most useful way of applying this information to your exam is to really understand the concepts, what they are, and what you are doing as a project manager when you use these either methods, models, or artifacts. And that's why I call it MMA, models, methods, artifacts. Okay, and today we were focused solely on methods. In the other episodes, we have already covered the models and all of the artifacts, every single one. So this is the third and final in a series of 3, where we have looked at every single model, method, and artifact in the entire PMBOK Guide 7th edition. I hope you found this to be useful. Don't forget, there are other videos where I have covered other information in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. I hope this better prepares you for your PMP exam. All the very best, and bye for now.
PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Yes, you've all got your 7th editions, but you're looking at those artifacts and probably wondering how much of this stuff is actually new. Today, we're going to dive into PMBOK Guide 7th edition artifacts. We're going to explore what is new, and we're going to be taking a look at the examples in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. So why don't you follow me on down to where we've got these artifacts in that table. We are going to start from the very beginning, comb through the plans, the reports, and all the other supporting documentation. All right, so right here on page 184 is where we have the entire list begin. And then if you're looking for the summary of everything, that is on page 193 forward. All right, so whether you're on page 184 or 193, you'll be able to follow along. I'm going to give you a very short description of what these artifacts are, and you could take a look at other websites I refer you to get further clarity. All right, are you ready? Well, let's get started. All right, the very first artifacts that we find in the 7th edition are known as strategy artifacts. These are on page 184 forward. So on page 184, we have the business case, the project brief, project charter, project vision statement, and roadmap. So let's examine these one by one. Business case. The business case, as simple as it sounds, makes a case for the project. Here's an example from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Their website is at tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. Let me put it in here just so that you got a good idea of where it's at. tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. If you go to that website, a lot of the documents that I'm going to be talking about today, you can find them right there. Okay, tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. So the business case, it makes a case for the project. That's the summary. You can get all the minutiae in the document, but it says business case is a value proposition for a proposed project, which may include financial and non-financial benefits. And you can find some of those financial benefits here in the document as you go through it. A good business case should have not only the alternatives, but also the cost for the alternatives. And which of these do you think will be the most viable option? And there you have some of the costs listed out in that table. And that's the business case. It's very important as far as the holy grail of the PMI and the PMP exam. Very important document. The next one is project brief. Now, in other schools of thought of project management, they call what they may refer to as a charter a brief in some circles. But it says here, a project brief provides a high-level overview of the goals, deliverables, and processes for the project. The next one is the project charter. As you know, it formally authorizes the project, gives the project manager the authority to apply resources to the project. Here's an example of a project charter. And as you can see here, we've got the title, the sponsor, and then we go into the details of project justification, the description, high-level project and product requirements, high-level budget, summary budget, initial risks, summary milestones, and stuff like that. And that's why in some circles, they refer to a project brief as this. Okay. Next one is project vision statement. So a vision statement should have some certain ingredients for it to actually cast a vision. Here's an example from scrum.org. You can see in the crafting a vision for the product, you have who it's for, the statement of need or opportunity, the product, if you want, project, key benefit, primary competitive alternative, and statement of primary differentiation. That is just one example. But the vision, as it reads here, is a document, high-level description of the project that states the purpose, and it should inspire. That's the key thing about the vision. Inspire the team to contribute to the project. All right. The next thing we're going to talk about here is the roadmap. Now, the PMI have been smart in staying away from the word product, because a lot of times when you hear roadmap, it's really a product roadmap. But not every project produces a product. Some projects produce a service, right? Or some other kind of result. So let's take a look at the roadmap example I have for you here. It's a very simple one that we use in our project management masterclass, and that is a roadmap, product roadmap. So here it says, this document provides a high-level timeline that depicts milestones, significant events, reviews, and decision points. That's it. You can see here where everything is scheduled pretty much for the quarter, for the month. It really depends on your preference, but it shows you at that high level timeline. That's really it. You can also find an example of something similar in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition and the Agile Practice Guide. All right, so that's that. Let's go to logs and registers next. Logs and registers. The very first one here is the assumption log. What is an assumption? Assumption is a factor that is considered to be true, real, or certain without proof. We also have a log of constraints. A constraint is a factor that limits the project team's options. Together, we want to collect all of these, and we want to put these together in what we call an assumption log. Some people say an assumptions log. Some people may say an assumption and constraint log. And right there on the screen, you can see a log of assumptions or constraints, right? But it's referred to in general as an assumption log. All right, let's go to the next one. The next one here, we refer to this as a backlog. A backlog is an ordered list of work to be done. If you've been through our training, we train you about Scrum and we talk about the product backlog. Well, here we just refer to it commonly as the backlog because it's not always a product. Next one here is a change log. The change log is, as it sounds, a log of changes. And a change log is used to log changes that you encounter throughout the project. There's an example of a change log. It says a comprehensive list of changes submitted during the project and their current status. So you could get a change request, but you need to log the changes so you keep track of them. And that's an example of how you would do that. All right, the next one we have here is an issue log. An issue log is a log of issues, exactly as it sounds. Now, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, they have examples of this. I'll show you again one of PMI's examples, and that's an issue log. You can see the issue ID, the category, the issue, the impact on objectives, so on and so forth. Going back to our list of stuff to talk about, the next thing we have here is called a lessons learned register. Lessons learned registers are used to capture, of course, the knowledge that you gain on the project. And one of the things you need to be careful about with the lessons learned register is that the register is actually used and people refer back to it, because it's easy to dump lessons learned in a document, but will it actually be looked at? Okay, so it reads here, lessons learned register is used to record knowledge gained during a project, phase, or iteration so that it can be used to improve. That's the key thing. You want to use it to improve future performance. All right, let's take a quick look at the lessons learned here. This is a lessons learned document. What went well, what didn't go so well, what can be improved, and all that stuff. That's what you use your lessons learned register to do. The next one here is a risk-adjusted backlog. Now, the risk-adjusted backlog is a concept that we use in the world of Agile. So I'm going to switch gears and move into Agile mode. I'll show you examples of a risk-adjusted backlog. So why don't we start off with the reasoning behind a risk-adjusted backlog. The reasoning is as follows. For every one of those backlog items that you have in a product backlog or some other backlog, there's an element of risk on every one of those items. Risk of perhaps not knowing as much as you thought you would and finding yourself in a bottleneck or tailspin. Maybe having to go off and do a spike before you can actually understand what needs to be done, the full picture of it. And for that reason, we want to take a look at all the items. And if there's a high level of impact in terms of if a risk associated with that backlog item happens, the impact would be high or the probability would be high, then we could score it, for example, as a 9. Now, this is a dumbed down version, simplified version of the typical probability impact matrix. In the world of Agile, we don't go as far in many instances, so this is scaled down. Some matrices go all the way up to 25. This is all the way up to a 9, which is still okay. We can still do what we need to do. So assuming we score certain items, certain backlog items and the risk associated with them, we understand what is risky, what is not as risky, and we can go into our backlog, as you can see on the screen, and we can decide certain risk actions or spikes that are associated with risks that could impact our backlog items. We take the approach of using spikes or elements in our backlog that help us go after those risks to avert disaster on the project or to prevent whatever risk we are observing from happening, to minimize it, to make sure that even if the risk does happen, the effect isn't as much. And that's this risk-adjusted backlog concept, right? We got our backlog, but we need to think about the element of risk based on what is most risky, least risky, what gives the biggest payoff, the least payoff, which ones are we going to do something about, which ones aren't we going to do something about. And based on your understanding of the risk items and the actual backlog items, you can go into your backlog and make adjustments based on the spikes that you need to carry out to minimize risk. That's pretty much the idea. All right. The next one is a risk register. The risk register is a register where you log risks. It's as simple as that. Here's an example. In the risk register, you could have different fields, the risk statement, the probability, the impact, the score. One of the things I like to do with my risk statement is have a cause, risk, and effect breakdown. This doesn't have it, but in your statement, you should mention the cause of the risk itself, and the impact of the risk. So we say cause, risk, and effect. All right, the next one here is a stakeholder register. So who is your stakeholder? Your stakeholder is someone who could impact the project or be impacted by the project. Here's an example of a stakeholder register. You can see it's partially filled, a name, position, role, contact information, requirements, so on and so forth. And it says here, a stakeholder register records information about project stakeholders, which includes an assessment and classification of project stakeholders. So you can see the assessment and so on could be on the right-hand side of the table, and just basic information about them. Contact information is more to the left. All right, let's move on to our next section, and we're going into what we call plan artifacts, okay? Now, the first one is called a change control plan. You see, they are not using the word change management plan. It says a change control plan is a component of the project management plan that establishes the change control board, documents the extent of its authority, so on and so forth. Well, same thing, change management plan is all semantics. I wish they would just stick to certain names and not change them. As you can see in the example from 2010, we got some examples here, and down below you can see we got the change control board, naming of the change control board and stuff like that. So some of the names that are used, such as change control board, they are the same in both documents. They've just renamed it in this edition as a change control plan. All right, so let's take a look one by one. There's your change control plan, the very first one there. Communications management plan. This one, of course, this is a plan for how to communicate. Okay, communications management plan. Here's an example from a previous PMI publication, and you can see we've got the message, the audience, the method, frequency, the sender, so on and so forth. All right, going down the list, and we can't show every single one, but we have a cost management plan, a plan for managing cost, an iteration plan, and the iteration plan is a detailed plan for the current iteration. The PMI give you an example in the 6th edition. They talk about different plans from the product level, then the release level, then the iteration level, and so on and so forth. You see all those in PMBOK Guide 6th edition. The next one is a procurement management plan. And this is very well covered in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. But the procurement management plan is a plan for managing procurements. Yeah. So managing your procurements is done with intentionality, and all they're saying in this plan is decide what you're going to buy, if you're going to buy it, why you're going to buy it, and when, right? And then plan the delivery method, plan the kind of documents that you would need, RFPs, RFQs, RFIs, and also just plan the general sequence of the procurements. It says here, this plan is a component of the project or program management plan that describes how a project team will acquire goods and services from outside the performing organization. All right, the next one is like a summary of everything we have been talking about. And the Center for Disease Control and Prevention have a brilliant illustration of this. I'm going to show you the CDC's example right here. If you scroll down into the table of contents, you see how well this has been broken out into the different aspects of project management. We've got scope, we've got compliance, schedule, budget, see that, cost, project organization, risk management, all sorts of great stuff, change management, communications management, pretty much all of the subsidiary plans we talked about, you find them in one singular plan, this project management plan. So going back to the plan to take one more quick look at it, if you go into the meat of this plan, it actually walks you through on how to fill it out. It's a good one I would recommend if you're looking for a light version of a project management plan. So here in the PMBOK Guide, 7th edition, it says, it's a document that describes how the project will be executed, monitored, and controlled and closed. And within the plan, you see the elements that are talked about all throughout this section. For example, a quality management plan. So if you wanted to document your strategy, your approach for quality, you would do it right there, see? And that's what comes next in our table of contents. Quality management plan, a plan for how to manage quality. Release plan. This plan sets expectations for the dates, features, and or outcomes expected to be delivered over the course of multiple iterations. And we can take a look at an example here from the Lucid chart. Here's their interpretation of a release plan, and you can see the different pieces of work that have to be done at a much higher level. In other words, the releases. That's why it's called a release plan. And it says, this plan sets expectations for the dates, features, and or outcomes expected to be delivered over the course of multiple iterations. So you can see over the course of different iterations over several years, you can see alpha release, beta release, final release, so on and so forth. All right, let's go back. Next one here after release plan is requirements management plan, a plan for how to manage requirements. Resource management plan, a plan for how to manage your resources. Risk management plan, a plan for how you manage risks, taking into account the thresholds for stakeholder tolerances concerning risk, probability and impact matrix, format, how you will score the risks, what probability of high, medium, low, very high would look like. All that stuff is in your risk management plan. And then we have the scope management plan, how you'll manage scope, the schedule management plan, how you're going to manage the schedule, which tools will you use, so on and so forth. We have the stakeholder engagement plan. We're on page 187, by the way. And this is a plan for how to engage stakeholders. There's so many things. I wish I could show you all of them, but we don't have time for that. We do some of this in our project management masterclass, but there's so many things I could show you here potentially. We have a document, just to give you an idea of some of the things that could go into stakeholder management plan. PMI had a document called Stakeholder Management Strategy. It's pretty much very similar to this. What is your strategy for engaging stakeholders? That's pretty much the idea. All right, stakeholder engagement plan. The next one is a test plan. And it says, this document describes deliverables that will be tested, tests that will be conducted, and the processes that will be used. Now let's very quickly go through this next set. Organizational breakdown structure looks like a family tree. It breaks down the organization into layers, into hierarchies. It says it's a hierarchical representation of the project organization. Okay, and let's use a tick to tick off on each one so that you know where I am. All right, the next one is a product breakdown structure. Again, hierarchical structure reflecting a product's components and deliverables. A resource breakdown structure, a hierarchical representation of resources by category and type, and this is human, equipment, material, supplies, and facilities. A risk breakdown structure is a hierarchical representation of potential sources of risk. And a work breakdown structure is a hierarchical decomposition of the total scope of work to be carried out by the project team. All right, let's move on to our final one on this slide. We have budget. A budget is the approved estimate for the project or any work breakdown structure component. So remember, when we say budget, it could be loosely used, but in a more formal setting, when we talk about budget, we're talking about the management reserves, the contingency reserves, and the actual estimates. That's what we're talking about. And PMI have a different breakdown in the 7th edition of how this maps, but we won't go into that now. The next one is a milestone schedule, pretty much a milestone list. It's a schedule with milestones instead of activities. So the milestones capture higher level accomplishments, events. The next one is a performance measurement baseline, also known as PMB. It reads here in the 7th edition on page 188, integrated scope, schedule, and cost baselines are used for comparison to measure, to manage, and control project execution. All right, so we've gone through this, and this, and this. All right, the project schedule, it says it's an output of a schedule model. In other words, all of this schedule data, we can take that schedule data and we can come out with an interpretation of all of this data, and that becomes our schedule. At a minimum, a schedule has your planned dates, your durations, it could have milestones. It doesn't have to have resources, but these days a lot of schedules such as in MS Project and in Smartsheet and PlanView and other places, they could have that feature. Last but not least, we have the scope baseline. The baseline is the approved version of a scope statement, work breakdown structure, and its associated WBS dictionary. In other words, WBS dictionary, and project scope statement. Let's move on to the next one here. This is going to go quick. So, affinity diagram. It's a diagram showing a large number of ideas classified in groups. A burn chart, burn down chart or burn up chart. It's a graphical representation of work remaining or work done. Shows you depending on what you want to see. You can see as the work is being burnt down and used typically in Agile projects. Cause and effect diagrams, a visual tool that helps trace an undesirable effect back to its root cause. And there's a lot of detail regarding the cause and effect diagram in the 7th edition if you want to understand the categories that we break that down into. Next one is cumulative flow diagram, CFD. And it says this chart indicates features completed over time, features in development, and those in the backlog. They've got a great example of that in the Agile Practice Guide. The next one here is cycle time chart. This diagram shows the average cycle time of the work items completed over time. A cycle time chart may be shown as a scatter diagram or a bar chart. So they give you a lot of descriptions. However, there's no example visual for you. Dashboard. This set of charts and graphs shows progress or performance against important measures of the project, and they differ from project to project. A flow chart is a diagram showing inputs, process actions, and outputs. If you really want to optimize a process, make sure you look at the flow chart associated with it. Next one is Gantt chart. This bar chart provides schedule information where activities are listed on the vertical axis, dates are shown on the horizontal axis, and activity durations are shown as horizontal bars. You know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You've probably seen these kind of horizontally looking bar charts in Microsoft Project or in Smartsheet. That is precisely what this refers to. All right, let's go to the next one, histogram. Histogram is a bar chart showing graphical representation of numerical data. Next one is information radiator. It's an artifact in the world of Agile predominantly. It's visible physical display that provides information down to the minute. Whatever you're looking for, we could put it on an information radiator and people can just learn status and things like that as they move through the room looking at the board. Next one is lead time chart, and it reads, this diagram shows the trend over time of the average lead time of the items completed. A lead time chart may be shown as a scatter diagram or a bar chart. So my recommendation is to actually understand the difference between lead time and cycle time. Go to the Agile Practice Guide, take a look. There's a difference between the lead time, which is the customer's perspective of when they put the order in, when it's done. And then you have cycle time, the people actually doing the work saying, well, I picked it up at 10:59, but cycle time is just showing you from 10:59. Lead time is showing you from 8 o'clock when that customer put that request in. So there's a difference between the two. Good one for you to understand for your exam. All right. So next here, going down the list, we have some more information, which we do not see apparently on this slide. So I'm going to move to a blank slide, and I'm just going to give you the top of the waves regarding what we've not talked about. And I'll just use some abbreviations for them. So the next one we have here, I'm just going to say PM prioritization matrix. And it says this matrix is a scatter diagram where effort is shown on the horizontal axis and value on the vertical axis. The next one is a project schedule network diagram. It's a bit of a mouthful. Project schedule network diagram. And it reads, this graphical representation shows the logical relationships among the project schedule activities. So if you've seen something that looks like this, where you have boxes joined by arrows and you have the durations on the boxes and it shows you a network of activities, that is a project schedule network diagram. All right, next one is requirements traceability matrix. And I do need to show you this one. It is one of the PMI dogma that you definitely should know. There's your RTM. It's a matrix that links requirements to their origin. Okay, there's another one I would have loved to show you. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Responsibility assignment matrix. I'd have to bring up another PowerPoint. Probably not worth the effort, but your requirements traceability matrix, your responsibility assignment matrix is a grid that shows the project resources assigned to each work package. Actually, this is one I absolutely must show you. So let's bring that up. And the RACI chart, oh, it's been around for so long in this world of the PMP exam and the PMI that it will almost be wrong for me not to show it to you. So let me show it to you real quick. All right, so here's the RACI chart. Responsibility assignment matrix is the overall terminology. Then a type of RAM is the RACI chart. So let me show you the RACI chart. That's the RAM. You can see the title of the individual, their role, and their responsibility. Now we can get more specific here in a RACI chart, and we can actually show who is responsible, who is accountable, who is consultative, and who is informative. Okay, and then we can even go into more details, more level of details, and more cross-functionality. All right, so that's your RACI chart. All right, let's go back to our list of what we need to talk about. All right, so back to our list, we've got scatter diagrams. This shows the relationship between two variables. And in a scatter diagram, you've probably seen something like this. You got a y-axis, you got an x-axis, and you've got all of these dots. And from the dots, you can infer if there's a relationship, either direct or indirect. You can see if there's a relationship between just by plotting. So it reads here, this graph shows the relationship between two variables. It doesn't tell you why there's a relationship, but it will show you if there is a relationship between the variables. Okay, it could be inverse, it could be otherwise. Well, let's get rid of that. Next one is an S-curve. This graph displays cumulative costs over a specific period of time. This is really well documented in the 6th edition under the cost management chapter. The next one is the SEAM, the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix. I will have to show you this one for sure. Let me see if I can bring up the SEAM, Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix, if I've got this to show you. And the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix is a very visual tool that shows you and the team what you need to do to get a stakeholder engaged. In other words, you can see where the stakeholder currently is, if they are unaware, if they are resistant, if they are in a neutral position, and if they're in a leading position. You know, all that information, you can see it. So let's get that up to show you here. This is well documented again in the 6th edition. This is part of why I gripe a little bit about how the 7th lacks enough depth, because you don't get to see all this good stuff. You just got one line item of something that is so visually compelling and helpful to teams, but you don't have an example, unfortunately. So anyway, this is page 189, and it says, this matrix compares current and desired stakeholder engagement levels. But this is more than, you know, just throwing up information, an entire conversation about how to move a project forward by way of getting stakeholders who are unaware, getting them into a supportive role, or stakeholders who are resistant, getting them into a supportive role, or understanding that stakeholders are exactly where you want them. So C is for current and D is for desired, and great tool for project teams everywhere to be on the same page. All right, going back here, we've got stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. Turning the page over, we've got story map. I don't have an example of that to show you, but it reads, a story map is a visual model of all the features and functionality desired for a given product. That is a very easy one for you to see, but I don't have a ready example and there's none here. Throughput chart. This chart shows the accepted variables over time. So that's a throughput chart. And then we have use cases. This artifact describes and explores how a user interacts with a system to achieve a specific goal. And then we have value stream map. This is a lean enterprise method used to document, analyze, and improve the flow of information or materials required to produce a product service for a customer. And the last one we have is velocity chart. And I'll show you a quick example of this. Let's go to our velocity chart example. All right, here we go. So a velocity chart could look something like that. And it reads, this chart tracks the rate at which the deliverables are produced, validated, and accepted within a predefined interval. So typically teams, they have wide band of potential outcomes at first, and then as they begin to move through the project, it gets firmer. We call it the cone of uncertainty. But the ultimate goal of this is to understand what you could possibly give to a stakeholder within weeks, or what number of story points you should aim to get done for a stakeholder based on request. So a stakeholder asking for 250 story points worth of work, from this velocity chart, you got an idea of how to bargain with that stakeholder, right? Over a period of 4 to 6 weeks. You could tell them, we can't give it to you in 4, but definitely somewhere between 4 and 6, that kind of thing. And then if a stakeholder asks you for, let's say, 150 story points, you've got an idea of the span of time that would take. Or if they ask you for what you can do for them in the next 3 sprints or 3 weeks, you've got an idea that it's going to be anywhere from 125 to 175. That's pretty much the use of our velocity chart, not just to understand how well we're doing, but also to predict what we can do. All right, we've got a little bit left, and we're going to fly through these ones real fast. Okay, let's go back to our list, and let's move on to the next one. All right, so here we have report artifacts, and here we have quality report, a report for quality across the project. Think of this as a State of the Union address for quality. Summary findings, that's it. Risk report, it says this project document is developed progressively through the risk management processes and summarizes information on individual project risk and the level of overall project risk. Again, it's one of those State of the Union addresses for the knowledge area. And last but not least, we have status report. As simple as it sounds, provides current status on the project. Next, we have agreements and contracts. We have different types of contracts in project management. We have fixed price contracts, and we have 3 different ones that are talked about: FFP, FPIF, FP-EPA. Look out for my video where I talk about these. We have cost reimbursable contracts, and this category of contracts involves payments to the seller. We have 3 types: CPAF, CPFF, and CPIF. Again, look for my video on this. And then we have time and material contracts. Just search for contract types, Praizion, you'll find it. All right, so we have time and materials. This contract establishes a fixed rate, but not a precise statement of work. It can be used for staff augmentation. All right, next we have indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity. This contract provides an indefinite quantity of goods or services with stated lower and upper limit and within a fixed time period. This contract can be used for architectural engineering or information technology engagements. And then we have other agreements, things like MOUs, Memorandums of Understanding, MOAs, Memorandums of Agreement, SLA, Service Level Agreements, and Basic Ordering Agreement, BOA, amongst others. Let's go to our next one here. Other artifacts, activity list, a list of activities, bid documents, RFIs, RFQs, RFPs. We have metrics. A metric is an attribute. It's one thing to have a metric. Remember, you need a measurement. So we derive metrics usually from when we're planning quality management. The next one is project calendar. It's a calendar identifying working shifts, working days and shifts that are available or for scheduled activities. Next one is requirements documentation. It's a document which provides requirements and also talks about how the requirements meet the needs of the business. It says here on page 192, information needed to manage the requirements, which includes the associated category, priority, and acceptance criteria. Next one here is project team charter. We often hear the team charter being referred to as a team agreement, social contract, team contract, all the same thing, but it records team values, agreements, operating guidelines, do's and don'ts, acceptable behavior, and so on. And last but not least, we have user story. User story is a brief description of an outcome for a specific user, which is a promise of a conversation to clarify details. So my friends, let's take a look before we jump out of here very quickly, a summary about user stories since it's such a hot topic for your PMP exam. So going to our user story slide, a user story is a brief description of a need or problem. User stories are short, simple descriptions of a feature told from the perspective of the person who desires the new capability, usually a user or customer of the system. The three aspects of a user story: a card, written on a card, a conversation, having a conversation about the story to clarify it, and the confirmation criteria that can be used to determine when the story is complete. Now, we often write the story in this format: role, goal, benefit. As your role, I would like, what do you want? Benefit, so that, whatever you want to accomplish. In this example, we see a poorly written story on the left. As a customer, I want to create a profile so that I can have an account. On the right-hand side, we see a better written story that actually talks about why you do want that account, right? I want to create a profile so that I don't have to fill in the information again. Oh, you're trying to save time. Well, that's value. You see, so we always write it from the role, goal, benefit perspective. I want to understand what it will do for the customer. In closing, at the back of the card, we put in the acceptance criteria. And we can use the Gherkin format, the given, when, then. We could use all sorts of formats. It's not the only one. But the idea is when you get a user story, you want to get to a point where that user story is actually ready to go into the sprint. So we have something called the definition of ready and the definition of done. The definition of ready is pretty much along the lines of the INVEST acronym. And I'm just going to write down the INVEST acronym real quick here. INVEST means the story is independent, it's negotiable, it's valuable or vertical in value, it's estimable, it's small enough to fit within a sprint, and it's testable. And I go into this stuff in other videos, but the idea is a user story. When you're going into the sprint, you want it to be ready so that you can begin working on it. And you also want to understand for the increment what makes it done. Not the story in this case, even though we could use the word done to talk about a story is done and so on. But in this case, we're talking about the entire increment, the potentially shippable increment. How do we know that an increment is done? Does it meet all engineering practices? Have you been through peer reviews? Have you been through testing, unit testing, user acceptance testing, and so on? All of that stuff, it should be carried out for us to say it's done. Okay? And with that, my friends, we are at the end of our very ambitious journey to get through every single artifact in the 7th edition. It's quite funny because if this was the 6th edition, my goodness, we'd probably be here all night. We'll be here all night, I can assure you. All right, for those of you who are getting ready for the exam, okay, and you're wondering, how do I get help? Where can I get help? I want to encourage you to go on down to our website. It's called Praizion.com, Praizion.com. When you get to our website, scroll down and look for the plethora of training aids and help that we've got for you. If you've got any questions, feel free to put them right here in the comment below. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. All right, thank you very much for joining me. I wish you all the best on your exam. Remember, the exam is very heavily hybrid and agile, okay? It's not just predictive stuff. Predictive is very small compared to the amount of hybrid and agile stuff you got. Okay, for that reason, my advice, parting gift for you. My advice would be speed read this. Pay more focus to the principles, okay? This one right here, spend a lot more time with the Agile Practice Guide. Read through it a couple of times. You'll be glad you did. Understand page 50, forward the practices, everything. Know it well. Good. All right. I believe I've got a video on the summary to that somewhere on YouTube. And then when it comes to this one, my friends, you got to tread carefully, because I know some people are telling you to keep pounding on this and ITTOs. No, you need a skilled handler, someone who's able to weed out what is really important to focus on and things that you shouldn't. Because if you're trying to read these 3 books, that's not wise. Not in the least bit. You shouldn't be doing that, my friends. That's why you need an experienced trainer who can tell you, don't focus on this, focus on that, don't focus on that. And I actually have a video that talks about things you shouldn't be reading for your PMP exam in the interest of time. Okay? I would say if you're going to read anything in the 6th edition, speed read, that's for 1. And 2, look for my 1-minute summaries for every knowledge area. There's no need for you to go off on a rabbit trail, burrowing and going so deep. Your exam does not have predictive minutia in it like it used to. It doesn't have all of those formulas and stuff. Don't do it. Is it good for you to know that from a project management perspective? It's good, but it's not going to come out on your exam, all that. In fact, we have so many people saying there was absolutely zero mention of exact process names and ITTOs. I just thought I should let you know that. You take care, my friends, and I'll speak to you soon. Hello, my awesome friends, project managers, PMPs. Welcome to WPMD. What should the PM do? This is a game show where I test and quiz you for the PMP exam. So right off the bat, I am going to be asking you some questions that have just 2 options, but I'm going to give you 15 seconds. Here's the logic. I read the question. That's almost already 30 seconds. And then I give you an additional 15 seconds. They're just 2 options, so you don't need the full 1 minute, 15 seconds like you get on the PMP exam. Are you ready? Well, here is your very first question. Stakeholders frequently request changes to the project, impacting development and delivery. What should the Agile project manager do? Is it A, engage the stakeholder to understand the reasons, implement a change control process? Is it B, implement a loose change control framework while adhering to the schedule? What do you think? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right. You'll notice that a lot of these questions are feel-good questions for those of you who are quite advanced. And the reason is we have all sorts of folks getting ready for the test. Some have just started. So the answer to this, my friends, is option A. That's right. It's option A, and let's find out why it's option A. The rationale is this: engaging with stakeholders to understand reasons and implementing a change control process are necessary for managing project changes effectively. If you take a look at the options, it says implement a loose change control framework while adhering to the schedule. Well, this doesn't make sense. We're having frequent requests to changes and it's impacting development and delivery. So we cannot have a loosey-goosey framework. We need a framework that is more solid and intentional. So we need to implement a change control process that is not loose. All right, let's move on to our next question for today. The Agile team consistently overcommits to the amount of work they can complete in a sprint. What should the Agile project manager do? Is it A, conduct a retrospective and adjust the sprint backlog, ensure realistic commitments based on velocity?
Is it B, work with the team in building a realistic schedule with associated cost and scope for a fixed, finite piece of work across the project? What do you think? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, my friends, you did read from this question that you are in the world of Agile. It's an Agile team. And for that reason, the best answer I would have been expecting from you is A. Conducting a retrospective, adjusting the backlog, and ensuring realistic commitments based on velocity are crucial for improving team planning. If you take a look at option B, it says finite piece of work across the project. This is not the mentality for the work of Agile. It's talking about a finite scope, but we know that in the world of Agile, scope is flexible, and that's what shut down option B. Let's move on to the next one. The Agile team lacks sufficient training in Agile methodologies, impacting their efficiency. What should the Agile project manager do? Is it A, boost the level of training in hybrid and predictive methods so skills will improve over time? Is it B, identify training needs and provide Agile training or coaching? What do you think? I'll give you time to think about it. All right, my friends, I believe your time is up for this one. Taking a look at A, it states hybrid and predictive methods, nothing to do with Agile. Did you catch that? Well, that was a trick. The best answer here is B. The rationale is identifying and addressing training needs by providing Agile training or coaching is essential for enhancing team skills. Here's your next question. The Agile team experiences inconsistent velocity in different sprints. What should the Agile project manager do? Is it A, analyze reasons for fluctuations and adjust planning based on consistent velocity? Is it B, add additional team members to the project to improve velocity for the longer sprints? What should the project manager do? I'll give you some time. Think about it. All right, my friends, I believe your time is up. Taking a look at this from an Agile lens, the best answer is A. The rationale is analyzing reasons for velocity fluctuations and adjusting planning based on consistent velocity are crucial for reliable project forecasting. It's important that you look across your velocities. One sprint may be different from another, but when you look at an average of sprints that have been recent for the velocity, you get a better idea. So you do need to adjust. B says add additional team members. Well, what if you're already capped at 10? Are you going to add more than that? How many more than that would you add to artificially improve velocity? That doesn't even make sense. So the idea in the world of agility is we tend to look between 3 and 9. Scrum Guide makes an exception of 10, but we definitely don't want to be adding 20, 30, 40 people to an endeavor from an Agile lens. Not only does it mess up the velocity, it's artificial because when those folks leave, you're back to the basement and you're trying to catch up. Remember, it's not a velocity game. The world of agility is not so hyper-focused on velocity like it's a drug. No, we use velocity for the understanding of cadence. And remember what it says. You should maintain a constant pace indefinitely in the Agile Manifesto. I hope that makes sense. Velocity is a touchy one. Let's move on to the next one. User stories are poorly defined, leading to misunderstandings and delays in development.
What should the Agile project manager do? Is it A, refine user stories with stakeholders and ensure they meet invest criteria? Is it B, work on the story writing process with the team during the retrospective and ensure they meet the definition of done? What do you think? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, friends, I believe our time is up. What did you choose? If you chose option B, it is incorrect. The answer is A. The rationale is this: refining user stories with stakeholders and ensuring they meet the invest criteria are necessary for clear and effective development. Now, we're not saying that the invest criteria is the only way you could do this, but invest stands for independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small enough to fit within a sprint, and testable. And we want user stories to meet that criteria. That is a vanilla flavored look at the definition of ready. If you take a look at the question, it is tricky in that it sneaks in the definition of not ready, done. That is a whole different thing. The definition of done pertains to your overall increment, your potentially shippable increment. That is what the definition of done pertains to. Now, the definition of done, as part of it, could have that all the stories have met the acceptance criteria. But when it comes to the invest criteria, we're talking about the readiness of the stories to be worked on. So if your stories are poorly defined, what you need to look at is your definition of ready. Now, there are a lot of Agile zealots in the world today who say the definition of ready is a poor choice of what to do. It serves as a gate, but that's debatable. And I don't even want to go down that alley. So let's go to our next question. Final question for today, my friends. The Agile team lacks self-organization, leading to dependency on the project manager for decisions. What should the project manager do? Is it A, promote cross-team discussions across the project management office and self-organization will naturally develop? Is it B, foster trust and empowerment, provide tools and training for self-organization? Which one would you choose? I'll give you time to think about it. All right, my friends, it is time for the big reveal of this one. The best answer here, if you chose option B, you are correct. Fostering trust, empowerment, and providing tools and training for self-organization are key for enhancing the team's ability to make decisions independently. It's all about that trust thing. Now let's take a look at A. Promote cross-team. What do you mean by cross-team? Cross-team means across different teams. So it starts off on a bad footing because it's not talking about the Agile team itself. It's talking about other teams. So the rest of it is water under the bridge, even though it says discussions across the project management office. Wait. This is Agile. Why are we talking PMO? And self-organization will naturally develop as we talk to other teams across the PMO. Come on now. That ain't right. That's bogus. And this is what makes the exam tricky. Don't be moved by the bells and whistles and the shiny object syndromes that the PMI will throw in there. It's to test your loyalty. So if you're looking in an Agile environment and it's saying
do this to other teams, and you just know that's a red herring. And this is what makes the exam a little bit tricky. But for those of you veterans who've been working, and when I say veterans, I mean you've gone through PMBOK 7 and Agile Practice Guide, you probably found those quite easy, I hope. For those of you that are looking for training, coaching, mentoring, and help, you're looking for a trainer and coach who truly knows this stuff to lead you through the crazy trajectory of the PMP exam. I wanted to remind you, I have training, coaching, and help at hpmexam.com. Not only do I prepare you for the PMP exam, but I also prepare you for life after the PMP exam, after you get certified. So this is your one-stop program for you to learn how to succeed as a project manager in business and in life. I am going to be teaching a curriculum after you get certified. You want to be in that curriculum, and everything you need to know is at hpmexam.com. But I have a class on Saturday, so you want to jump in this Saturday and sign up. The first available Saturday that you find seats available, jump into the program and let's help you succeed on your PMP exam. Well, that's not all. I have other questions to ask you. For those of you who have been studying deep, you know that there are many moving parts on this exam. Not only do you have the 49 processes, you have the 5 process groups, the 10 knowledge areas, and you have the PMBOK 7 principles. Today, I'm going to quiz you just a little bit on the processes, okay? I'm going to give you a process. I'm going to ask you what happens before and after in that knowledge area. Are you ready? All right. You have just developed the schedule. What happened before that and what should happen after that? I'm looking in total for 5 things. 4 things that happen before you develop the schedule and 1 thing that happens after. Did you get anything out of the 5? Let's see. The first thing you do in scheduling is you plan how to run the whole schedule development process. So we call it plan schedule management. The next thing you should do is you define the activities. Think about the activities like a laundry list of things to do. Then you sequence the activities. You put them in logical order of occurrence. And then you estimate the activity durations. And when you put all those together, then you have the developed schedule process. And after you've developed the schedule, you shouldn't just put it on the wall. Like one of my managers said, Phil, put the schedule on the wall. That stakeholder wanted a schedule. No, you can put it on the wall, but don't forget to control the schedule. Okay, so those are the 6 things in schedule management. I have a couple more for you. This is a very simple one. You have just completed a quality audit. What should you have done before and what should you do after? It's a very simple one. So when you are running a quality audit, what process are you in? You're in managed quality. Before managed quality comes planned quality management. And after managing quality or quality audits should come the control quality. Now, this stuff is not tested on your exam like this, but having a robust assortment of understanding and knowledge and vocabulary, trust me, it is going to help your exam game, because I don't know what those crazy examiners have cooked for you. You want to make sure you got the right teeth to bite that exam. Bite the exam where it hurts, because I tell you, if you don't bite the exam, it's going to bite you. It's going to eat you for lunch. And you don't want that to happen. All right. So we've talked about plan quality management, manage quality, and control quality. You ready for one more? Okay. Let's assume you're a project manager and you have just concluded giving feedback to your team, having a one-on-one and helping them see the trajectory forward on the project. What should you do next? And what should you have done before that? Do you know which knowledge area I'm talking about? I'm talking about the resource management knowledge area. Now, I know that the PMBOK Guide 7th edition has been touted as a go-to book for the exam, and it is quite all right. It's one of the books, but it does not help you with a clear understanding of the knowledge areas of project management. And that's why I decided to add this as a second component to our game show, because I want you to truly understand project management and be able to teach it to others. To be quite honest, if you don't have the structure that the PMI has provided in the 6th edition or in process groups or practice guide, it becomes very hard to teach project management to a newbie. And it's sad because a lot of people are getting certified and they're blowing past the knowledge areas and the process groups. Don't do that. You got to know the holy grail of the PMI, which is why they wrote process groups or practice guide. All right. Have you answered the question yet? Okay. What happened before that thing I mentioned about feedback and one-on-ones? That thing is called manage team. Manage team is really just code for lead a team. It's really about giving feedback and helping the team see the way forward and guiding them through the process from a structural standpoint and also from a leadership standpoint. So manage team doesn't actually do the process justice, because not only are you managing the team from a structural perspective, you are actually leading the team through feedback and guidance. You're taking a look at any results that came from the training they went for, from tests, exams, and you're giving them feedback or any assessments. You know, we talk about team performance assessments. Well, this is where you, as the leader, take a look at the assessments and give either the entire team or individuals on the team guidance about what to do next, the way forward. So what you should have done before manage team is you should have planned resource management. That's number one. You should have estimated activity resources. That's two. Then you should have acquired resources, human equipment, material supplies and facilities. And then you should have developed the team, okay? And after you've developed the team, that's where manage team comes in. And the final thing that happens is you control resources. But remember, it's not about the physical. It's not about the human resources. It is about the physical in this case. So when you take a look at plan, resource management, estimate activity resources, acquire resources, those pertain to the human and the physical. But when it comes to develop team, well, of course, that excludes the physical resources. Then manage team, that also excludes the physical resources. But control resources is all about ensuring that those physical resources were available and used as proposed. Okay? So if all of that made sense to you, you're on a good footing. And again, for those of you who feel a little bit lost with all this terminology and jargon, you need to go on down to hpmexam.com for my next boot camp, where I'm going to be breaking down the 35 tasks, the knowledge areas, the process groups, the domains, the whole kit and caboodle. I am going to be throwing it out for you. You're also going to get access to a lifetime course, not only for the PMP, but also life after the PMP exam. Is a crazy steal. Check it out, hpmexam.com. Thank you so much for joining me today, my friends. Until next time, stay great. Fellow project managers, you probably already know by now that the PMP exam is heavily agile these days. For that reason, not only do you need to know the terms in the Agile practice guide, you also need to know the wider body of Agile terms that float around out there. Concepts and terms that are not necessarily in the Agile practice guide, but are definitely possibilities on the exam. So why don't we jump into over 100 terms from the world of Agile to equip you to better function on your PMP exam. Are you ready? Let's go. This is going to be a very quick run through. Number one, out of order, I have the term Agile. Why? Because of course we're talking about Agile. Agile is something you are, not something you do. if you take nothing else away from this particular slide, I would like you to take away that Agile is a mindset. It's not a checklist. It's not a methodology. It's not a set of rituals that we practice like blind bats in an alley, just doing what we have been instructed to do. No, no, no. This is where we actually know why we are doing what we are doing, how we are doing it. In Agile, we fail forward. We make mistakes. We learn, we gather data. Empirical data is used in iterative planning. And that's what Agile is in an organic way. Let's go to our Agile practice guide. The PMI termed this as a term used to describe a mindset of values and principles as set forth in the Agile Manifesto. Let's go to our next term, acceptance test-driven development. And simply put, according to the PMI, it's a method of collaboratively creating acceptance test criteria that are used to create acceptance tests before delivery begins. Now we can expand that out and include other definitions of ATDD. Acceptance test-driven development involves team members with different perspectives, customer, development, testing, collaborating to write acceptance tests in advance of implementing the corresponding functionality. When we talk about ATDD, the entire team gets together, they discuss the acceptance criteria for a work product, and then the team creates the tests, which allows the team to write just enough code and automated tests to meet the criteria. For non-software projects, consider how to test the work as the team completes chunks of value. The next term here in the Agile Practice Guide is Agile Coach. This is someone who has knowledge and experience in Agile who can train, mentor, guide organizations through their transformation. The next term is Agile Lifecycle. It's an approach that is both iterative and incremental to refine work items and deliver frequently. The next term is the Agile Manifesto. This is the original and official definition of Agile values and the 12 principles. Agile mindset, it's a way of thinking and behaving. The Agile mindset embodies a focus on customers, teams, and those operating within that network. Agile practitioner, someone who practices Agile in mind and who collaborates with like-minded colleagues. Agile principles, the 12 principles of the Agile Manifesto. Now, it will be wrong for us not to cover this, so let's do it rapidly. Number one, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. Number two, I'm going to truncate them. Welcome changing requirements even late in development. 3, deliver working software frequently. 4, business people and developers must work together daily. 5, build projects around motivated individuals. Give them the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. 6, the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. 7, working software is the primary measure of progress. 8, Agile processes promote sustainable development. Note the word constant pace indefinitely. 9, continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. 10, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. 11, the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. And 12, at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Next is AUP, the Agile Unified Process. This is an offshoot of the Unified Process for software projects. It features more accelerated styles and less heavyweight processes than its Unified Process predecessor. The intent is to perform more iterative cycles across 7 key disciplines, and also to incorporate the associated feedback before formal delivery. The next term is Agilist. An Agilist is someone who is a practitioner of Agile. The next term is anti-pattern. An anti-pattern is a flawed work pattern that is unadvisable. It's a deviation from the norm to a modified but unfavorable, unproductive pattern. Anti-patterns are common solutions to common problems where the solution is ineffective and may result in undesired consequences. The next term here is automated code quality analysis. This is scripted testing of the code for bugs and other defective code items. The next term is backlog. This typically refers to a product backlog, but in cases where you're working on a service or something else, you may call it a backlog to make it as agnostic as possible. Not necessarily Scrum, and could be fit into a Kanban discussion. So a backlog, typically a product backlog, is a list of the new features, changes to existing features, bug fixes, infrastructure changes, or other activities that a team may deliver in order to achieve a specific outcome. The product backlog is the single authoritative source for things that a team works on. And that means nothing gets done that isn't on the product backlog. The PMI lists this as an ordered list of user-centric requirements that a team maintains for a product. Let's move on to our next one, backlog refinement. Backlog refinement is an ongoing team activity of collaboratively updating the product backlog via reprioritization, adding, deleting, rewriting stories, splitting, and estimating. This practice ensures the backlog is always actionable. Let's read what the PMI say about it. The progressive elaboration of project requirements and or the ongoing activity in which the team collaboratively reviews, updates, and rewrites requirements to satisfy the need of the customer request. Let's talk about BDD, behavior-driven development. Simply put by the PMI, it's a system and validation practice that uses test-first principles and English-like scripts. Now, before we talk about English-like scripts, let's break down BDD a little bit more. It's a synthesis and refinement of practices stemming from TDD and ATDD. BDD augments TDD and ATDD with the following tactics. Apply the 5 whys principle to each proposed user story so that its purpose is clearly related to business outcomes. Thinking from the outside in other words, implement only those behaviors which contribute most directly to these business outcomes so as to minimize waste. Describe behaviors in a single notation, which is directly accessible to domain experts, testers, and developers so as to improve communication, and apply these techniques all the way down to the lowest level of abstraction of the software. And a huge shout out to our friends at the Agile Alliance. They never fail to give us great descriptions. And of course, that's why the PMI partnered with them to write the Agile Practice Guide. Blended Agile. Blended Agile is when you blend 2 or more Agile frameworks, for example, XP and Kanban. Blocker. A blocker can also be thought of as an impediment. An impediment is something that impedes the team's progress. Reading from the Agile Practice Guide definition, it's an obstacle that prevents the team from reaching its objectives, also known as a blocker. Broken comb. Broken comb refers to a person with various depths of specialization in multiple skills required by the team, also known as paint drip. And the paint drip effect, when you are brushing your paintbrush across the wall, many instances, one singular row of paint goes all the way down. And that represents a skill that is going all the way down in a lot of depth. But then you have other rows of paint that may not go all the way down and might be truncated. And you have some that go towards the middle and some that stay right at the top. That's just like a broken comb, also known as paint drip, showing that you could have broad scales, but not every single one of those is deep, also known as the paint drip. Burn down chart. The PMI defined this as a graphical representation of the work remaining versus the time left in a time box. When you look at the burn down chart, you're seeing the work remaining. Burn up chart is the next one, and the difference is it's a graphical representation of the work completed towards the release of a product, but you are seeing the work as you are getting it done. It is comforting to many teams to see work being accomplished rather than work remaining, which could be demoralizing. But we should look at both, shouldn't we? Next, we have Business Requirements Documents, BRD, and this is listing of all requirements for a specific project. The next one the PMI have here is Cadence, a rhythm of execution. Next, we have Collective Code Ownership, a project acceleration and collaboration technique whereby any member is authorized to modify project work, the product, or deliverable, thus emphasizing team-wide ownership and accountability. Continuous delivery, the practice of delivering feature increments immediately to customers, often through the use of small batches of work and automation technology. Continuous integration, a practice in which each team member's work products are frequently integrated and validated with one another. Cross-functional team, a team that includes practitioners with all the skills necessary to deliver valuable product increments. Crystal family of methodologies. A shout out to our friend Al, creator of Crystal. It's a collection of lightweight agile software development methods focused on adaptability to a particular circumstance. And while it's not used widely today, it has a lot of useful elements that companies still pick and place into other frameworks. Daily Scrum. When you hear daily Scrum, you're thinking of a daily stand-up. The team meets daily for short meetings, which are typically held standing up, face-to-face, to encourage brief sessions. This is not a status meeting, and we definitely don't want to get into that anti-pattern of it becoming a status meeting. So we only invite those team members. The team, the Scrum team, that's who you want in attendance. Don't invite management except you absolutely have to, except they're curious. This meeting is for people to ask quick questions that will allow them get the information they need or remove blockers. Long answers and discussions should have follow-ups after the meeting in smaller groups. The PMI defines this daily Scrum as a brief daily collaboration in which the team reviews progress from the previous day, declares intentions for the current day, and highlights any obstacles. The key question is, what have you accomplished since the last meeting to move us forward towards a sprint goal? What are you going to do between now and the next meeting to move us closer to the sprint goal? Which impediments are blocking your way? Definition of done, a team's checklist of all the criteria required to be met so that a deliverable can be considered ready for customer use. Definition of ready, a team's checklist for a user-centric requirement that has all the information the team needs to be able to begin working on it. DevOps, a collection of practices for creating a smooth flow of delivery by improving collaboration between development and operation staff, hence the term DevOps. Discipline Agile, a process decision framework that enables simplified process decisions around incremental and iterative solution delivery. Double loop learning, a process that challenges underlying values and assumptions in order to better elaborate root causes and devise improved countermeasures rather than focusing only on symptoms. DSDM, it's an agile project delivery framework. You don't hear too much of it, but it's a relevant one to look out for. English-like scripts. It means a programming language with a simple English-like syntax. Python, for example, is one of such languages, and the script sounds almost like simple English when read. Epic. An epic is a large user story. Bear in mind the last two definitions are not in the Agile Practice Guide. Equivalent to Scrum Master. What do we mean by this? Equivalent to Scrum Master could mean someone who is a servant leader, but is not necessarily labeled as a Scrum Master. When we say someone is equivalent to the Scrum Master, bear in mind that in the world of Agile, there are many frameworks and methods, but Scrum is the only one that we use the label Scrum Master. So the equivalent of Scrum Master in that framework or method is what this refers to. Evolutionary Value Delivery, EVO. This is an agile approach allowing teams to deliver more business value in less time, as has been shown in numerous environments like projects for space, 40 man-years saved, which is huge, building automation, and banking in waterfall projects, scientific research, as well as agile and Scrum teams. The PMI